Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-loaded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter was raised by death, wearing Dumbledore's face? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When death takes the form of Albus Dumbledore, Harry Potter is guided not by fate or blood, but by choice. Raised under the quiet watch of a mentor who understands both endings and beginnings, Harry grows shaped by lessons of loss, love, and responsibility. In a world blind to death's presence, Harry must decide what kind of legacy he will leave behind, and what it truly means to protect those who still have time. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Pure energy continued to shoot out of Babajiday's hands. In a large steady burst, it hit Voldemort straight on, cutting through the wave of darkness which had come up to protect the Dark Lord. A jet of darkness came to counter it, but it was failing slowly. Unfortunately, so was Babajiday's strength, but he seemed to keep on pushing his magic into it. The stream of darkness failed and the pure magic crashed into Voldemort. It hit the Dark Lord straight in the chest. Voldemort threw back his head and screamed, his body being flung far away from Babajiday, leaving a scorching trail of destruction in its path. Babajiday fell to his knees, his magic exhausted for the moment, completely spent from the exertion. Anu rushed over to him, catching the far larger man with little effort. Babajiday's eyes rolled back into his head. Anu didn't know whether to be exasperated at her old friend or to rejoice in awe that the darkness, greatest servant had just been taken down by Baba. The more pragmatic Cyril approached what seemed to be the corpse of the Dark Lord lying far in the distance with a raised wand. It was a gruesome sight. The stream had cut through Voldemort's chest, there were obvious signs of burning, and blood and organs had gone flying everywhere. Ribs seemed to be dead and Voldemort's neck was at an odd angle. Cyril lowered his wand in relief, leaning down to take Voldemort's pulse, just in case. Not feeling anything, he got back up, turning his back to the corpse, beginning to yell something to his comrades who were still quite a way away, Anu supporting the unconscious body of Babajiday. Then he heard something rustle behind him. Cyril turned, wondering whether some of the Death Eaters that fled upon assault from him and Anu had returned to check on their master. Cyril had not thought that there could be a more gruesome sight than that of Voldemort's dead body, but what appeared before him was perhaps even worse. The corpse of Voldemort was standing on 2 feet, darkness swirled around its chest, flowing in and taking the place of destroyed organs and coming out to sew the Dark Lord's chest shut. His broken neck snapped into place awkwardly, a shard of bone sticking out of his neck. That wasn't very nice, Voldemort crooned, his broken body being held together by the darkness. Shadows coalesced around the Dark Lord. Cyril stumbled back a few steps involuntarily. The magic radiating off Voldemort was enough to make the formidable wizard scared to the bone. The normally brave Greek tried to apparate out, his comrades be damned, but after a second of trying felt like he'd run straight into a brick wall. The Greek wizard whimpered in the face of the strongest force of evil he had ever faced. Anu, he whispered slowly, Anu. He yelled louder. The Indian witch looked towards him cheerfully before her smile faltered at the sight of the Dark Lord. Blades of darkness flew at Cyril. The Greek wizard moved out of instinct, despite his fear, a wall of rock emerging out of the ground to block the strikes, but shattering uselessly as the darkness tore straight through his formidable defense like a hot knife through butter. Cyril let out a primal scream of pain as several knives of darkness tore into his skin. His well-trained mind brokenly noted that none of his injuries were fatal. The Dark Lord wanted to play with his prey. Cyril knew better than to pull out the knives of darkness which were embedded all over his body. The Greek tried to drag himself to his feet, unable to stop the mules of pain as he attempted to stand back up. His Indian companion had come running, her wand blazing, spells flying at magnificent rates, all of them extremely lethal. The body of Voldemort simply stood there, taking all the spells to his person. His bones crunched, his blood boiled, and if the swelling in his chest indicated anything, his lungs turned inside out. Voldemort laughed, his boiling blood gushing out of his mouth. The darkness enveloped him, standing in for bones and fixing his lungs. With a flick of his hand, bindings of darkness flew from his hand to bind the Indian witch, who dove out of the way, having learnt from Cyril's takedown that there was no way in hell she could counter the Dark Lord's attacks herself. "Clever girl," Voldemort said, as if talking to a favored pet, vaguely gesturing with his hand, causing the restraints of darkness to fly at Anu once more. A wall of fire met the darkness, but it seemed to flicker out of existence as it touched the magic of its foe. The restraints flew into Anu, crashing her down to the floor, surely breaking at least a few of the witch's bones. Despite the obvious damage, the Indian witch didn't even flinch. Voldemort lazily made the restraints tighten around her to extreme levels, cutting into her skin. Anu didn't let out any sign she was affected by the bindings, choosing to glare at the Dark Lord with hateful eyes instead. "I have to punish the bad boys and girls," Voldemort remarked, as if to explain his torture relative to the quick deaths of the Aurors. With a flick of his wand, which he had drawn for the first time in this duel, he had placed Anu under the Cruciatus curse. Despite not having shown any signs of pain to the arguably insane levels of pain the Dark Lord had already put her under, even Anu could not remain unfazed by the Cruciatus. A screech of pain was drawn from her lips. Cyril, who had managed to get to his feet, was feebly sending spells at Voldemort. With a flick of his wrist, the knives of darkness still embedded in the Greek wizard all dissolved into nothingness, leaving his body to start bleeding out. Without another word, Cyril charged at the Dark Lord, swiping his wand aggressively, but to no avail. He was simply flung aside by the Dark Lord, who seemed to be getting bored of this whole ordeal. In her pain, Anu barely noticed the slight telltale pop of apparition accompanied by a sprightly, "Good morning," being spoken by a cheerful voice. Anu turned her head as much as she could, the Cruciatus curse on her having been momentarily dropped as Voldemort himself surveyed the new arrival. Anu's eyes finally landed on the poor soul who had landed up there at that very moment. Pierre Moreau. In her pain, Anu barely noticed the slight telltale pop of apparition accompanied by a sprightly, "Good morning," being spoken by a cheerful voice. Anu turned her head as much as she could, the Cruciatus curse on her having been momentarily dropped as Voldemort himself surveyed the new arrival. Anu's eyes finally landed on the poor soul who had landed up there at that very moment. Pierre Moreau. "Ah, the Frenchman joins us. I thought you had run away like the rest of your people," Voldemort said mockingly, twirling his wand between his fingers. "Well, it's your lucky day, you get to join your playmates." Voldemort sent shackles of darkness at Pierre, but as they restrained the man, his body faded into dust. A kick to the back of his head alerted Voldemort to the real position of the French wizard. With a giggle the Dark Lord turned to face his enemy. "At least one of you has some brains," he said. Without a word, Pierre sent a wall of fire bursting at Voldemort, far hotter and fiercer than any such attack by his companions before him. Voldemort put up a wall of darkness to block it, but even the darkness had to yield to the immense wall of fire, not dissipating but getting pushed back slowly. Pierre could have chosen to use the time he had gained to try and get an advantage over Voldemort, something he could certainly have used, but instead turned to his friends. The restraints on Anu had dissipated as the Dark Lord called all of the darkness that he had to defend against Pierre's wall of fire. The Indian witch had gotten to her feet unsteadily. Pierre waved his wand deftly over Cyril, sealing up the many wounds that had been bleeding out just moments earlier. The ceilings were not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and were very vulnerable to attack, but they would stop the Greek wizard from bleeding out entirely before they got out of there. "Quick, we have to get out of here," Pierre said. "If I'd known it was this serious, I'd have been here a long time ago. What were you idiots thinking, taking on the Dark Lord without Baba?" "We weren't," Anu said, gesturing to the unconscious body of Babajide. Pierre cursed under his breath but couldn't say anything further because the Dark Lord had finally burst out of the fire, dispelling the entire thing with a boom that caused the ground under their feet to and sent shockwaves all the way into the minister's house, which stayed upright only by the copious amounts of magical enchantments that prevented its downfall. Voldemort emerged, looking far more burnt than he had before, but once again enveloped in darkness which kept his body going, stronger than ever. The Dark Lord held out both his hands, shadows forming in a spiral around them. With a boom, the shadows around his hands dispersed, moving so fast that they caused the air to ripple, flinging Pierre backwards. The French wizard caught himself a second after he was launched, and dropped to the ground gracefully before continuing the fight. Voldemort seemed to be a little distracted throughout the fight and finally came to a realization. After sending a dragon of darkness flying at the man, Voldemort pointed at him. You are Nicholas Flamel. Pierre stiffened. I don't know what you're talking about, he said casually. No, the old magic you are using, Voldemort said. I can feel it, not even Dumbledore knew magic this old. You are mistaken, Voldemort, if you think this magic is old. You don't know very much about magic itself, Pierre said, continuing his assault on the Dark Lord. I am not wrong. Voldemort yelled in fury, darkness swirling around him and pointlessly gouging the ground, as if he were throwing a temper tantrum, a highly lethal temper tantrum. Anu looked at Pierre in shock. Is he telling the truth? She said disbelievingly. Of course I am, girl. Flamel isn't even bothering to disguise his face. He looks exactly as he does normally. The rest of you were pathetic to not recognize him for who he is. Shut up, Flamel said, sending a whip of fire at Voldemort. Voldemort defended against the whip of fire before addressing Anu again. Foolish girl, do not believe Flamel. Besides, it's your fault for believing him entirely at face value. Anu felt a spike of anger and mistrust towards Pierre. For a second she felt like turning on her ally, attacking him with everything she had. How dare he lie to her? Just a second later, however, she realized she was being influenced by the darkness. The Indian witch took a deep breath and said, "It doesn't matter what his name is, I trust Pierre." The French wizard shot her a quick grin before jumping back into the fight. Suddenly, Anu heard Pierre's voice in her head. You two cannot help me in this fight. You would only hinder me, but even I myself cannot win this fight. It is only a matter of time until I will be overcome by the powers of the darkness. By our location, I assume that you are protecting the home of the minister, while I hold off the Dark Lord. Go inside his house, get him and pick up Baba. You cannot currently apparate out of here, as I'm sure you have found already. You simply do not have the power to break through the Dark Lord's wards to combat this. I'm giving you a... The message was cut off abruptly as Pierre was slammed into a wall. Voldemort had a triumphant smile on his face, until Pierre emerged from amidst the rubble with barely a scratch on him. You thought I had no protections on myself. Pierre said casually, only you are that arrogant, Voldemort. Just before charging at Voldemort once more, Pierre's voice appeared in Anu's head once more. Squeeze it, it will give you the strength you need to apparate out of here. Before she could ask what it was, the voice in her head cut off and she saw Pierre jump at Voldemort, spells coming out of his wand, fire being directed by his other. He sent kicks of charged air, and punches of flame at his opponent. Amidst the chaos, Anu felt something very heavy settle into her pocket. She took it out of her pocket discreetly. It was a small disc made out of pure gold with runes all over it. In the center was embedded a small ruby red shard which seemed to emanate power. Out of curiosity, Anu pressed down on it lightly and felt a surge of power go up her arm. Both duelists turned to look in her direction. Anu hid the disc hastily, running towards the minister's house. Voldemort attempted to attack her directly, but Pierre got in the way, blasting him off course and sending the Dark Lord flying into a tree. You're not getting at her until you get through me, the French wizard said, sending a spell at the ground directly beneath Voldemort, turning it to ice and causing his opponent to slip. Anu raced towards the minister's house, Cyril hobbling behind her, apparently having received a message of some sort from Pierre as well. The Greek wizard slung the unconscious body of Babajide over his shoulder, and after a bit of hesitation, picked up the body and head of the decapitated Bromophenol Blue, casting a featherlight charm on the load he was carrying. Just as Anu was about to enter the house of the minister, the front door opened. Cornelius Fudge stood at the doorway with his hands on his hips and an irritated expression on his face, dressed in only a towel that was wrapped around his lower half, his large stomach overflowing out of the towel. Orders, he barked. I thought I had made it clear I wanted no disturbances tonight, he said. I wanted complete peace and... The minister finally registered the carnage laid out in front of him. Well shit, he said, before an Avada Kedavra caught him straight in the chest. Just as Anu was about to enter the house of the minister, the front door opened. Cornelius Fudge stood at the doorway with his hands on his hips and an irritated expression on his face, dressed in only a towel that was wrapped around his lower half, his large stomach overflowing out of the towel. Orders, he barked. I thought I had made it clear I wanted no disturbances tonight, he said, I wanted complete peace and. The minister finally registered the carnage laid out in front of him. Well shit, he said, before an Avada Kedavra caught him straight in the chest. As the spell flew from the wand of Voldemort, Pierre moved towards the deadly green beam of light, moving his hand to raise a wall of rock to absorb the blow. Voldemort sent shadows to hold down the defense Pierre had tried to place, holding it in place just long enough for the spell to hit the minister before the wall burst out of the ground with excessive force. The Dark Lord cackled loudly, the Minister for Magic is dead. Cornelius Fudge crumpled to the ground, his eyes bulging outwards in surprise. For better or for worse, the Fudge administration had come to an abrupt end. Voldemort waved his hand and darkness gathered around him once more. The Dark Lord released all of the shadows at once, causing them to fly outwards quickly, causing destruction on a large scale. With his quick thinking, Pierre put up a small magical shield to protect himself, his colleagues and the two dead bodies of Bromophenol and the minister. Just as the assault ended, the shield crumbled into nothingness, having just about weathered the assault. Pierre took a look around. Destruction. Behind him the minister's house was in ruins, the entire thing had been blown off its foundation, bits and pieces of it lay all over the place. The trees and shrubbery had for the most part been ripped out of the ground and flung everywhere. No sign of Voldemort. Well shit. Later. The scene of the crime was littered with Aurors, Babajide, Cyril, and Anu had been rushed to St. Mungo's to be treated for their injuries, and in Babajide's case, for magical exhaustion, which seemed to be quite severe with the amount of his magic that he had expended in the fight against Voldemort. As the only one from the ICW team still in any kind of shape to answer questions, Pierre had been hounded with questions. The British head of magical law enforcement, Madame Amelia Bones, was a no-nonsense woman, very smart and a hard worker to boot. She had come personally to investigate the attack on the minister's home once it had been reported. It wasn't quite dawn yet, the attack having commenced in the middle of the night, but the bags under her eyes didn't seem to dull Amelia Bones' senses, Pierre noted with respect. Rufus Scrimgeour, a seasoned senior Auror, had accompanied Bones along with a 10-man Auror investigation team. While the rest of the Aurors gathered the destroyed bodies of their dead comrades, others moved to investigate the scene. Amelia herself, along with Rufus, conjured themselves chairs and sat opposite Pierre. Bones was quick and to the point. What happened here? She said calmly. Voldemort attacked the minister's home tonight. Pierre said calmly, noting Rufus' shudder at the name of the Dark Lord and Amelia's stoic lack of reaction. That seems pretty obvious, Amelia said tersely. It would be much appreciated if you could shed some more light on this situation, Mr. Moreau. I arrived later than the others, so I don't know the exact details of the assault, but Voldemort along with his Death Eaters attacked the minister's home. Head Auror Bromophenol Blue had an enchanted stone, a device which could call the head of our ICW inspection team, Babajide Akingbad, in the case of an emergency. Baba himself sent Anu, Cyril, and I a message to meet him at the minister's place. Baba exhausted himself magically in an attempt to take down the Dark Lord, while all the Death Eaters were forced to flee by Cyril and Anu. About that time, I joined Anu and Cyril to take on Voldemort. The plan was for Anu and Cyril to take Baba and get the minister and escape while I distracted the Dark Lord, but the minister chose that unfortunate moment to come out of his house, Pierre recounted grimly. I tried my best to stop the curse, but Voldemort hit the minister with an Avada Kedavra. At this, Pierre looked over at the dead body of the minister, who had been covered with his own towel to protect his modesty, for the moment. Amelia massaged her head and sighed. And what of my Aurors? She asked grimly, already anticipating the answer. Dead. All of them? Amelia asked desperately. All of them, including your head Auror Brom. Pierre said, with regret in his voice. I'm sure they put up a valiant fight, all of them, but they couldn't stand up to the might of the Dark Lord. Amelia nodded her head, taking a long sip of her strong coffee. Off the books, Pierre. The Frenchman nodded his consent. How do you think the ICW will react to this? Amelia continued. Not well, I fear. Baba may have been on your side, but there is a large part of the ICW which is not fond of magical Britain in the slightest. They will be spurred on by this. They will attempt to install an ICW leadership in Britain, and it doesn't seem like the British magical government is in any state to resist. Pierre looked at Amelia. I don't even know whether the British magical government is in any kind of state to govern. No doubt Voldemort will attempt to take power in the vacuum of power that has been created by the death of Fudge, and the late minister was simply surrounded by supporters of the Dark Lord. It would be only too easy to install a stooge who will not oppose him, then to simply walk into the ministry after having, for all intents and purposes, taken over the entirety of magical Britain. Amelia looked determined. Whatever Voldemort plans, it will not get through, I promise. Despite the kind of people Cornelius surrounded himself with, there are honest and strong politicians in the ministry, I know it. Whatever happens, we will hold out. Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was having a bad day. Bad days seemed to getting far more common for the old wizard, they were almost the norm at this point. Unfortunately for Albus, however, his day was going especially badly. He awoke to an owl from Amelia Bones, the head of British magical law enforcement. Albus. Minister Fudge has been murdered, get to the ministry quickly. Yours truly. Amelia Bones. Head. Department. Magical Law Enforcement. Albus felt a cold feeling of dread envelop him. This was bad. He absorbed the implications of the assassination very quickly. It was obvious that Voldemort would attempt to put a stooge into power, but even aside from that, the ICW's large anti-British faction would be all over this. They needed a new minister and quick. Amelia Bones, Office, DMLE, Ministry. Amelia's office was not particularly large, smaller, in fact, than any of her predecessors' offices had ever been. For the most part, this didn't bother the head of the DMLE. If anything, she had come to like the comforting coziness of the small office, which along with a couple charms could be a very comfortable place to crash after pulling an all-nighter or getting involved in a late-night mission. Unfortunately, the small office was quite cramped when it came to having other people in it. The ministry had fallen into chaos after the untimely death of the previous minister. It was obvious that they needed to elect a new minister, and quick, lest the ICW install their own government in magical Britain, but the two opposing halves of the ministry were unable to come to an agreement. Magical law stated that they had to hold a democratic election to vote in the next minister for magic, but with no candidates actively running and the ICW on their tails, it was likely that the voting would be entirely blind, and Amelia wouldn't put it past Lucius Malfoy to fill a lot of pockets to ensure that their stooge won the election. The Wizengamot was to meet the next day to discuss the details of the elections and who the candidates were. To get a candidate through the Wizengamot itself would be very hard, as the body was largely occupied by supporters of Voldemort and politicians savvy enough to know that opposing Voldemort's candidate likely held an untimely death for them in the near future. Of course, the magical public were free to vote for whoever they wanted, but there was little to no chance of them voting in a minister who wasn't officially endorsed by the Wizengamot, despite having done similar things for Albus Dumbledore in the past. Albus himself was unlikely to ever accept the post for minister, and Amelia was a little glad for it. Smart as the old man was, she doubted he would do well as a minister. Despite his talent for politics, his personal philosophies would certainly affect his wartime policies. While with his incredible power, Albus could go around knocking people out, Aurors were generally not skilled enough to take out their opponents painlessly, and refraining from seriously injuring their opponents would inhibit their skill and likely get many of them killed. With that said, Albus Dumbledore was still likely the greatest asset that the light side of magical Britain had on their side. Not only his immense magical prowess, which would no doubt be instrumental if they were to win a war, but also his ability to inspire hope in people, not to mention his immense political clout, every bit of which would be required to hold back the ICW and get sufficient aid from them. Presently, inside her office were the most important members of the light side at the ministry. Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, along with a couple other department heads who Amelia wasn't very familiar with, but was confident in their support of the light. The ICW team, consisting of Babajide Akingbad, Pierre Moreau, Anu Iyer, and Cyril Cosmos were all present. Cyril had been heavily bandaged and didn't look like he was in any way ready to be out of the hospital, but he had point-blank refused not being there and was sitting in a chair in the corner of the room. Her newly appointed head Auror, in light of the unfortunate tale of Bromophenol Blue, Rufus Scrimgeour was also present, along with his new deputy, Kingsley Shacklebolt. The head healer from St. Mungo's, Bromophenol Blue, related to Amelia's recently deceased head Auror Bromophenol, was also present, and particularly furious at recent developments. The latest person to join their party was Albus Dumbledore himself, along with his own contingent, including the Lord Black, Arcturus, and the Lord Greengrass, Iliad. There were some suspicious looks cast at the two lords, of traditionally dark and neutral houses, respectively, but a few smiles and confident looks from Albus later, and most people in the room were comfortable with the two lords. "We are here," Amelia began, now that the last of her invitees had finally arrived, to discuss the future of the Ministry of Magic, after the untimely demise of the late Minister Fudge. "In the situation that we are in currently, there is no doubt that the dark side will attempt to install a stooge and block any attempt to put in place any other minister. Under no circumstances can we allow this to happen, as it would be the same as handing magical Britain to Voldemort on a platter. There would be no opposition to his rule once the ministry had been taken over, short of the ICW." At this she gave Babajide a meaningful look. The Nigerian wizard stood up. "There is no doubt that the ICW will be shortly taking some action at the most recent developments," he said. "An emergency meeting has been called, the four of us as well as Albus will be there. It is very likely that, unless you can find a competent minister to allay our worry, the ICW will send someone of their own choosing to hold the position until this war is over. You must understand that the ICW's top priority is to stop this war from spreading at all costs, and to shut down Voldemort as fast as possible, and that, as well as the large anti-Britain contingent, means that you will have to act quickly to avoid a takeover. I would however ask that you treat that possibility with an open mind. If it does come to having an ICW-appointed minister, we will do our best to install a competent open-minded minister who will be willing to work with you and do his or her best to put an end to the war with Voldemort. At any rate, it may not be the best possible situation, but it'd be a whole lot better than any figure appointed by the Dark." Amelia frowned. "Be that as it may, it is an extremely desperate option. There will be too much pushback to the autonomy of the British being overtaken by the ICW, there would be no trust between our people or our troops, and more would be persuaded to join Voldemort." Amelia took a deep breath. "In your opinion, who do you think would be the best option to run for minister? Who can conceivably win the vote but also assuage the fears of the ICW?" she asked seriously. Babajide was silent for a long second, giving a glance to his own companions and Dumbledore, all of whom gave him a slight nod. The Nigerian wizard looked at Amelia. "You, present, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It may have been a hectic couple of days outside of Hogwarts, but inside the ancient Institute of Magic, school plodded on at its usual pace. That isn't to say that Hogwarts was boring, of course, but it was for the most part sticking to its usual routine. Whispers of fear were starting to invade the castle, slowly, but for the moment, the threat of Voldemort didn't quite seem real. The clique of Slytherins who Harry had mentally dubbed the Death Nibblers, made up mostly of Death Eater's kids, had been acting strangely, but Harry wasn't surprised, what with the return of the Dark Lord and all. It may not quite have sunk in for a large amount of the population of Hogwarts, but Harry was sure that Voldemort's return was almost too real for the Death Nibblers, considering how intimately most of their parents were involved with the Dark Lord. The previous day, they seemed more skittish than usual, and the next morning, Harry finally found out why. As he usually did, Harry woke early to exercise. He met up with Hermione in the common room, and the two best friends made their way to the room of requirement, outside of which, Daphne Greengrass was waiting for them. "Finally," Daphne said, somewhat impatiently. Harry focused less on the sentiment itself and more on the fact that she was comfortable enough to show any emotion in front of him and Hermione at all, feeling happy at the realization. The group entered the room of requirement and exercised for about an hour, Harry leading, as the most experienced with the routines they were following. After their exercises, they made their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. They were relatively early, as they always were, but there were usually at least a dozen or so early birds who came down for breakfast early to enjoy the silence, as well as Albus and Arcturus who were always down early, having discussions over coffee and newspapers, sometimes accompanied by McGonagall, who also made a habit out of coming early to breakfast. Knowing this, Harry and Hermione were surprised to find that neither Arcturus nor Albus were in the room. All of the early birds, who were usually divided over their house tables, more often than not, most of them from the Ravenclaw table, but today, Harry found them all huddled at the Hufflepuff table in the middle, sitting together, extremely unusual behavior. With a frown, Harry made a beeline for the Hufflepuff table. "Terry," Harry greeted one of his yearmates in the huddle, "where Dumbledore and Black, and what's up with the huddle?" Terry Boot's face was unusually white and he simply handed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. Voldemort attack leaves Minister Fudge and 6 Aurors dead, ICW members injured. Harry didn't bother to read the rest, racing over to Hermione and Daphne, throwing the newspaper at them. "We have to go to Iliad's quarters," he said, as he rushed in the general direction of the Greengrass Lord's temporary room. His 2 friends followed him to Iliad's room. Giving the password, Harry rushed in but found the room empty. It now seemed obvious that Albus, Arcturus, and Iliad had all gone to deal with the situation. With a sigh, they returned to the Great Hall, and started eating breakfast morosely. As more people filtered in, obliviously happy until they read the newspaper, Harry felt the atmosphere at Hogwarts change. Voldemort was back. They knew it before this too, of course, but it had set in. They were in a war. The mood continued through the rest of the day. Harry and Hermione went to their classes, and the professors definitely made an attempt to remain cheery in the face of this disaster, but for the most part they were having a hard time of it, with all the students obviously distraught and unable to really focus on any classwork or anything not related to the Voldemort attack. Binns seemed to be the only professor entirely unaffected by the news, continuing to drone on. The only difference was that there was nobody in the class sleeping, everyone using the time to contemplate more recent history. Snape seemed to be more grim than usual, but continued teaching in his usual style. McGonagall took one look at the class and her eyes softened. "Transfiguration," she announced, "is an art which requires a large amount of concentration to do safely and accurately, and I don't think any of us are in a frame of mind to concentrate on it, so we're going to have a different kind of lesson." "Nim," McGonagall called a house elf, "get a cup of hot chocolate for all the students." The house elf did as instructed, and within a quick couple seconds, cups of hot chocolate and biscuits popped in front of all the students in the room. "This is your chance to speak your mind if you want," McGonagall said, "whatever it is you want to talk about, although I suspect there is only really one subject we will be encroaching today. Just raise your hand and speak, we will all listen and no one," at this she looked at the entire class warningly, "will judge. If you wish to just contemplate on your own, you are not required to contribute to this discussion, but I'm afraid school rules require you to stay inside this classroom," the professor finished. The rest of the class passed by. As people spoke of their fears and insecurities, a large amount of them, Harry found, had been affected by the previous war, whether it be the loss of a family member or simply something as simple as a family property which had been destroyed by Voldemort. More still were terrified of wartime, from the stories that they had been told of the horrible times by their parents who had lived through it. Breakfast, Great Hall, Hogwarts. Despite the fast approaching war, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were still stuck at Hogwarts, held under the threat of losing their magic if they didn't abide by the terms and conditions of the Goblet of Fire. Harry had wondered whether the tournament would continue considering the events that had taken place. It was obvious that with the apparent power that Voldemort had displayed, it was entirely unsafe to continue holding the Triwizard Tournament. For all they knew, the Dark Lord would just kidnap Harry one more time, and this time, with himself at full strength, would not let Harry get away so easily. Harry wanted to bring this up with Arcturus or Albus, but both seemed to be perpetually busy, preparing for the war, whether it be through the ministry meetings held by Madame Bones that Harry had heard rumors of, or training the existing Aurors to be actually competent and perhaps of some use in the war. Their training seemed to be in large part on their own these days. Neither Albus nor Arcturus had the time to be training Harry, Hermione, and Daphne. Daphne's father, Iliad, was present of course, though he too seemed to be exceedingly busy, organizing the allies of the Greengrass House to help in the war against Voldemort, and gathering contacts to see whether he could glean any information on the plans of the Dark Lord going forward. He was usually back in the evenings and jeweled Harry and even the other two to help them train. Iliad was truly ruthless. He was far from the skill level of Albus or Arcturus, but he didn't hold back on Harry at all. He fought to his full ability at all times, leading to many painful ass-kickings for Harry. Harry had asked him about the Triwizard Tournament, but the Greengrass Lord had truthfully replied that he had no idea what was going to happen about that. With this on his mind, Harry went for breakfast to the Great Hall, along with Hermione and Daphne. Harry noted with surprise that for the first time in quite a while, Arcturus was present in the Great Hall. It had been quite a while since the Lord Black had made an appearance, his classes usually being covered by the dour and spiteful Severus Snape. What was slightly more surprising was that he was standing in front of the headmaster's podium. Arcturus cleared his throat. It has been a great honor for Hogwarts to have hosted Beauxbatons and Durmstrang for the Triwizard Tournament, he began. However, the current wartime climate in magical Britain makes it entirely too unsafe for the Triwizard Tournament to continue. The first task was exploited to kidnap a student of this school, and we cannot risk something similar happening to any of the other contestants or Mr. Potter himself. Arcturus paused, watching as murmurs broke across the hall. Unfortunately, the Goblet of Fire demands that the terms of its contract be met lest the magic of the competitors be stripped from them. We have to honor the 2 remaining tasks as well as 1 mandatory ball which must be attended by all of the champions. At this, a ghost of a smile spread across the face of the old Lord Black, scarily reminiscent to that of Sirius. Professor Dumbledore has decided that, to combat this threat as well as bring some much-needed levity to this school, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament will be a game of exploding snap, with the immediately following third task will be arm wrestling. After that, the champion with the most points wins Professor Dumbledore's favorite hat, and an impromptu ball will be held to celebrate their victory. Not even Harry could keep a straight face at the outlandish proposal, a wry smile playing across the lips of Arcturus himself. For round 2 of the Triwizard, can Harry Potter, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Crumb please join me? Arcturus said, waving his wand, causing the 4 house tables to move to the sides, letting the students regard the center of the hall, where, with another couple deft waves of his wand, a large stage rose from the ground, along with a large table and 3 chairs. Harry, Fleur, and Victor fought valiantly in their game of exploding snap, but it was only a matter of time till Harry's luck caught up with him and his entire pile of cards exploded up into his face. Victor went on to win the game of snap, with Fleur coming second and Harry finishing dead last. However, apparently, he had been awarded full marks for his performance against the dragon, taking all factors, including his kidnapping and escape, into account, which Harry thought was more than a little biased but didn't care enough to contest. This meant that him and Crumb were tied for top spot heading into the third task. The arm wrestling competition ended up going far different than Harry thought it would. Harry himself was obviously quite fit and sufficiently strong. His training wasn't only magical after all. One has to train a good body to have large magical reserves and ability, not to mention the huge advantages it gave him in duels to be just that little bit faster and stronger than his opponents. Victor Crumb was a Quidditch player, which meant his fitness levels were at least far above average. Harry wondered whether he'd be able to best the older boy in the third task. Fleur Delacour had shown herself to be highly capable of magic, and had impressed Harry quite a bit with her magic, but was nonetheless a very fragile if beautiful girl. Harry didn't anticipate her being the strongest of opponents without her magic. What ended up going down was a little different than imagined. Harry beat Victor relatively easily, mildly surprised at the weakness of the Quidditch player, who simply shrugged and said, "I play Seeker, we do not need to be strong." What was even more surprising was the fact that Fleur Delacour wiped the floor with Crumb, moving on to Harry in a heartbeat. Harry grasped the hand of the Vila, still surprised by Crumb's loss, only to find his own hand pinned against the table merely a second later. With full points in the third task, Arcturus announced, Fleur Delacour is the winner of the Triwizard Tournament. Later that day, Arcturus had, on Dumbledore's authority, cancelled the rest of classes that day to make way for the impromptu ball, which had taken place. The Weird Sisters had been brought it to play on very short notice. Harry wouldn't be surprised if they had been slipped a little bribe from Arcturus, nearly limitless pockets both figuratively and literally. As the ball came to an end, Harry stood by the Lord Black looking out at the population of Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. Harry looked up at Arcturus and spoke softly with a small smile. "Thank you." Later, it had taken much persuasion to convince Amelia Bones that she would be the light's best shot at installing a minister for magic, but that was only the first step in a long and boring political process involved in trying to get Amelia into the minister's office. It had been a long and tiresome publicity campaign, and Amelia was running against Lucius Malfoy as well as one third-party candidate named Pius Thickness. None of the members of the Light had had Pius on their radar, as a follower of Voldemort or otherwise, but had decided it was probably safer to have Amelia in the top spot rather than an entirely unknown figure. While Amelia was pretty well liked as the DMLE head, there were too few people in magical Britain who followed magical politics enough to know exactly who she was or how competent she was. Their campaign for the most part involved the war effort. They posed Amelia as the perfect candidate to take Voldemort and the war by the horns, which she, in a sense, was. Death Eater raids had continued though Voldemort himself hadn't been seen since the attack on the home of Minister Fudge, possibly healing his near-destroyed husk of a body. Babajide had called for a significant force of Aurors from the Nigerian Magical Ministry. The ICW had yet to pass a judgment on the Wizarding War, the motion having been delayed for a month by the combined political force of Dumbledore and Babajide, but they had also yet to provide any forces to aid the war. Thankfully, they hadn't been able to call Babajide and his team back, so they were still there, aiding the war, along with a battalion of Nigerian troops, who Babajide had commanded with his incredibly significant influence in Nigeria. The Nigerian troops, along with Amelia's own Aurors, who were being heavily trained by Arcturus, as well as Babajide, Cyrus, Anu, and Pierre, who were all working tirelessly to prevent and fight back against these raids, which were against a variety of magical settlements, usually not the big hotspots, but just the small places across the country where a large portion of magical Britain's population resided in small communities. Publicly, Amelia had been able to take full credit for the admirable fightback against the forces of the Dark Lord. While they hadn't been able to do away with as large a chunk of Voldemort's forces as they would have hoped, due to quick escapes which the Death Eaters were remarkably good at, they had been able to protect and save many a wizarding township, which had earned them a lot of goodwill across magical Britain. The election was held just over a month later, and the results ended up being far different than anything the Light could have imagined. Lucius Malfoy seemed to have been ditched altogether, even by the Dark faction, having next to no votes at all, far less than he would have gotten simply for being the Dark Lord's candidate. Pius Thickness, on the other hand, had gotten a scarily large amount of the vote. It was obvious the dark side had thrown their chips behind him, while his own publicity campaign had resulted in a fair few people voting for him. Thankfully for the Light, Amelia had ended with a slightly higher vote count, just over 100 votes more than Thickness. Amelia's office. Babajide entered with a big smile and a bottle of champagne. "Congratulations, Minister Bones," he said enthusiastically, handing her the bottle of champagne, and waving his wand, creating a bouquet of flowers out of thin air to hand to the new minister. Amelia smiled. "I don't want the role and you know it," she said. "With you in office, we can finally give the ICW a kick to the backside and get some help around here." Babajide said. "What about you? Are you and your team going to stay on in Britain? You've been incredibly useful, we couldn't replace you with anybody." Babajide laughed. "I would not miss out on this war for anything. Worst comes to worst, I would have to retire from the ICW, and request your International Affairs Department for an Auror visa, with my Auror credentials," he said. "I cannot speak for Cyril, Anu, or Pierre, but I have no doubt that they would also wish to stay on here. Each one of them is a staunch supporter of the Light, and they have all been drawn into the conflict here, and not one of them is the type to leave a job half done," he said. "Of course not," said the voice of Anu Iyer behind him, as the Indian witch entered the room with a grin, and slapped the new minister on the back. "Congratulations, Amelia, I knew you had it in you." Cyril Cosmos followed the Indian witch into the room, also with a smile, flicking his wand to conjure classes, and unsolicitedly poured himself a glass of Babajide's champagne. "What she said." Albus was next to arrive, along with Iliad. "Arcturus will be a little late, he's still working your Aurors to the bone," he said to explain the Black Lord's absence. Iliad snorted. "They're all a bunch of weaklings, with a few exceptions. Potter could take out half the bloody department." Now, Iliad, I would like to think of that as much of a reflection on Harry's skill as of the incompetence of the Aurors," Dumbledore said, lightly before offering Amelia a hand, which she shook. "Congratulations, Amelia, you have done the wizarding world a big favor today," he said more seriously. "I hope that this is the turning point of this war." Amelia smiled. "I hope so too. Don't we all?" Babajide said, as more members of the Light came into the room, congratulating Amelia before taking a seat. As Rufus Scrimgeour entered, Amelia walked over to him and handed him a badge. The head Auror raised an eyebrow in questioning. "Congrats, Rufus, you're the new head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Amelia said with a smirk. Rufus' eyes widened, before a smile broke across his face. "Thank you, Amelia. I know how important this role is, especially during wartime. I will do my best to continue this fight with the might and intelligence that I know you would." Albus took his place behind the podium of the Supreme Mugwump and cleared his throat. "We are assembled here today to discuss the ICW's course of action in the war against Lord Voldemort, considering the recent assassination of the British minister Cornelius Fudge, and the recent appointment of Amelia Bones in his place." Dumbledore said, "Once again, as a speaker in this debate, I would like to temporarily hand my position as Supreme Mugwump to Babajide Akingbad." The aforementioned Nigerian wizard shook his head. "No, Albus, I would like to speak on this issue as well." With just a hint of surprise, Albus blinked. "Well then, I temporarily yield my position as Supreme Mugwump to Greek delegate Cyril Cosmos." The Greek wizard nodded his acceptance and took Albus' place at the Supreme Mugwump podium. "As Albus has already rightly stated, we are here to discuss our actions in light of the happenings in magical Britain. As head of the ICW task force set out to tackle this very matter, I would like to ask Mr. Akingbad to give his opinion of the current administration in Britain and his take on what actions this committee should take." Babajide rose and began his speech. "While the British ministry in general reeks of the type of corruption that I despise, I have high hopes for their current administration. I shall not speak ill of the dead, but Minister Fudge's wartime policies left much to be desired. I have worked with Amelia Bones in her previous capacity as head of law enforcement, where she maintained discipline and which she deployed effectively to combat the forces of Voldemort. In my view, it is undeniable that Amelia Bones is one of the few factors that has kept the British resistance against the control of Voldemort alive and kicking. Her victory in the election means that magical Britain will continue its fight back against the Dark Lord and will no doubt cooperate with the ICW as long as it doesn't threaten the country's right to self-govern." At this, Babajide gave a long glance at Moutinho, the delegate of Brazil. "I believe that it is high time that the ICW really joined this fight, as the British ministry cannot handle power the likes of which the Dark Lord has in his armies that have recruited not only dark wizards but also the support of the werewolves, vampires, and giants as well as many other dark creatures. I believe that the ICW should send a force of peacekeepers to work alongside the British Magical Ministry, and I would also like to personally volunteer myself to lead the peace force." Babajide bowed slightly and sat down as the room burst out in whispers once more. Moutinho spoke up. "The peacekeepers are meant for exactly that, keeping peace. While they are trained in combat, their main duty is to prevent fighting in places where hostility is prevalent. They have no business doing what is essentially fighting a war." Albus rose to counter him. "While the delegate of Brazil may be right in his statement that the intent of the peacekeepers is not to propagate fighting and is to maintain the peace, the threat of the Dark Lord transcends British boundaries. The very existence of Voldemort is a threat to peace of any kind in this world. Peacekeepers are trained in combat so that they can fight back if it is absolutely necessary, and it is easy to see that Voldemort will not permit the ICW to remain neutral. It's only a matter of time until this matter escalates to the point where we will be forced to fight him, and it will be far easier to try and nip this in its bud in Britain than let the influence of Voldemort and by extension the darkness spread all over the world." The debate continued for a fair bit of time but eventually ended in the favor of Britain. "We are decided then," Cyril declared. "A force of peacekeepers shall be deployed to magical Britain under the command of Babajide Akingbad and his task force, which consists of myself, Indian ex-Auror Anuire and Frenchman Pierre Moreau." There was a fair few differing opinions in the ICW who didn't think that sending peacekeepers to the aid of Britain was the best way to progress, but they were outnumbered by the number of delegates who supported Britain or at the very least were opposed enough to Voldemort to vote in favor of Babajide's proposal despite whatever misgivings they themselves had to the plan. Albus breathed a sigh of relief, as he had been very afraid of the possibility of the Bones administration ending up fighting a war on two fronts, against the ICW and the forces of Voldemort, which would almost definitely have ended in the government being crushed politically and militarily, despite the resilience of Amelia and her ilk. Babajide had ended up being invaluable, both politically and magically, providing the edge that Albus hadn't foreseen, keeping the light ahead of where Albus had thought they would be. The Nigerian wizard was on their side and would work with Amelia and her Aurors, and Albus was sure that under their combined leadership, they were sure to make advancements on the forces of the dark. That wasn't to say that Albus wasn't worried for the times that were about to come, he was surprised that Voldemort himself had made very few appearances himself, which had certainly helped the light, as for the most part, they didn't have very many wizards who could even hope to hold off the Dark Lord temporarily, Albus himself, along with Arcturus and possibly Amelia herself, notwithstanding. Still, a victory was a victory, and while they couldn't stop to celebrate their current situation, Albus felt hope spring up. Hope that they could hold up against the storm that was Voldemort. Hope that they could win Hogwarts. For Harry, the seasons seemed to pass by in the blink of an eye. Along with his schoolwork, his training had also been as intense as ever, mostly under the vigilant eye of Iliad, who had been in charge of the training of Harry, Hermione, and Daphne, while Albus and Arcturus were busy helping out at the Ministry. Arcturus' role as Professor of Defense had been taken over by Iliad temporarily while Arcturus was busy honoring other commitments, while McGonagall, who had already been doing a bulk of the administration mode, just quietly picked up the slack left by Albus, still officially in her role as deputy headmistress but for all intents and purposes keeping the school running in Albus' absence. The war itself had seemed much colder than they had expected, with Voldemort not making a single appearance after his surprise attack on Fudge. Death Eaters had continued their sporadic attacks on magical British territories, but none of the inner circle were ever involved with attacks, sending mostly cannon fodder out to terrorize villages and keep the Death Eater name up, but they didn't really spend any time fighting Amelia's forces, choosing to run away as soon as Aurors arrived on the scene. With the help of Amelia's policies, pushed through as a wartime minister, and the competence of Babajide, who had basically taken over heading the forces of the Ministry by virtue of Rufus Scrimgeour working in close proximity to him and letting him command the DMLE's forces when necessary, the Aurors' responses to attacks was nearly instantaneous. As soon as Death Eaters struck, the Aurors were there to fight them off, so the Death Eaters worked fast. They arrived, sent a few large-scale exploding curses and then hightailed it. The Aurors were able to catch a lot of the Death Eaters, but they found that a large amount of them were just random citizens imperied into doing the bidding of the Death Eaters, sometimes with a small contingent of Death Eaters who had taken the Dark Mark, usually maybe 2 or 3. Harry himself had only intermittently gotten news on the situation from Arcturus and Albus when they were at Hogwarts, whether for some administrative duty or simply taking a little bit of time off from coordinating the war effort. Other than that, he was largely forced to rely on the news which reported on the raids but not much else. As May turned to June, Harry found himself feeling more tense. "Have you noticed," Harry began, as he and Hermione walked from their last class of the day to the room of requirement to train with Iliad, "that in first and second year, Voldemort has always unleashed his master plan in June?" Hermione frowned. "What kind of pot observation is that?" "It's true though," Harry protested. "It's like Voldemort follows a school calendar, and look at the situation now, he's done jack squat in the last couple months, maybe he's just been waiting for June." "Why would he wait?" Hermione said logically. "You know that he doesn't have to bide his time and nurture his power," she said in air quotes. "He's already scarily strong, and from what Professor Dumbledore has told us, he can brush off injuries easily with the help of the darkness." "Yeah, but it's June. Come on, it's like Voldemort primetime." Hermione rolled her eyes as Daphne caught up to them from behind. "Hey," the Slytherin greeted Harry and Hermione. "Hiya Daphne, what's up?" Hermione asked. "Not much, what about you?" Daphne responded casually. "Did you know it's Voldemort prime time?" "What? Hogwarts Express." Despite Harry's conviction that something would happen in June, the rest of the year passed quite uneventfully. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne were on the Hogwarts Express, headed back for the summer. Hermione was going back to her parents' place but would be spending a month of the vacation at Black Manor, where Harry was returning to. After the siege on Greengrass Manor, Iliad had basically lived out of Hogwarts, while his wife had been placed in Black Manor on Dumbledore's word. For the summer, him and Daphne would be joining Harry and Sirius at Black Manor too. The manor was a large estate that was more than large enough to easily hold a dozen people and still have room to spare, so hosting all the people that would be coming would not be a problem. Despite the lack of recent attacks, there was a peacekeeper detail on the train in the case of an attack on what amounted to most of the entirety of magical Britain's children, led by a Greek man named Cyril Cosmos, who had introduced himself to the student body at Hogwarts before they left to be contacted in case of any kind of emergency on the train. Harry knew Iliad was also on the train if his help was necessary, which is why he was not overly worried when he felt the train lurch awkwardly far to the left before magically righting itself. Hermione let out an eep of surprise and looked out the window to see 24 Death Eaters on brooms circling the train, taking potshots at the wards that protected the train. As they peered out the window, a Patronus, some kind of owl, Harry noted, burst into their cabin. Iliad's voice came out of the Patronus. "Harry, Hermione, Daff," it began, "we will take care of this situation. We have a very good squad here and backup is on its way as we speak. I know that you will want to help in some way, but we have this under control, and putting yourself at risk is only going to increase the chance of the Dark Lord himself coming to take control of this matter, something that we are not ready to deal with at this moment, so you will stay put, am I understood?" The Greengrass Lord finished sternly. The Patronus faded to nothingness. Hermione sighed, "Well, I guess we just have to wait for things to be handled then." Harry smiled mischievously before pulling a piece of parchment out of his bag and folding it into a paper plane deftly before tapping it with his wand and muttering an animation spell before muttering another one that Hermione didn't quite recognize, Rem Fenestra, before letting it fly out of the window of the Hogwarts Express. Harry pulled out another piece of parchment and used another spell, Ostend Fenestra, before the page rippled to show a moving view, like a video, from the point of view of the paper plane, or at least the bottom of it, which Harry had tapped with his wand. "We can watch some of the fun." Harry grinned. The view wasn't quite the best, but the plane continued to roughly stay with the train as Harry's magic willed it to be in the general area of the action. They watched the Death Eaters continue their assault until a similarly sized contingent of flying peacekeepers came to take on the Death Eaters. Unlike previous operations, however, the Death Eaters didn't retreat or back down at all, instead choosing to confront the peacekeepers head-on. While this new contingent continued to battle the forces of the Dark Lord in the air, the peacekeepers began patrolling the train itself. One of them popped her head into Harry and Co's cabin. "Keep this door shut and locked with the strongest spell that you know," she instructed calmly. "If you aren't aware of any, go for Genua Bene, it isn't penetrable by the Alohomora charm," she said before exiting and continuing on her way. Hermione performed the spell on their door while Harry and Daphne continued to stare at the piece of parchment. The Death Eaters seemed to be doing a fairly decent job against the peacekeepers, but they certainly didn't seem to be gaining any ground, and as more peacekeeper forces seemed to appear, it certainly seemed like the Death Eaters would be forced to retreat or be picked off one by the greater forces of the light. As the battle raged on and more Death Eaters joined to inflate the numbers of their comrades, Harry suddenly heard a loud screech before the train lurched once more, this time towards the right. Unlike the last time, the train didn't immediately right itself, leading to Harry, Hermione, and Daphne all slipping rightwards along with all their baggage, with the express just about righting itself with a slow groan before an even harder shock hit it. Harry willed his paper plane to fly to the other side of the express, only to find an even larger Death Eater force, all on brooms, along with someone who could only be the Dark Lord himself, floating alongside the train on what seemed to be a pillar of darkness. The Dark Lord raised his arm and an arm of darkness rose and grasped the train, trying to wrench it off its tracks once again, the magic that held the train en route resisting the push of the Dark Lord, the express glowing a bright blue, as invisible runes lit up, providing power, and the wheels screeched as they were detached from the tracks that they were being tied to by magic. With a large grunt, the Dark Lord redoubled his efforts, pouring what seemed to be all of the darkness that he had under his control into the effort to uproot the train, the support that kept him flying reducing to the bare minimum as the train stopped abruptly and began to rock violently as its magic tried to keep it at the very least on its tracks. As soon as the express stopped, about a third of the Death Eaters peeled off from the fight with the peacekeepers and beelined for the entrances to the express, while their comrades continued to hold back the peacekeepers at any cost, many of them being torn down as the peacekeeper forces gained an advantage but weren't quite able to push past the Death Eaters, being forced to deal with them before pursuing the ones who were approaching the train. Harry watched as the Death Eaters who had gone for the train wrenched open the doors, to be met by more peacekeepers who had been strategically placed at entrances to counter the incoming Death Eaters, and met them with a heavy barrage of spells that drove them out of the train, taking down a large number of the Dark Lord's combatants. Harry smiled slightly as Iliad single-handedly dealt with 3 of the Death Eaters on his own, even as more tremors racked the train, the Dark Lord too occupied in his task to aid his own Death Eaters. Harry's smile wavered slightly, as in an awe-inspiring show of power, the Dark Lord pulled the magical train up and off its tracks, as the wards protecting the Hogwarts Express flickered and went out, simply overpowered by the sheer might of the Dark Lord. Voldemort set the train down about 100 meters away from its tracks with a heavy thud, Peacekeepers and Death Eaters alike swerving on their brooms to get out of the way of the massive train. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne braced for impact as the train was set down with a thud. Hermione had the foresight to place a cushioning charm so the three of them didn't feel the worst of the impact like some of the other students on the Hogwarts Express undoubtedly had, probably injuring and/or incapacitating a fair number of the school's students, which was undoubtedly something that the Dark Lord was counting on. Suddenly, Cyril Cosmos' voice reverberated through the train, his voice magically magnified. The Dark Lord himself has been spotted outside the Hogwarts Express, and as such our priority has been shifted from repelling this attack and keeping on track to evacuating all students. As such, members of my team will come around to portkey you out of here cabin by cabin. If there is a knock on your door, members of my team will follow that up with the password, which is elephant. If they do not say that, do not let anybody into your cabins, stay calm and we shall evacuate in an orderly fashion. This got serious real fast, Daphne said grimly. However, Harry wasn't listening to her, he was looking at his parchment-turned screen. The paper airplane had flown a little close to the Dark Lord. Voldemort's red eyes looked straight at the little plane before he lifted a single finger and a tendril of darkness pulled the piece of folded parchment origami close to him. He touched the parchment with a single finger and suddenly the image began flickering before Harry saw an image of himself, Hermione, and Daphne reflected up at him, before it returned to an image of the Dark Lord. Voldemort smiled. Harry Potter, he said with mock excitement before crushing the paper airplane. Present. Voldemort's red eyes looked straight at the little plane before he lifted a single finger and a tendril of darkness pulled the piece of folded parchment origami close to him. He touched the parchment with a single finger and suddenly the image began flickering before Harry saw an image of himself, Hermione, and Daphne reflected up at him, before it returned to an image of the Dark Lord. Voldemort smiled. Harry Potter, he said with mock excitement before crushing the paper airplane. Despite having just pulled the Hogwarts Express straight off its tracks, Voldemort was only the slightest bit winded. More Peacekeeper troops seemed to flood in, helping hold the perimeter of the train, while their compatriots went inside the train. Realizing their plan to evacuate the students, Voldemort smirked, simply waving his hand, installing anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards around the train specifically. If they wanted to escape, they would have to come out of the train. Seeing his Death Eaters struggle and their numbers dwindle against the might of the Peacekeeper force, Voldemort waved a hand, sending a wave of darkness crashing towards the Peacekeepers, which was diverted away from the majority of the combatants by a last-minute gust of air from Iliad. Enraged at the sight of his former possible recruit, Voldemort sent more tendrils of darkness at the Greengrass Lord, who seemed to be playing to stall rather than win, diverting the attacks once again, putting a large amount of his magic into ensuring that no one was injured. This continued for a solid minute of casual dueling, as Voldemort continued to play with Iliad. Voldemort heard the Telltale S signaling the arrival of more Peacekeepers. They had for the most part stayed out of his way, targeting his Death Eaters, while Iliad kept him at bay, so he didn't pay any mind to the new arrivals until he sensed a spell just about to hit him, which he turned to parry just in time. The total might of the men gathered before him was enough to make even Voldemort feel apprehensive. Dressed in Peacekeeper garb, Albus Dumbledore, Arcturus Black, Babajide Akingbad and Nicholas Flamel stood before the Dark Lord. The red sashes on the arms of the four men identified them as commanding officers of the highest possible rank of the Peacekeepers, though none of the men really needed it, their very presence enough to command the respect and obedience of the Peacekeeper force present. Dumbledore. Voldemort greeted with a mock smile, spreading his arms wide as if for a hug. Without another word, the wizened headmaster acted, far faster than anyone could even imagine for a man his age, his wand flashing as a fissure appeared below Voldemort. As the very ground collapsed below him, darkness came from around him to support the Dark Lord, who was immediately set upon by a magical assault by Arcturus, Babajide and Albus. Albus continued to try and lock Voldemort in with rock, moving the earth around him, sending it rushing inwards and trying to get it to bind his opponent into place. Arcturus and Babajide on the other hand were keeping him occupied with a barrage of spells, that the Dark Lord was using fragments of darkness to absorb and counter, most of which were incinerated by the bursts of fire being created by Babajide. While the three kept Voldemort occupied, Nicholas, still under the guise of Pierre, rushed towards the Hogwarts Express, blowing away any Death Eaters who tried to get into his path. A Death Eater with a golden mask that identified him as one of the generals of the inner circle of Voldemort tried to intercept Nicholas, with the hopes of faring better than his comrades. A flick of Nicholas's wrist sent a gust of wind to blow his opponent into the mass of peacekeepers who were slowly but surely taking down the Death Eater forces. However, the golden-masked Death Eater batted away the attack with a gust of wind of his own. Forced to take his opponent seriously, Nicholas went all out from the very start, flinging walls of fire at the golden-masked Death Eater, who surprised Nicholas by managing to slice through the wall of fire just in time to avoid being roasted in an unfortunate for him demise. Nicholas motioned for the other peacekeepers, who had till that point stayed out of his way, to come in and take over the golden-masked Death Eater. With a parting spell or dozen, Nicholas quickly moved past the golden-masked Death Eater, as a dozen peacekeepers struggled with the task of restraining him. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord was easily holding his own against his three opponents. Knowing that they would only hinder the incredibly powerful wizards locked in combat with Voldemort, the rest of the peacekeepers simply stayed out of their way, an unfortunate few still getting caught in the debris that was caused to fly by the battle, causing a few extra injuries and one very unfortunate casualty as a byproduct of the intense duel. Despite the combined skill of his opponents being greater than his own, Voldemort was managing to fight back on the sheer power of the darkness. While spells seemed to be hitting Voldemort, his ragged body was just about able to tank the damage that was being dealt to it while, in response, tendrils of the darkness lashed out at his opponents aggressively, sometimes being countered, other times connecting. While invested in the duel, Voldemort was keeping a close eye on the progress of the fourth newcomer, and as he was about to make it to the Express, Voldemort realized what Nicholas had gone to do. With his many tricks, the famed alchemist could probably generate enough power to break his wards from the inside and evacuate the students. Just as he was about to block that blasted alchemist, he was hit in the side with a large chunk of rock that Babajide had ripped out of the ground, breaking several of his ribs. Voldemort gasped for breath as the darkness enveloped his chest, tightening to hold his body together and more of it dedicating itself to keeping his internals going. The Dark Lord felt as his wards were ripped through by a wave of powerful magic and he left several presences leave through the hole in the wards that had been created by Nicholas. Voldemort roared in frustration, and a wave of darkness emanated from his figure, destroying everything in his path, only slightly inhibited by shields put up by Dumbledore, Arcturus and Babajide. Swiping his opponents aside, Voldemort sent a large blade of darkness that tore straight through the train. After the split second it took for them to finish off his previous attack, Voldemort's opponents were on him with renewed vigor, keeping him tied up in the battle versus them. Swiping his opponents aside, Voldemort sent a large blade of darkness that tore straight through the train. After the split second it took for them to finish off his previous attack, Voldemort's opponents were on him with renewed vigor, keeping him tied up in the battle versus them. The students inside the train found themselves in a variety of differing situations. Some of the students on the far ends of the express simply found themselves shook slightly as the blade of darkness tore the train in two. Others closer to the middle felt the shock far more clearly. The most unfortunate were those in the middle of the express. Thankfully there were no casualties of the strike, but there were now over a dozen Hogwarts students in the open, falling out of the carriages on either side of the strike, as half the carriage was obliterated. Voldemort looked at the results of his strike, and his eyes fixed on one target. Harry Potter. With Harry, on the express. Inside the express, the concern of the trio was growing, they no longer had a vantage point on the fighting, and Harry was too worried of Voldemort tracing him again to attempt the same spell another time, so they sat there, attempting to extrapolate the goings-on outside the express from the loud noises of destruction and rattling that seemed to be taking place. The walls of the train itself seemed to be heavily damaged by the magic beating down on it, the vestiges of the train's magic doing its level best to try and keep the students inside it safe. Harry, however, knew it was simply a matter of time till the Dark Lord managed to muscle his way into the train. It had however been announced to the entire train that they were being evacuated and Harry hoped that the peacekeepers could get all the students off before the train was hijacked. His hopes were to no avail, however, as a large shudder shook the train before the entire carriage rolled over onto its side, one wall being ripped right off in a blur of darkness which cut straight through their carriage. Harry had managed to sustain no injuries in the tumble, but he looked over to see Hermione nursing her head, which had been knocked against one of the suitcase racks. Seeing that Daphne was mostly okay, Harry cast a quick pain-numbing spell on Hermione's head, before dragging the bushy-haired girl out of the broken remains of their train carriage, Daphne following suit, not trusting the train cabin to not fall in on itself after the beating it had taken. Harry immediately regretted his decision as he finally saw the Dark Lord for the first time since the graveyard. Voldemort was far more terrifying than he had been the last time the two had met. It was clear that the darkness had vastly increased his level of power. Despite the large distance between the two wizards, Harry immediately had his wand out to defend himself. He knew the Dark Lord could cover the 100 or so meters between them in less than a second if he so wished. As shadows gathered around Voldemort, ready to spring him at Harry, the boy who lived said his final prayers, knowing that he was nowhere near ready to take Voldemort on. Voldemort sprang, spells already coming out of Harry's wand in his defense. Just before Voldemort hit his enemy straight on, he was sent off course by a large gargoyle made out of rubble, slamming into him and crashing him into the ground. Harry breathed a heavy sigh of relief as his headmaster limped out of the crater in the ground that Voldemort's last strike had created. Nevertheless, the Dark Lord sprung back up, speeding at Dumbledore, only to run right into a serpent of fire which enveloped him. The fiery snake burst apart as the darkness extruded from the body of Voldemort to obliterate the fire, threatening to burn Voldemort's body to a crisp. Arcturus and Babbagiday also emerged from the crater, seconds after Dumbledore himself, and Harry watched with barely concealed awe as two of his mentors took on Voldemort himself along with the help of Babbagiday. The three of them together seemed to be able to hold Voldemort at bay, even with the powers of the darkness which seemed to make him nigh invincible. The darkness offensive, consisting mostly of shards of darkness, as well as knives and other creative tools of destruction, was held off by Babbagiday, who used his considerable might mostly defensively, fighting the darkness with fire for the most part. Arcturus and Dumbledore, meanwhile, attacked Voldemort with all that they had. Dumbledore's decades of experience came into play as he put his all into defeating his enemy, Arcturus no less vicious as he too went at it as hard as he could. Harry was pulled out of his stupor at the intensity of the battle by Hermione screaming his name. Harry looked up just in time to see the last of a dozen or so peacekeepers be murdered in cold blood by a golden-masked Death Eater. Despite feeling sick to his stomach, Harry couldn't take the tuppety of the Death Eater's actions, and despite his intuition screaming at him to escape, Harry engaged the Death Eater, sending spells rocketing at his opponent at astonishing speeds. Harry immediately realized that fighting the Death Eater, who had taken down a dozen peacekeepers all on his own, was probably not a good idea, this only being highlighted by the Death Eater casually flicking away all of Harry's spells before doing something Harry had never seen be done before. The golden-masked Death Eater waved his wand in an arc around his body, and electricity led into being around the tip of his wand. The Death Eater directed his wand at Harry, and what could only be described as lightning came from Harry's opponent's wand. Unsure of the best way to counter this, Harry simply sprung out of the way, sending a strong push of air at the Death Eater, continuing his barrage of spells, backed up by Hermione and Daphne, both of whom also began firing at Harry's opponent to increase the volume of spells that he had to contend with. Despite this, as well as Harry's elemental attacks, the third year found himself immediately on the back foot. Other peacekeepers who tried to come to Harry's aid were held off by other Death Eaters, and Dumbledore, who had noticed Harry's plight, had paid for his moment of distraction with a long cut across his chest, the Dark Lord not letting him escape the fight to go to Harry's aid. The golden-masked Death Eater had Harry on the ropes, and was just about to pin Harry down, but was blocked just in time by a peacekeeper who managed to break through the Death Eaters who had been blocking the peacekeepers from interfering with the takedown of Harry so far. "What were you thinking?" The peacekeeper snapped, and Harry realized that it was the same peacekeeper who had come to tell them to lock their cabin doors on the express, just several minutes prior. "Thank you, Ms. Peacekeeper." Harry stammered out. Said peacekeeper rolled her eyes, Kara Wilder. She introduced herself briefly before throwing herself into the battle against the golden-masked Death Eater. She didn't seem to be remarkably stronger than Harry himself, but seemed to be faring far better in the battle. While she battled the Golden Mask, the other peacekeepers surrounded Harry, Hermione and Daphne and made to escort them back inside the safe part of the train, as was being done with all the students who had fallen out of the train. A man named Pierre Moreau is the only one who is able to apparate in and out of here. One of the peacekeepers briefed the trio. He is taking students in groups of 3 and apparating them out of the danger zone into a safe location. Harry nodded his understanding, already having been told by the headmaster that Pierre was simply a guise for Nicholas Flamel, who Harry was quite familiar with, it frankly not surprising him that the famed alchemist could apparate through the wards which inhibited virtually the rest of all wizard kind. The Dark Lord quickly noticed that his prey was escaping and he stuck his 3 opponents in place by sticking their feet into the ground which some niftily transfigured magical quicksand. The Dark Lord magicked himself into existence in front of the peacekeepers and all 5 of the men surrounding Harry had been murdered in a variety of gruesome ways in less than a second. The Dark Lord sent a weak by his standards cutting curse at Harry, which the younger combatant just about managed to absorb the impact of into his wand, struggling to keep a hold of it and return fire. Tendrils of darkness fought the other 3 opponents of the Dark Lord, keeping most of the darkness occupied, Voldemort taking Harry without its help and still toying with the gifted boy. Despite his great talent, the boy who lived couldn't even hold a candle to the Dark Lord. It didn't take much time for Voldemort to get bored of his plaything, and he raised his wand to finish Harry off once and for all. In a display of courage, the peacekeeper Kara Wilder jumped at the Dark Lord, having just managed to take down the Golden Masked Death Eater after an intense duel that left her with several scrapes and cuts. Unable to help any other way, she jumped on the Dark Lord, managing to wrestle his wand from his hand and pointing her own wand in the Dark Lord's chest. Just as she fired off a non-verbal spell, Voldemort called all of the darkness back to himself to protect him from Kyra's assault. The darkness took the brunt of the assault from Kara before Voldemort simply blew her off his torso. He looked ready to kill Kara for daring to attack him, but one look at the despair on Harry's face made Voldemort reconsider his decision. With a sick smile on his face, Voldemort cast the Imperious Curse on the Peacekeeper, taking control of her body, just as Albus, Arcturus, and Babajide, no longer hindered by the darkness, all struck him with their own attacks, driving him into the ground. Harry tried to shout a warning about Kara and the Imperious Curse to his mentors but he was unable to as Kara began fighting him, clearly not much stronger but her sheer skill being enough to give her the upper hand versus Harry. With Hermione and Daphne, however, Harry managed to get a decent blow in the form of a gash on the shoulder of the Peacekeeper. Kara shrieked, the pain numbed only to an extent by the Imperious Curse. The pain caused the curse to flicker as Kyra's eyes showed the horror she held at her own actions for a second before she attacked the trio once again, this time with a heavily injured shoulder. After getting that shot in, Kara was obviously impaired and couldn't fight at her fullest ability, but Harry refused to injure her anymore, drawing out the fight despite knowing that he should do what he had to do and do his worst to the Peacekeeper who had saved his life twice over and escape. Hell, that was probably what Wilder herself would have wanted him to do. Just then, Voldemort was crushed by a large elephant courtesy of Dumbledore, and his connection to the Imperious became tenuous enough that, combined with Kyra's willpower, was enough for the female Peacekeeper to overcome the unforgivable curse. Kara put her horror at her own actions at the back of her head and turned to protect the 3 children, despite her injured shoulder clearly playing havoc on her combative capability. She hung in there doggedly, managing to sloppily catch a Death Eater with a well-placed piercing curse. Harry rushed to support her as she staggered but Wilder waved him off. Get inside, the other Peacekeepers will take you to Moreau and he will get you out of here. Your students, do not go against my orders. Despite feeling horrible about it, Harry and Co tried to follow her orders, only to be blocked by more Death Eaters. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne engaged them, doing pretty decently considering that their opponents were only relatively low-level lackeys who had power in numbers but numbers that were being slowly overcome by Harry and Co. Kara stepped in with a few useful spells that finished the battle easily. Get inside, she barked, just as Voldemort stepped out of the darkness next to her, looking bored as Albus, Arcturus, and Babajide were all flung in different directions by a shockwave of darkness. You pesky rat, he said to Kara, as if scolding a child who had been bad, you threw off my Imperious when I was having so much fun controlling you. He continued, now you have outlived your usefulness. With a flick of his wand, Kara was under the Cruciatus curse, shrieking and screaming as unimaginable pain racked her body. Harry kept running as he heard the valiant peacekeepers' screams become steadily weaker until they tapered off altogether. Nicholas was waiting inside the door of the express, looking extremely weak and holding onto a wrist with a ruby embedded in it, drawing some kind of power from it. He held out a hand which the trio grabbed. Just before they left, Harry heard Voldemort incant the dreaded syllables. Avada Kedavra. He didn't need to turn to see Kyra's body hit the ground to know she had passed. Nicholas, under the guise of Pierre Moreau, had brought Harry, Hermione, and Daphne back to Black Manor where Sirius was waiting for them, before returning back to the Hogwarts Express to fetch more students. The three of them had found that Nicholas had brought the other kids from the Express to the manor as well, because of the formidable wards which the Dark Lord could not easily scale and attack upon with his forces tied up with the Express, as well as the large expansive estate, where they had been able to set up several large wizarding tents for the students to rest up and stay in temporarily until they could organize safe travel to their own homes. Sirius had been very disappointed that he'd been disallowed to fight, but his role in organizing and managing the escape of the students to Black Manor was instrumental to the defense nonetheless. A few hours later, as more and more of the students had made their way to Black Manor, they got news from Dumbledore, communicated via Nicholas's Pierre, that the Dark Lord had retreated, but only after totaling the entire 1-mile radius of the fight in his rage and frustration at his loss to strike the wizarding world where it hurt the most, their children. Apart from this, there was very little news for Harry, Hermione, and Daphne, all of whom were desperate to hear anything of the disastrous attack on the Express. Nicholas hadn't been able to stick around for long, having to leave immediately to lend his magical prowess to the cleanup of what had essentially turned into a war zone. Harry, in particular, was especially torn up by the lack of any kind of news. He already felt extremely guilty for the death of the peacekeeper who had essentially given her life to save them, despite knowing there was nothing he could have done except give Voldemort his own life in addition to that of his defender. Harry didn't do much as the day just seemed to pass by. Hermione and Daphne dropped into his room for a bit and they talked about their experience the previous day, but the two girls both retired to their own rooms in the manor after a while. It was nearly a full day later that Sirius felt the wards alert him that Albus Dumbledore had entered the wards of Black Manor. Harry, Hermione, Daphne. The unruly Black called out, "Dumbledore will be arriving shortly, get yourselves down here, unless you want to remain in the dark." Sirius was momentarily blinded as a bright flash of light filled the entire house, most likely the doing of Harry. "God damn it, Harry, that was a metaphor." Sirius shouted up, rubbing his eyes as his sight returned to him, happy that Harry wasn't too stuck up in brooding to be himself. Sirius shrugged on his own robes, making his way down to the entrance hall, about the same time as Harry, the girls trailing behind him a bit. Sirius had just about enjoyed himself 2 glasses, a bottle of fire whiskey, and a couple butterbeers, when he heard his doorbell ring. Quickly doling out the fire whiskey into the glass with very generous pours, Sirius carried the 2 glasses with him to the door, sending a mental command to the wards to swing open the doors. As the doors opened, Sirius grinned widely, spreading his arms with the 2 glasses of golden liquid in them expansively as if he were looking for a hug. His grin faded slightly as he saw Albus looking the worst he'd ever seen the wizened headmaster seem in all his years. Albus usually had an ageless aura to him, but his age seemed to be hanging heavy on him. Albus gave a small smile nonetheless, despite his half-destroyed battle robes, which he hadn't had a chance to change out of, and the heavy bags under his eyes, indicating that he'd been too busy with the fight and then the cleanup and then the inevitable politics to catch a wink. "Sirius," Albus greeted, the familiar warmth of his tone reassuring Sirius slightly. He heard a small gasp from next to him as Harry finally walked up to the door and looked at the state of his mentor. "Ah, Harry, it's good to see you well," Albus said. "Forgive me for the abrupt departure from your company, but I need to freshen up a bit before we can discuss yesterday's events at enough length to do their severity and complexity any justice." "Of course, Albus, I'm sure you can make your way to your room," Sirius said, gesturing in the vague direction of the guest room that had been specifically set aside and stocked for the use of the headmaster. Nodding his thanks, Albus made his way to his room. By this time, Hermione and Daphne had made their way down to the hall. "Well, Make yourselves comfortable in the living room, I guess, Sirius said. I'll organize some snacks and get Creature to fix dinner. Nodding their consent, Harry, Hermione, and Daphne made their way to the opulent living room of Black Manor, where they each chose one of the cushy sofas and sat down. Sirius joined them, having brought out a small platter of sorts to munch on. After a slightly longer while, during which the four people already in the living room continued to chat, Albus made his way to their location as well, looking far better than he had a half-hour previously. The bags under his eyes were still apparent, but he had cleaned up into casual clean robes and healed some of his injuries which had gone ignored by the healers who only healed the major injuries before moving on to others who needed the healing more than he did. You holding up, Professor? Sirius asked while Harry just looked at his mentor expectantly. As well as can be expected, Albus said cheerfully, but I think what you really want to inquire about isn't just my health. Sirius sighed. How bad was it? He asked. The headmaster's face turned grave. To be completely honest, the entire operation went about as well for us as it could have. We know that the Dark Lord is incredibly powerful and his forces are, if anything, larger than we expected. We managed to keep the entire student body alive, but it was at a great cost. We lost over 3 dozen peacekeepers and more than 20 British Aurors. I don't think that we can risk something like this happening again. We will have to ship all the students straight back to Hogwarts from here, even scattered at their homes. Too many of them are all too vulnerable under their own protections, and striking the young would be a great victory for Voldemort. Summer. Harry looked down at the letter which had been delivered to Sirius by Owl. Dear esteemed parent, I hope you are holding up well in these hard times, and have been able to keep yourself safe. I am certain that by now, you have heard of the attack on the Hogwarts Express, and are no doubt worried for the safety of your children. Fear not, for we were able to evacuate every single student at Hogwarts in time to get them to a safe location which will remain undisclosed for security reasons. Hogwarts would like to take a moment of silence to honor all 37 peacekeepers and 23 Aurors who lost their lives in the defense of the Express. In lieu of this incident, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in collaboration with the Ministry of Magic, has decided to offer board for all students over the summer. As you know, Hogwarts is one of the safest locations in Britain, and if the Dark Lord is truly committed to striking the children of the wizarding world, which he seems to be, then we need to keep our children as safe as we possibly can. Therefore, we will be port-keying all students back to Hogwarts, where they will reside over the summer. If you wish to withdraw your student from Hogwarts over the summer, you will have to send a letter requesting such, and a member of staff will apparate you just outside of Hogwarts gates, where you may retrieve your child. However, we implore you to let your child remain at Hogwarts, as it is undoubtedly the safest place for them to be. Yours, Professor Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry put down the letter. He had wanted to stay with Sirius over the summer, but Albus had told him that he too had to return to Hogwarts along with the rest of the students. Not only did they not want it to seem like he was getting special treatment, the headmaster had said that they could continue his training far more easily inside of Hogwarts, as at least one of the headmaster, Arcturus, or Nicholas would be inside the walls of the ancient castle at all times, as they couldn't leave the school without at least one wizard who could stand up to the Dark Lord at any time. All the students were being port-keyed one by one, a member of staff, and one student going at a time so that they wouldn't all be in danger if a single portkey was hijacked. It was a boring if necessary process, as the Hogwarts staff spent the afternoon transporting Hogwarts students back to the famed castle. As he watched the students being evacuated from his window, Harry heard a knock on his door. Come in. An Auror who Harry was not familiar with walked into the room. Come on Potter, it's your turn. Hogwarts. Iliad cleared his throat in front of the defense class that he had hastily been assigned to lead, so year 3. A student raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Zag. We graduated 3rd year like 3 days ago. Well then, welcome back, newly christened 4th years. He started again, before being interrupted by the same student. 4th year doesn't start for another 2. The student pointed out unhelpfully, once more before being scared into silence by the deathly glare being sent in his direction by the irritated makeshift defense professor. Year 3.5, Iliad began, more forcefully this time with an implied warning in his voice. While this is an unexpected lesson, and therefore I do not have any sort of lesson plan prepared for you, I think that all of you are sorely in need of some rudimentary battle training, considering our circumstances." The class quieted down, the reminder of their situation bringing them down from the buzz that the pointless interruptions had brought them. "So I'm a pair you kids off into pairs and let you spar." Iliad looked down at his class, which consisted of Gryffindors and Slytherins, the two houses which were far too volatile to be trusted with sparring each other in such an exercise. He paired them up within their houses until he came across the issue of the fact that both houses had an odd number of students, leaving him requiring at least one inter-house pair. With a little bit of reluctance, he looked at the two houses, which brought a relief, as he was able to pair up his own daughter with Harry. Both houses looked upon the pair with thinly veiled interest, as Daphne, with a flicker of surprise quickly passing over her face, put on a sneer as she faced Harry, her wand casually flicking up to face the young Potter boy. Harry had a small frown on his face, as he too held up his wand, the end of it glowing slightly as he faced Daphne. The two had a barely perceptible conversation between themselves, before both started their duel flashily, not quite going all out, but putting a lot more power into their attacks than one would have thought they would considering their situation. As their duel became steadily more intense, most of the other students stopped their own duels, to stare upon the large duel occurring right in the middle of the room, which had become so intense that Iliad had put up small wards around them to protect the other students. As the two houses began to take sides, Draco sneeringly jeering at Harry, while Ron and the other Gryffindors put down the young Potter's Slytherin opponent, Iliad began to frown further, wondering as to the purpose of the two contestants. With spell chains and elements flying in all directions, Harry and Daphne were both putting each other through the paces. The two contestants were looking at each other. Harry was signaling her with his eyes to lose, to show in front of the entire grade, that the light would win over the dark. Daphne looked back, her eyes unyielding and unwilling to lose. Harry went all out for the first time, putting his full force into a final attack. Daphne stared him down and raised her wand to defend. Present. The two contestants were looking at each other. Harry was signaling her with his eyes to lose, to show in front of the entire grade, that the light would win over the dark. Daphne looked back, her eyes unyielding and unwilling to lose. Harry went all out for the first time, putting his full force into a final attack. Daphne stared him down and raised her wand to defend, just barely managing to avoid being blown into the wall, instead, managing to skid back a few steps and counter, holding out against Harry for all she was worth, lashing back at the boy with all the force she could muster. As Harry raised his wand again, another vicious spell no doubt at the tip of his wand, he found it flying out of his hand. The young Potter looked at his opponent only to see Daphne wandless as well. "I think that's quite enough, Daphne, Potter," Iliad said coolly, sending both of his students a look that promised that they were in trouble after the rest of the class had left. Done with the dueling time, Iliad quickly set up dummies for the entire class to practice on, and they spent the rest of the lesson trying out all the spells they knew on the magically animated dummies which imitated human reactions. At the end of the lesson, Iliad looked down at the temporary schedule he had been assigned. "I don't think you have any more classes for the rest of the day. There are some Quidditch activities which will be taking place this afternoon if any of you would like to participate in that, and I believe the Exploding Snap Club has received permission to operate over the summer break already, so any members may attend their meetings following the same schedule as the regular school year. Feel free to relax as you like on the school premises, no rule breaking." Iliad finished before giving his daughter and Harry a look. "Daphne and Mr. Potter, please stay back a few minutes after the end of the class. I would like to have a chat with the two of you." Harry and Daphne nodded their understanding, waiting for the rest of the class to empty out before approaching their professor's desk. "What was that?" the older Greengrass asked simply. "What was the point of that dangerous and reckless show that will have half the Slytherins in this class running to their mamas and papas with this information, who will undoubtedly pass on the magnitude of your strength to the Dark Lord?" "Well," Harry started, "I wanted to show that the light was clearly stronger than the dark by beating the witch who is by far the strongest person in Slytherin right now." Daphne glared back at him. "Like hell, I'd go down for such a stupid reason. As it is, the Greengrass family is not really seen as any kind of bastion of the dark, and at the rate that things are going, there's no way we're even going to be able to stay neutral. We're going to be forced to declare our alliance with the light publicly, especially after the attack on our manor." "Well, I thought," Harry began. "It doesn't matter what you thought," "That was a bad move, Potter. You're good but you're in no place to be getting cocky," Iliad said before getting up and drawing his wand, pointing it at his two students. "Come, show me whether there's anything behind that attitude of yours or whether it's all just hot air," the Greengrass Lord challenged. What ensued was yet another furious duel. With Daphne at his side, who was intimately familiar with her father's fighting style, and he himself beginning to get a grasp on the powers that Iliad wielded, Harry, along with Daphne, was able to go toe-to-toe with Iliad for several minutes at his full strength. While still pretty restrained from using the exact full extent of his powers in order not to shoot anything lethal at the two kids, Iliad used the extent of his magic and ability in the duel, and when Daphne was hurtled into a wall which had been cushioned for the purpose of the duels taking place in the preceding class and stupefied into unconsciousness, her mind faded to black with a sense of satisfaction. After Daphne fell, it was only moments till Harry was taken out too, both of the children being awakened by Iliad after the end of the duel. "Still weak," he commented dryly, but even Iliad couldn't block the small smile of pride that stretched across his face for a slight moment before he sent the two children off. Summer at Hogwarts. Training with Iliad continued over the course of the summer. Hermione joined Harry and Daphne in the training as well. By the end of the summer, the three of them could keep Iliad at bay almost indefinitely, almost always losing out to his greater stamina, but together being at par with the man, infrequently winning duels with some lucky shots in, but usually falling after stretching out the duel for any longer than half an hour. While Iliad was not the strongest wizard out there, he was certainly still accomplished, and even standing on the same level as the seasoned Greengrass duelist was quite an achievement for three students barely about to start their fourth year, and already surpassing even the best that Hogwarts seniors had to offer. On the front of the war, there continued to be little progress for either side, as without Voldemort making an appearance, the forces of the light continued to be just about enough to push back the relentless seemingly random attacks that the dark kept on executing. Albus and Arcturus were also usually busy, making only a handful of appearances at Hogwarts, leaving Iliad in charge of maintaining security, and poor Minerva in charge of handling the administration of the school as well as teaching several transfiguration classes, including recreational transfiguration workshops that she held for the students over the summer of her volition. While their forces were very stretched, the Light had suffered very few casualties since the attack on the Hogwarts Express, and there was no doubt in the minds of anybody that the Dark Lord was planning something major, but nobody had any idea exactly what the insane wizard would do. Assassinate Amelia Bones like he did Cornelius Fudge. Attempt a siege on Hogwarts. Storm the Ministry of Magic. Neither Albus nor Arcturus had made it to the opening feast for Harry, Hermione, and Daphne's fourth year at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, this had become quite a common occurrence and none of them were surprised in the slightest that their defense professor and headmaster had not made it to Hogwarts this time either. As deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall had taken over the place vacated by Dumbledore and stood at his pedestal for the beginning of year announcements. "Welcome to the newest generation of students of Hogwarts," she announced first, "and greetings once more to our returning students, though I do not think I can call you people returning anymore." She waited for the polite laughter from her audience, laughter which she did not receive. Moving on, she continued sourly, "I'm sure you're all too aware of what's happening, so I won't bother with warning you about the darkness and feeding you riddles as Professor Dumbledore is wont to do. Instead, I shall assure you that Hogwarts will do its best to continue functioning as normal. This means you all have classes to attend, and those of you in 5th and 7th year will have to give your owls and newts as has been scheduled." This news warranted more than a few groans from a handful of extremely hopeful students. Yes, utterly tragic, I know," McGonagall said sarcastically, "but that is the way it will be. As you know, the headmaster is busy mustering our war effort, therefore as deputy headmistress, I shall be temporarily taking over his role while he is officially on a sabbatical from the school," she said, "and to handle matters of our security in this castle, we will have squadrons of peacekeepers at Hogwarts to ensure the safety of our students. As well as this, as acting headmistress, I have instated our defense substitute teacher, Professor Iliad Greengrass, to be Hogwarts' new head of security. In case of an emergency or future changes in the situation regarding your security, such will be intimated to you by Professor Greengrass and Professor Greengrass alone. Please do not take instructions from any other source, even your fellow students. There is no knowing how wide the Dark Lord's net of misinformation is spread. That is all I have to say for today. Please enjoy your meal and then follow your house prefects up to your common room as usual. And with that, McGonagall clicked her fingers to summon the feast, in quite a different manner to the headmaster's large grandiose clap which had the same effect. All in all, the no-nonsense, tight, and efficient methodology of McGonagall was quite apparent, in contrast with the administration and speech of Dumbledore. So Iliad is the head of security now. Harry commented to Hermione, whom he was sitting next to at the Gryffindor, while their third friend was at the Slytherin table, with the rest of her house and Tracy Davis, who she had grown more distant from but was still good friends with, nonetheless. Hermione nodded, biting down on a chicken drumstick she'd picked up. Unable to speak as she ate, Harry looked up at the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, allowing himself to get lost in the wonder of the magical sky. "What do you think will happen this year?" Harry asked. Hermione cocked her head to one side. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean," Harry said. "This is our 4th year here. In 3 years, we've discovered the Quirrellmort plan, fought a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and had a Triwizard tournament. What's going to be the big deal this year?" "Voldemort is free," Hermione told him. "He does not need to get at Hogwarts anymore, he can do as he likes." "I just can't imagine a normal year at Hogwarts, though," Harry trailed off, quite possibly trying to imagine a normal year at Hogwarts. Hermione shot him an incredulous look. "We are in the middle of a war, Harry, things are not normal." Harry med, non-committedly. "Besides," Hermione supplied, "we have training with Iliad, Arcturus, Albus, and whichever other benevolent overpowered wizards or witches they manage to get their hands on. You can hardly call that normal, even for the magical world." "I know," Harry conceded, "but after a few years of it, it's begun to just seem like a part of normal life for me. I'm used to it. Maybe it just feels like I've trained enough, I want to move on to something bigger." "You're not anywhere close to facing Voldemort," Hermione argued. "You saw him at the attack on the Express, he could take you down in the blink of one of his weird red eyes." Quote. Harry waved his arms around in the air, "But like, I could do something, I could be helping with defense or—" "You're 14, Harry." The boy deflated. "I know, but sometimes it feels like I'm a lot older than that. So much responsibility." He trailed off again. Hermione nodded. "You remember that Dumbledore didn't want this for you, right?" Harry opened his mouth, as if he had a pre-prepared response, then closed it again. "Yeah," he said simply, "but I never understood why." Hermione ruffled his hair with a cheeky grin on her face. "You're still a little kiddo." "Oi," Harry protested, non-verbally sending a mild stinging spell at Hermione's hand with a single twitch of his wand. "Ow!" Hermione squealed. Victoriously, Harry stuck his own hand into the bushy curls of his friend, trying to mess her hair up more than it already was, to little avail. Hermione shrugged, and continued munching on her drumstick. Riddle Manor had gone uphill since Voldemort's return. It had not been Voldemort's base of operations before his first fall, or even one of his outposts. It was simply a place which the Dark Lord desperately wanted to forget, a place which reminded him of his less-than-royal beginnings. He had been forced to take it on as his base due to his plan for his revival, and in the year or so which that scheme took to complete, he had grown somewhat attached to the rundown estate of the Muggle half of his family. Upon his return to full life, Voldemort magically restored and reconstructed the manor, and added expansion charms and protective wards to protect the ancestral home of the Riddles. After he was through with it, it was hard to tell that it was the same manor. While the decor and such remained the same, it was grand on a scale which the Riddles could never have hoped to match, even at the height of their wealth and prosperity in the Muggle world. It was a manor fitting to be called the base of Lord Voldemort, and it was where the Dark Lord found himself contemplating his greatest enemy. In his throne room, a majestic and large space conjured out of the large living room of the Riddles, Voldemort sat upon his throne with his eyes closed. In his mind, the darkness spoke to him. Enough of it had come into this world to have its own consciousness, capable of speaking to its host. Voldemort privately thought it was a bit bonkers. Pot, meet kettle. Harry Potter, it hissed in his mind for the 24th time that day. Yes, yes, Voldemort placated it again. Murdering him is on my Dark Lord to-do list. He pointed to the Dark Lord to-do list pinned up on the majestic and royal Dark Lord pinboard. Potter is your greatest enemy. The darkness hissed in Voldemort's mind. Voldemort would have snorted if he had a nose. I have many great enemies. Potter is destined to face me, which is his only importance, but he is a weakling. It will be many decades before he can hope to threaten me in any way. Harry Potter. The darkness rasped again, this time with greater urgency. Potter is our greatest enemy. You are but a tool, Voldemort spoke out, forgetting to speak mentally, instead hissing out the words in the absolute silence of his throne room. The Death Eaters guarding him fell to their knees. Yes, Master, they spoke in unison, we are but your tooks, Master. In his head, the darkness made a noise which somewhat resembled laughter. The Dark Lord roared in anger and picked up his wand to perform magic for the first time in a while, since he had become dependent upon the use of the darkness to perform his magic, and shot a killing curse at the closest Death Eater, Avada Kedavra. The jet of brilliant green light fizzled out before it hit the cowering pathetic man behind the silver mask. Silly man, all your dark magic stems from me, the darkness spoke in his head, you are powerless without me. Voldemort shivered, as the Death Eater in front of him peeked open one eye as he did not seem to be dead yet. Master, he asked, confused, Master. Thank you for sparing me, my generous master. Harry Potter. The darkness said again, in Voldemort's mind, almost petulantly. The Dark Lord felt the hum of power in his wand subside, and knew the darkness was holding his very power hostage. Okay, fine, Harry Potter. Voldemort yelled out loud in his chamber. Yes sir, asked a Death Eater, confused, my name is Yaxley, Master, he added. I need Harry Potter. Right now. The Dark Lord felt his wand thrum with power once more, and let out a sigh. But he is in Hogwarts, the other Death Eater present in the chamber stammered back, would it not be better to wait until the next summer, when he shall once more have to return upon the Hogwarts Express, which your excellency has already proved as a softer target. Voldemort scratched his bare chin, where his stubble would be if he hadn't sacrificed his facial hair in a dark ritual, that almost sounds smart, QC, after all, my best plans take place in June. The Death Eater identified as QC, nodded proudly. The Dark Lord nearly fell off his throne, as he felt the familiar support of the darkness disappear for over a second, letting all his injuries and weaknesses and weariness be uncovered. Voldemort shrieked before the darkness returned to him. Now, the voice of the being called inside the Dark Lord's head. Now, the Dark Lord rasped out, finally opening his eyes, which were glowing red, I need the Potter boy now, Hogwarts be damned. But, that was as far as Pusey got. With his continued obedience to the darkness, Voldemort's killing curse hit its mark, and the Death Eater was dead before he hit the ground, his expression neutral under his mask. The killing curse had hit him so fast he hadn't had time to react to the threat to his life, even in his expression. Yaxley was startled by the sudden death of his comrade, despite the fact that considering the unhinged nature of his master, he really should not have been. Master. He stammered out. Evade. Cadavra, and Yaxley met the same fate as his buddy Pusey. The Dark Lord took a breath. Hogwarts, he said softly. I can help you break into the school, the darkness promised. You can. Harry Potter. The voice hissed for the 27th time that day. It'll take more power than I have currently, Voldemort insisted, can you help me with that? Harry Potter. Can you or can you not? Anything to take Harry Potter, the darkness spoke in the mind of Lord Voldemort. Anything to take the chosen champion of death. All things considered, Hogwarts had quite a good start to the semester, as it managed to fall into the usual monotony of term, despite the war. The staff worked hard to make sure that the general mood of gloom didn't penetrate the thick walls of Hogwarts, and that the patients from war zones occasionally brought to the infirmary of the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were kept hidden from the students. While McGonagall was still running the school entirely, Harry had noticed that Albus Dumbledore had been spending an increasingly large amount of time in the school, leaving the spearheading of the war effort to his younger colleague Babajide. As September turned to October, Harry had a feeling something would happen. And something did. An older student tapped Harry on the shoulder, as he stood and discussed the latest information on the war with his two closest friends. Yes. Harry looked over his shoulder, mildly annoyed at the intrusion, even if the boy intruding upon him was 3 years his senior. Dumbledore wanted me to pass this letter on to you, Potter, the older student said, handing a roll of parchment which was secured with a ribbon to Harry. Good luck trying to get the thing open, he murmured as he walked off. Harry looked down at the letter, and noted with amusement that the ribbon had clearly been pulled at by the messenger student, who was no doubt curious as to what the headmaster had to communicate to the young Potter. Harry slipped open the knot with no problem, knowing that whichever security charm Dumbledore had employed had recognized his identity. Dear Harry, please come see me in my office at 28 sharp. Do not be late. Do not bring anyone with you. Neither Hermione, nor Iliad's daughter. The password is maple syrup. Yours faithfully, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. As soon as he finished reading the letter, the edge of the letter began to disintegrate. Within seconds, the entire letter had disintegrated, as if it had never been there in the first place. 8 p.m., the office of Albus Dumbledore. Harry sat opposite the headmaster of Hogwarts. Hi, he said lamely. He hadn't spoken to Albus in quite a while, as the headmaster was perennially busy, between the war effort and whatever it was that he had been doing in Hogwarts over the last few months. Hello Harry. The headmaster looked old. Not that he didn't usually, but there was such a youth about his very being that anybody that looked at the legendary wizard saw beyond the wrinkles and the flowing white hair. Now, however, the man looked his age. His eyes were not cold, but they lacked a certain twinkle for which they were famed. The bridge of his glasses was held together with spello tape. Cuts, bruises, and scrapes covered most of the skin which he had bared, though his robes were immaculate. Then again, Harry doubted Dumbledore was wearing his designer dress robes into combat. Harry looked pointedly at Dumbledore's glasses, the unasked question relating to a certain reparo spell which would do the same job quite sufficiently. An alchemically conjured blade caused that damage to my glasses, Dumbledore explained, so that breakage is now resistant to any and all magic. Spello tape was the next quickest alternative. I shall have to remember to pick up my spare pair from back home. You have a home? Harry asked, before he could stop himself. A hint of twinkle returned to Albus' eyes. You didn't think I lived at Hogwarts year-round, did you? You certainly seem to be right now, Harry retorted. Touché, Dumbledore said, before his eyes darkened once more. Actually, I have asked you to come here to talk about one of the things which I have been researching extensively over the last year. Harry inclined his head, signaling Dumbledore to continue speaking. As you know, Dumbledore began, in a way which Harry knew to be the start of a speech by the man, the likes of which he was expounding upon a topic to one who was unfamiliar with it. Voldemort created Horcruxes to protect his immortality. While they continue to exist, the Dark Lord cannot die, and the darkness is anchored to reality. Harry nodded his understanding, but you never were very specific with the Horcruxes, and what they did. Albus nodded. I didn't want to go into the details of creating a Horcrux, he started. You were, or still, very young, and I feel guilty telling you of such magic, the darkest that exists in this realm. A Horcrux is an object in which a dark wizard or witch has hidden a fragment of his or her soul for the purpose of attaining immortality. Horcruxes can only be created after committing murder, the supreme act of evil. Voldemort's spirit from your first year confirmed that Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes. Harry nodded his understanding. He knew Voldemort had killed many, but it was still sickening to hear about it, and hear how Voldemort had desecrated the lives of some of his victims to create Horcruxes. Over the past year, I have been researching Voldemort himself, to try and figure out which exact objects contained pieces of his soul. If it were me, Harry opined, I would stick the pieces of my soul in small stones and rocks and throw them to the bottoms of various oceans and rivers. Perhaps I'd leave 1 or 2 under close guard so that they could be used to revive this hypothetical twisted evil me back to life, but those would also be innocuous objects. Dumbledore shook his head. Lord Voldemort is not as smart as you, he said with a small smile. You need to bring your thinking down to his level. He is an extremely powerful and awe-inspiring wizard, but he is not a very logical man. He has long since lost complete control of his sanity. With Tom Riddle, and his diary, you destroyed the most sane piece of the Dark Lord which remained in this world. What I have learned of his Horcruxes is that he has placed each of them in an object of great personal significance to him, and stored them in places of similar personal significance. Dumbledore rummaged around in a cupboard behind him, before dropping the diary on the desk. He rummaged again before pulling out a locket, and placing that on the desk as well. The diary, Dumbledore started. His first diary as a teenager in Hogwarts, and left to one of his greatest followers, Lucius Malfoy, and then he turned to the locket. This is one I came upon at a black residence in Muggle London. Specifically the one where your godfather, Sirius, grew up. It was last used as a base by Regulus Black, a follower of Voldemort, who I found was a traitor and stole this locket Horcrux from a cave where Voldemort had it hidden and brought it to his home to destroy. Unfortunately, he was killed by Voldemort shortly after, and the locket left with his batty house elf, who could not destroy it, hard as he tried. Dumbledore explained. A cave is a good hiding place, Harry opined again, nice and random, nobody would think of it. Actually, Dumbledore corrected him, it was a place of significance in his upbringing. Harry muttered something about stupid and idiotic Dark Lords under his breath. Well, Harry spoke, apart from briefing me on these Horcruxes, why have you called me here? Albus raised an eyebrow. What makes you think that wasn't my only reason for calling you up here? He asked interestedly. Harry looked at the old man shrewdly. Your body language, he said simply. I know you have something big to say, something you are in two minds about. Dumbledore sighed. So I do. So, Harry prompted, what is it, Professor? Dumbledore looked Harry in the eye before speaking. I think I may have located a third one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Present. Dumbledore looked Harry in the eye before speaking. I think I may have located a third one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Oh, Harry said, that sounds like good news too. Albus nodded gravely. In a sense, it is, but I'm afraid I have a request for you. What is it? I would like you to accompany me to acquire this Horcrux. Okay. I know it's dangerous, and if you don't want to, I won't wait, did you say? Okay. Yeah, of course. I'd love to come with you. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. It is dangerous, he said. I cannot go alone, that would be foolish and too dangerous. I would normally take Arcturus or Nicholas with me, but they are both busy with the war effort, and it would be far too suspicious to Voldemort for two of our leaders to go missing at the same time. Still, why would you pick me? Harry asked thoughtfully. Not that I'm declining the offer, of course, but I was just wondering. Old habits die hard, Dumbledore said simply. Harry nodded in understanding. You don't want to give the secret out to any more people than is absolutely necessary. So you're with me? Dumbledore asked, ignoring Harry's semi-accusation. Accepting Dumbledore's ignoring of his statement, Harry just nodded once more. Very good, Dumbledore started, before rising from his chair. We're leaving now. Now? Harry asked. Now, Dumbledore affirmed, or as soon as you can get your cloak, your sword, and your wand. Already have all three, Harry said. I don't leave my bed without them. With a wave of his wand, Harry lifted the disillusionment charm on the sword which was at his waist. His own name glinted back at him from the hilt of his sword. Harry stowed his wand back into the holster on his arm. Very good, Dumbledore said before holding his arm out. Two broomsticks flew into Albus' hand. The headmaster handed one to Harry. Not even the headmaster can apparate on Hogwarts grounds, he explained. Harry nodded his understanding and mounted the broom. The duo left through the window in Dumbledore's private quarters, which were attached to the office of the headmaster. Harry felt the exhilaration of flying for the first time in a little while. Quidditch had been cancelled the previous year, due to the fact that the Triwizard Tournament was taking place, and the season had been delayed indefinitely this year, due to security concerns raised by Iliad, who was still working on trying to fully secure the Quidditch pitch, as it would be a prime spot for attack due to being a congregation of all the students of Hogwarts in one small enclosed space. The two wizards flew over the gates of Hogwarts, and Harry felt the borders of the wards wash past him, with a bit of a warning shock. I asked the wards to let you past, Albus explained. Harry nodded that he understood. The two reached Hogsmeade, and they stopped by the Hog's Head, where Albus left the two brooms with an untidy scowling man with a beard similar to that of Albus' own, who grumbled under his breath, but agreed to keep the two brooms nonetheless. Try not to get this one killed, was the only thing he said to Albus before the bartender of the Hog's Head slammed his door shut on Harry and Albus. Who was that? Harry asked. With a small smile, Dumbledore answered, my brother. Harry looked at the headmaster incredulously, silently asking what had happened between the two siblings to cause such hatred, but Albus shook his head. It's a story for another day, he said simply, before offering his arm to Harry. My lady, he joked. Harry took Albus' arm, and with a barely audible, the two of them disappeared from the spot. Little Hangleton. Voldemort hid his Horcrux in a tiny-ass Muggle village. Harry asked, confused by Dumbledore's choice of location. "We are headed to Gaunt Cottage," Dumbledore said. "Gaunt, one of the sacred 28 families," Harry said thoughtfully. "That line has died out. What does Voldemort have to do with their cottage?" Voldemort's mother was Merope Gaunt. Merope. Never heard of her. She was nearly a squib, Dumbledore said, and ran off with a Muggle man under the love potion. "Oh," Harry said, "I can see why she was struck out of the history of the Gounts." "And she had a son, Tom Marvolo Riddle," Dumbledore continued. "Voldemort," Harry whispered. "And that is why we are here. I believe that Tom returned to his mother's old home to leave behind a piece of his soul," Dumbledore said, still leading the way as the two walked down a small winding path which led out of the town and into a forest of sorts. Harry and Albus walked in utter silence until they reached a small abandoned cottage in the middle of the woods. The door was hanging on its hinges, and the cottage looked like it might collapse in on anyone who tried to approach it. Harry walked towards the cottage, but Dumbledore pulled him back. "Wards, Harry," Dumbledore said, with a shake of his head, "foolishness is not very becoming of you." Harry nodded sheepishly, as Dumbledore pulled a bag of white powder out of his pocket. "What is that for?" Harry asked. "Wait and see," Dumbledore replied before throwing the whole bag's worth of powder at the cottage. Despite the duo being a good distance away from the cottage, the powder seemed weightless in a way, and kept floating in the direction of the cottage until it seemed to hit a solid wall just a meter outside of the cottage. The white powder turned red, as it seemed stuck on a barrier outside the cottage. "That's the ward line," Dumbledore explained. "That's where the wards start." "What now?" Harry asked. "Now," Dumbledore said, as he closed his eyes, "I try to break through them." The wizened wizard raised his wand and began to murmur under his breath, as the tip of his wand glowed. "Dumbledore," Harry said nervously, getting no reply. "Albus." He tried again, with more urgency. Dumbledore opened his eyes with a look of annoyance. "I was almost there, Harry, what is it?" Harry gulped. "I think we have bigger problems than just wards." Dumbledore looked around, and suddenly saw what Harry meant. They were surrounded by snakes of all shapes and sizes, which were slowly but surely closing in on the two of them. While some were the normal garden variety, most looked poisonous, and some were extremely huge. "What are they saying, Harry?" Dumbledore asked the Parselmouth. Harry gulped again. "They're saying they want to rip us apart and report us to their master." "So this is a trap by Voldemort," Dumbledore stated the obvious. Harry whipped his wand out and shot a jet of fire at a snake which had reached close enough to lash out at him. It was burnt to a crisp, but there were hundreds more around. Harry shot more jets of fire, but there was no way he was going to be able to take out all of the snakes which had surrounded the two wizards. Albus took in a deep breath and raised his wand. "Get close to me, Harry," he said, and the young Potter scrambled towards his professor. A pure wave of white fire came out of the end of Dumbledore's wand and surrounded the two of them. It was only there for 4 seconds, but in that time, Harry's entire vision was enveloped by it. He closed his eyes, but could see the whiteness through his eyelids as well. "You can open your eyes now," Dumbledore said quietly, and Harry did as his professor had said. His vision slowly returned to him through the whiteness. It was as if he had been looking at the sun for a minute straight on a bright, hot, sunny day. The snakes had been incinerated, as had all the plant life within a meter of the two wizards. Harry gaped at the power of the magic which Albus had used. He finally looked at the headmaster, who was breathing heavily, and seemed slightly winded, though not overly so. Whoa! The snakes had been incinerated, as had all the plant life within a meter of the two wizards. Harry gaped at the power of the magic which Albus had used. He briefly moved his eyes over to the position of the headmaster, who was breathing heavily, and looked slightly winded, though not overly so. "Whoa!" Harry breathed out. "Back to the wards," Dumbledore said simply before dedicating himself to working on the wards once more. Harry watched the old professor work on the wards, and wondered how he could generate the necessary calm to sit and work on wards immediately after being attacked by snakes. However Dumbledore manage it he did. The powder, which was still glowing red, suspended in midair, turned white and fell to the ground. Dumbledore opened his eyes, and with a flick of his wand, all of the powder returned to the small drawstring pouch from which he had taken it out. Albus and Harry approached the ward line carefully, both of them with their wands out. While Harry simply had a spell on the tip of his tongue in the case of a confrontation, Albus' wand was being waved in patterns to detect if there were any more possible wards which he had not already taken out, or any traps which were still left to be triggered, such as the snake trap which they had just escaped. The two of them entered the cottage. The inside of the cottage was entirely empty. There was no furniture. The entire cottage was one room. There was evidence of walls and shelves and such, but it had all been torn down, the only inkling of there having ever been any construction on the inside of the house being the indentations left on the walls, which Voldemort, for only he could possibly have done this to the place, had neglected to clean up with magic. Harry, why? Dumbledore could not finish his sentence, for there was an explosion, which was like a landmine had gone off underneath Harry's feet. The headmaster of Hogwarts summoned his young student towards himself just in time to save Harry from the worst of the explosion, protecting the two of them inside a protective bubble of magic. You have to be vigilant. Dumbledore growled at his charge, quite uncharacteristically. That could have been much worse than a mere explosion, you foolish boy. Harry nodded, shaken, as Dumbledore ran his wand over him, fixing the small burns and such which he had received from the explosion. Looking around, the entire cottage appeared to be just fine. The walls didn't even look to be slightly scorched by the fire caused by the explosion. Harry guessed that Voldemort probably wanted his protections to be reusable. Harry glanced up at his mentor, who was not surveying the walls of the place, but rather the floor. Harry shifted his own gaze to look where the headmaster's piercing blue eyes were focused. There was a perfectly round, small, quaffle-sized hole in the wooden floor, which Harry knew had not been there before. Harry peered into the small hole, thinking there might be something inside of the hole. A purple velvet jewelry box, with an ornate clasp, which Harry thought might be made of real gold, rested upon a small raised pedestal inside the hole in the floor. Harry felt ever so slightly drawn to the box. The conditions of the ramshackle house seemed to fade away to Harry's notice, and the beauty of the velvet jewelry box entranced him. Harry shook his head, slightly confused. He wasn't one to be charmed by jewelry. Bingo, Dumbledore said quietly, once again waving his wand and muttering, to try and dispel the enchantment protecting the box. It did not take as long as the previous time, and Dumbledore stopped after merely a half-minute of waving his wand at the protections over the jewelry box. Albus reached into the hole and pulled out the jewelry box. This has to be it, he said. Harry took in a breath. With his thumb, Dumbledore flicked the clasp up, and it came undone. It seems like Voldemort didn't expect anyone would be able to best his traps thus far, Albus mused, though I suppose, after all that, a simple lock on this would not be of much use. Harry gave a non-committal response, but he was more fixated with the box. It still seemed to be trying to draw him in. He was beginning to feel slightly suspicious. He noticed Dumbledore was simply staring into the box, with a bit of a look of wonder in his eyes, like Harry had not seen before. Harry looked into the box, wondering what the old man was so enamored with. The wave of longing hit him like a truck as well. He had to have it. It was a ring, a simple band of gold with a black pearl embedded in it. Its plainness was in stark contrast to the ornate nature of its box, but somehow, the pearl seemed to embody beauty itself. It was the most precious thing Harry had ever laid his eyes upon. If he had bothered to look at his old mentor, he would have seen the same look of absolute want in his eyes, exacerbated even more by the fact that the old man actually recognized what was embedded within the ring, which was a Horcrux. Harry reached towards the box, intent upon grabbing the ring, the beautiful pearl, for himself. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he made out Dumbledore gunning for the ring too. Suddenly his suspicion from earlier flooded back to him, and the young Potter shook his head, trying to drive out the temptation. "Professor," he said, trying to be calm, "remember what you said about being vigilant." He got no response from the headmaster, who seemed to be moving to take the ring in slow motion. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry said more forcefully, "get away from the ring." This just worked to speed up the headmaster, who made a quick grab for the ring. Thinking quickly, Harry banished the ring away from himself. With a snarl, Dumbledore turned to Harry. His blue eyes were glazed over his wand. Harry shuddered to think that he may have been the same way only a few moments earlier. "You do not understand the importance of that ring, boy." The headmaster swung his wand in a wild arc, sending a gust of wind so powerful that Harry could not counter it, sending the boy into the wall. Harry grunted at the impact, before falling back onto his feet, winded but not too hurt by the attack from his own mentor. The young Potter pulled out his wand, uncertain whether he wanted to, or even could, take on one of the greatest wizards of all time, but trying to be cautious nonetheless. Thankfully, it seemed like he would not have to fight his headmaster, because he too was vigorously shaking his head. "Are you okay?" he asked his pupil in a soft voice. Harry nodded once, but did not respond verbally. "There is a curse of temptation on the ring," Dumbledore stated, "which means there must be some further protection on the ring." Harry shook his head. "The temptation curse is on the pearl." Dumbledore's expression clouded slightly, again. "The resurrection stone," he said grimly. "Like from the fairy tale?" Harry asked, not sure as to what a random book of fairy tales he and Hermione had looked at in the Hogwarts library once had to do with one of the Horcruxes of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore nodded. "It is real." Harry frowned. "Really?" he asked skeptically. I researched the Deathly Hallows in my youth," the headmaster admitted quietly. Harry snorted, "And here I was thinking all you did was defeat Grindelwald, apprentice under Nicholas Flamel, and discover 12 uses of dragon's blood." Harry noted that Dumbledore seemed to flinch slightly at the name of the very Dark Lord whom he had defeated. "It can bring back the dead," Dumbledore said, so quietly that Harry knew he wasn't talking to him, but rather himself. Nonetheless, Harry answered by shaking his head, "Let the resting rest." Suddenly, the ring began to shake, and a high-pitched shriek came out of it, from where it lay on the floor. Both wizards' eyes whipped over to the ring, where a wraith of Voldemort was emerging from the ring. Harry panicked. "It doesn't seem to be coming willingly," the headmaster said, peering over at the shade. Indeed, it did little more than scream. As soon as the entire wraith had exited from the ring, it began to dissolve, until all of it had gone. It went screaming all the way. Dumbledore began to cast spells over the ring. Finally, he spoke. "The ring is no longer a Horcrux." Harry gaped. "What?" Dumbledore was still looking at the ring, pondering. "It was death," he said simply, "but why now? Why wait for our arrival?" he questioned. Harry went over to the ring again. He still felt some kind of connection between himself and the stone, but this time it was different. Instead of him being attracted to the stone, Harry felt like the stone was being attracted to him. Harry picked up the ring. "Present." Dumbledore began to cast spells over the ring. Finally, he spoke. "The ring is no longer a Horcrux." Harry gaped. "What?" Dumbledore was still looking at the ring, pondering. "It was death," he said simply, "but why now? Why wait for our arrival?" he questioned. Harry went over to the ring again. He still felt some kind of connection between himself and the stone, but this time it was different. Instead of him being attracted to the stone, Harry felt like the stone was being attracted to him. Harry picked up the ring. "Harry, no!" Albus cried out, sending a banishing spell at the ring. The spell hit the ring, but had no effect on it. Harry shook his head at his professor. "There's nothing wrong with it," he said. "That's what it wants you to think." Dumbledore said, "No doubt Voldemort has cursed it somehow, it is just yet to make itself apparent to you." "If he had cursed it, wouldn't be make it immediate," Harry pointed out, "otherwise you could abscond with the ring and destroy it before the curse took its effect. I'm sure Voldemort had put some kind of curse on it, but it is gone." "I know it," he said confidently. "Then I'm afraid that it may be a curse placed upon it by death, who cares not how long it takes, just that she holds you within her grasp." Dumbledore said. "As long as I have it, but do not use it, I will be safe," Harry said, confidently. Dumbledore frowned. "And where are you drawing all of these conclusions from?" he asked. Without answering, Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. It was a bit too big for him, but resized itself to fit his finger when he slipped it on. Dumbledore noticed that there was now an engraving in the pearl that was the resurrection stone. He peered closer to read it. HJP. Harry's initials. They were engraved into the stone. Dumbledore took a hold of Harry's hand, and tried to ease the ring off his young charge's finger. It did not yield to his easing. Harry thumbed the ring off his finger, and it fell into Albus' palm. The headmaster hissed as soon as the ring came into contact with his palm and he dropped it. With the reflexes of a seeker, the ring was back in Harry's hands in the blink of an eye. "You are one who would use the ring to try and bring back those who have passed," Harry clarified. Dumbledore opened his mouth as if to protest the claim, but then said instead, "Where is this information coming from, Harry?" Harry's unconscious glance at the ring was enough for Dumbledore to be on alert. "I know you think it won't hurt you, and I don't know what's going on, so I can't say with any certainty that you are wrong, but until we know for sure what's happening here, I think it may be a better idea to wait until we have studied the ring to wear it." Harry looked like he was about to argue, but thought better of it. The boy shrugged, and slipped the ring off of his finger, and slid it into his pocket. Dumbledore looked slightly disgruntled, as if he had expected the boy to hand the ring over to him, but decided that it was not going to do any more harm in Harry's pocket than it would in his own. The two walked outside of the small cottage. "We may as well apparate directly back to Hogsmeade," Dumbledore told Harry. "There is no need to walk all the way back to Little Hangleton." Harry nodded, and the headmaster and his student were standing in front of the Hogshead pub. "Successful search?" the barkeep asked gruffly. Albus nodded. "Quite," he said. "May I use the facilities?" he asked politely. The barkeep snorted but pointed to his left nonetheless, where Harry could see an old wooden sign with a crudely drawn rendition of the Universal logo for toilets. Nodding his thanks, Albus walked off into the washroom. The barkeep cleared his throat. "So, kid," he began, "what's the deal?" "I'm afraid I don't understand," Harry replied. "The deal," the barkeep said, "whatever my brother wants you to convince me of. He wouldn't use the washroom here, right on the border of his school. Maybe he really had to go." Harry offered. "You gotta do what you gotta do," he said lamely, seeing the deadpan look on the barkeep's face. "Right," he drawled out. "Well, whatever he wanted of you, you're not doing it very well," he said, "but then, maybe I'm throwing you off your game by knowing that there is a game being played here." "You're Dumbledore's brother," Harry blurted out. The barkeep looked vaguely. "My name's Dumbledore too, you know, but Aberforth will do, oh minion of my brother." "I'm not a minion," Harry said defensively. "I'd bet you didn't even know what it was you were chasing today till you got there," Aberforth said dismissively. "Actually," Harry said, "Professor Dumbledore has come clean to me about very many things, and I happen to know of the object we were chasing well in advance, and was well informed." Aberforth raised an eyebrow. "Well, that is new," he remarked. "I guess old dogs can learn new tricks." The headmaster came out of the washroom, smiling genially, despite his battered appearance. "Aberforth," he greeted again. With a grunt, the barkeep pulled out the brooms which Harry and Albus had given him, and practically threw them at the headmaster. "Good to see you too," the headmaster inclined his head, and handed a broom to Harry. Within moments, the two of them were off, flying back to the castle. "What's up between you and your brother?" Harry asked curiously. "He doesn't seem to like you very much." "That would probably be a bit of an understatement," Dumbledore said, with a faraway melancholy look in his eyes. "So?" Harry needled, but Dumbledore shook his head. "A story for another day." Harry fingered the ring which was lying on the table. "Don't touch it," Albus said. "Come on, Professor, it's harmless," Harry protested, not letting up touching his own ring. "We don't know that yet," Albus retorted, before the expression on his face changed to a more pleased one, "but we are about to find out," he said. "Come in, Nicholas." Nicholas Flamel entered the office of the headmaster. "All good, Albus?" the oldest man in the world asked casually. "To cut to the chase, old friend," Dumbledore began, "I would like you to take a look at a ring for me, and check it for curses and such, and tell me what you think of it." Flamel med, "Very well then, where have you kept it?" Harry gestured wordlessly to Dumbledore's table. With a flick of a single finger, the ring shot into the air. Unlike Dumbledore, who used his wand and muttered complex and arcane spells to test the ring, Nicholas merely observed it in silence. He did not hold his wand. Harry could still see it stowed away in his holster, and he wasn't saying a single word. "Where did you come across this?" Flamel asked, his voice betraying a sense of awe. Without answering Flamel's question, Albus responded with a question of his own. "So it is the resurrection stone?" He confirmed. Flamel nodded. "There are no curses placed on it by any humans, but it bears the unmistakable mark of death. What's more," he said dramatically, "the stone has picked a welder." Dumbledore gasped, at the same time as Harry asked in a confused tone, "What does that mean?" "The resurrection stone has chosen you to wield it," Flamel explained to the young Potter. "But I don't want to bring anyone back from the dead." Harry protested, before hesitating, thinking of the parents he had never had the opportunity to get to know. Dumbledore looked at him sadly, knowing what Harry must have been thinking of. "That is wise beyond your years," Nicholas observed, "to let the resting be is a lesson that not many wizards have learned." "So," Harry prompted, "what does this stuff with the stone even mean?" The two old men looked at each other, clearly trying to figure out what to tell the boy. They were saved the trouble of having to do so by a Patronus, a majestic elephant, bursting into the room. The elephant spoke in the voice of Babajide Akingbad, a man who both Nicholas and Albus were familiar with, but Harry had yet to have the pleasure to have met, or indeed have heard the voice of. "The Ministry has fallen. An hour earlier, the Ministry for Magic, London." The Dark Lord stood outside the Ministry for Magic, on a normally crowded street in the middle of Muggle London. It was deserted. Voldemort did not yet want to take on the Muggles directly, though he planned for them to fall under his direct control in years to come, perhaps after he had taken over all of Wizarding Britain, so his men had been working on redirecting Muggles around the area, and using extensive Muggle-repelling charms. It had proved even beyond the ability of Voldemort's resourceful men to deal with all of the Muggles' technology, so the darkness had to lend a helping hand to obscure the street from technology. Behind the Dark Lord stood a contingent of about 36 of Voldemort's best Death Eaters, all ready to storm the Ministry itself. Voldemort had not wanted to attack the Ministry till the following summer, as he wanted to grow his strength further before launching an attack on that scale, but his hand had been forced by the darkness, which was pushing him to take Harry Potter as soon as possible, and he could only get to the Wizarding School of Hogwarts after he had taken over the Ministry. Voldemort raised his wand arm, and all of the Death Eaters fired blasting spells at the phone booth which served as the entry to the Ministry of Magic. The booth was blasted into smithereens within seconds. It left a hole on the floor, which was shimmering, as it was magically enchanted to protect the Ministry, and only allow one person at a time, to prevent a storming of the Ministry, exactly what Voldemort was about to do, at the moment. Some of his men shot blasting spells at the hole, but to no avail. The enchantment stayed, and the ground refused to be blown up, probably due to more security upon the Ministry, which was located underground. Voldemort waved them off, and pointed his own wand at the shimmering hole. Without saying a word, the Dark Lord cast a spell which ripped straight through the enchantment and burst a large cavity in the ground, leading directly to the atrium of the Ministry for Magic. With the enchantments down, all of Voldemort's men apparated straight into the atrium. As had been planned, the first spell any of them cast was not any kind of battle spell, but rather the Imperious Curse. As each Death Eater hit their targets, who were not moving due to the surprise part of the surprise assault, the numbers under Voldemort's control doubled from 35 men to 70. The Death Eaters had the Ministry employees under their control surround them, so all the fire from the other employees hit their own colleagues instead of the enemies. The battle was short, as the Ministry employees were all forced to retreat from the atrium, or were imperioused before they could. All of the Ministry employees with even half a brain fled to the level where the Department for Magical Law Enforcement was located. Only the very stupid and the very brave stayed on in the atrium, the former just to try and fight a battle which it should have been obvious they would lose, and the latter to try and distract the Death Eaters so that others of their own side could escape. One person of the latter category of those who stayed was Cyril Cosmos. He had been on his way to deliver a report to Amelia herself when the attack started. The Greek immediately began to fire at the Death Eaters, but soon realized that it was a futile endeavor which was harming his comrades as much as his enemies. Instead, he focused his endeavors on protecting those who were fleeing, with large shields which blocked the spells which the Death Eaters were sending. In his haste to save others, he was not able to save himself. The Dark Lord, Voldemort, hit Cyril Cosmos with the killing curse, and Cyril Cosmos was no more. Department for Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones made her way to the DMLE. She knew, without a doubt, that was where the resistance to the assault would be organized, and the Minister for Magic was completely right. The floor was barricaded, as desks and tables had been put up right in front of the elevator. The moment she stepped out, a wand was put to her throat, and she could spy several more being pointed at her discreetly from behind the makeshift barricade of office furniture. The minister looked up at the man who had a wand to her throat, and found it to be Babajide Akingbad, whose very presence made her feel a little bit relieved. Name, he growled out, despite knowing full well who he was face to face with. Amelia Bones, Minister for Magic, Amelia said, as calmly as she could, given the circumstances. Before she could even see him move, Baba had moved his aim to her left ear, and shot a powerful stinging spell at it. Amelia yelped as she nursed her ear and glared at Baba. What was that for? She asked. The shock would shock you out of the imperious curse, Baba explained, if you were under it. I wasn't though, Amelia muttered, despite knowing that she herself would not be taking any such chances herself, in such a crisis situation. The elevator opened again, except this time, it was a contingent of unknown ministry wizards, who immediately began to fire spells at Amelia, upon recognizing her. With a large gust of air from the side of Babajide, they were all blown into the wall, which knocked them all out cold. Get inside, Baba said shortly, we're trying to figure out the best course of action from here. One of the people behind the barricade moved aside one of the tables to let Amelia in. Once she was in, Amelia recognized another familiar face manning the barricade. Anu Iyer, the Indian witch. Anu, Amelia said, it's good to see you here. She grinned at her normally cheerful friend, but did not receive a grin in return. The minister's grin faded at the grim expression on Anu's face, and the dried tear tracks running down her face. Amelia, she said, painfully quietly, Cyril, he didn't make it, she rushed out. Amelia had not personally been very close at all to the Greek wizard, but she could feel for her distraught friend, who she knew had been extremely close to the late Cyril Cosmos. Amelia, she heard a voice exclaim, as she tried to comfort her friend. She looked up to see the scarred face of her replacement as the head of the DMLE, Rufus Scrimgeour. The wards are down, he said in a softer voice, we are trying to get as many of the employees of the ministry, apart from my Aurors and the few peacekeepers, out of here as possible. We don't want any more casualties than are strictly necessary. Amelia nodded, that made sense. Rufus kept looking at her expectantly, and she began to feel a little bit uneasy. What? She asked, more than a little grumpily, don't you have anything better to do than stare at me? Rufus hesitated, I know you want to be in the thick of things, Amelia, he started, but I think it might be a better idea if we get you out of here. I'm going to level with you, the Dark Lord himself is here. Right now, we stand no chance of keeping this building. It is a losing battle. If you get out of here, you can rebuild the ministry somewhere else. If he gets you, the ministry is done for, this country is done for. He took a breath. Amelia prepared to protest, but he shot her a pleading look. Please, Amelia, he said, apparate to Bones Manor, get out of here. Amelia hesitated, weighing up her options. That was the moment when the barricade was blown into smithereens. The Dark Lord's eyes immediately settled on Amelia. She knew she was done for. She knew it the moment she looked into the eyes of the Dark Lord, and saw the power and the intent, and she knew she couldn't do anything to stop her imminent demise. She tried nonetheless. Amelia raised her wand arm, preparing a spell on its tip, but she felt like she was moving in slow motion, relative to Voldemort. The killing curse left his wand. She couldn't move. Then she moved. Or more accurately, she was moved. Amelia stumbled and fell onto the floor. Apparate, Amelia, Rufus Scrimgeour barked at her, right before the killing curse hit him in the middle of his chest. She apparated just before the next killing curse passed right through the spot she had just been occupying. Voldemort laughed out loud, mockingly. Your minister, he lingered on the word with extreme vitriol, has fled. What do you fight for now? Why resist me? The Aurors and ministry employees all hesitated for just the split second requisite for the Death Eaters to mass murder about half of their numbers. The remaining employees took one look at each other, and, those that could manage to do so before they were killed, apparated. Anu shot one final curse before leaving. Baba was the last wizard left in the ministry. With a roar of fury, he hurled fire around him in scales which he could scarcely control. He took out 11 Death Eaters before the Dark Lord was able to get the fires and such back under control. Then, with a final deafening, Babajide apparated away as well. Present, Hogwarts. The elephant spoke in the voice of Babajide Akingbad, a man who both Nicholas and Albus were familiar with, but Harry had yet to have the pleasure to have met, or indeed have heard the voice of. The ministry has fallen. The gravelly voice of the Nigerian wizard came across. Albus, Nicholas, and Harry gasped appropriately. Amelia survived the attack, Babajide continued, but there were many, many casualties. The remainders of the ministry have dispersed, but they are not safe right now. As this Patronus speaks to you, I have sent others to try and gather as many people as possible at Black Manor, which Arcturus has agreed to use. Please make your way to here as soon as possible to discuss further. With that, the silvery ethereal elephant faded into mist, which was carried away by the wind. It was a few minutes before anyone spoke. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, please go and inform Iliad of these happenings. Nicholas and myself will head forward to Black Manor. Harry nodded, deciding not to protest that he be allowed to come, for it was no doubt going to be enough of a headache for the two old men among others in the days to come. Surprisingly, it was Nicholas who spoke up. No, Albus, I will send my own Patronus. He took out his wand. Why bother? Dumbledore asked. Because the boy is coming with us, Flamel said. I believe I may have an idea as to the power he knows not. Black Manor. In the end, Iliad did not accompany Dumbledore, Flamel, and Harry to Black Manor. With the other two leaving Hogwarts, Iliad decided that he had better stay at the school to ensure the security, considering that Voldemort now had the resources to besiege the school. Black Manor was overflowing with escaped employees of the ministry. A lot of the loyal members of the ministry had not only come themselves, but some had also brought along their families, to protect them from being attacked by Voldemort's ministry in retaliation. Presently, there was a meeting going on between the most powerful individuals on the side of the light. And also Harry. Babajide Akingbad, Amelia Bones, Anu Iyer, Kingsley Shacklebolt, in place of the recently deceased Scrimgeour Arcturus Black, Nicholas Flamel, Albus Dumbledore, and Harry Potter were in attendance at the meeting. The atmosphere was grim, as Anu informed the rest of the committee of the deaths of Cyril Cosmos and Rufus Scrimgeour. Amelia got up to speak. The poor woman seemed more defeated than anyone had ever seen her before. She hesitated before she began to speak. At this point, she began, it is next to impossible to regain control of the ministry. For all intents and purposes, our ministry are the rebels now. I am more than a little ashamed that he was able to simply walk into, and walk over, my ministry, but there is little that can be done about that now. She sighed. Does anybody have any ideas how to proceed? She asked with a bare minimum of hope. Other people continued to speak. Babajide rose. I think right now, we are beyond the point of bargaining with the ICW, he said. We must send a plea to them for help, and hope that they put their entire force into restricting the rise of Voldemort. Surely, they will notice the danger posed to all magical society by the threat of Voldemort. The matter of British governance can be sorted out after the current government has been deposed of its power. But even with the entire force of the ICW, the fact remains that there is no one who can directly take down Voldemort himself. Amelia said, I'm sure we'll be able to take on his Death Eaters, but who is going to take on the Dark Lord? Harry looked nervous, but remained silent. Dumbledore cleared his throat. There is a prophecy, he said, a prophecy which predicts that Harry Potter will be the one who can take down Voldemort. It is said that he will do so with a power that Voldemort knows not. As soon as Dumbledore said this, chaos broke out in the room, each of the people with their own points of view. Silence. Amelia commanded, then waited until the entire room had become silent, and she had the attention of all of the occupants of the room. She cleared her throat. I do not think it is wise, Dumbledore, she began saying, to put the fate of the wizarding world upon the shoulders of a teenage boy, no matter what a prophecy says. Besides, I don't even think that we know what this mysterious power of Potter's is. Harry looked somewhat awkward, being there while he was being talked about. He still remained silent. Actually, Nicholas said, I think I might know that this mysterious power is the Master of Death. Harry still couldn't come to terms with it. Nicholas Flamel's proclamation had been met with a lot of incredulity from the rest of the congregation of assorted leaders. Even Dumbledore, who Harry knew had the highest regard for Flamel, was extremely against the possibility of Harry becoming the Master of Death. Truth be told, Harry himself did not think he could be the Master of Death. He could feel the connection which he had with the ring. He could feel the aura of death surrounding it. He was sure it was an aura of death, but there was a feeling emanating from the ring, and it was not exactly subservience. The ring felt like it was his tool to use, but it did not feel like he was the Master of Death. He could not explain the feeling, no matter how he tried, but it was as if the stone was communicating with him somehow. It had formed some kind of relationship with him, but whatever it was not that of a master and his servant. The young Potter could not get that idea to sit very well in his head, but the oldest man in the world seemed very sure of it. Harry fingered the ring. He did that a lot, he realized. The black pearl stone inside of the ring glinted back at him, and he wished he could speak to it in English instead of vague and random feelings. Harry jerked his head up at the sound of paper slapping slab. Iliad had thrown down his newspaper in disgust. Harry noticed the byline of the article before he even managed to comprehend the headline, and he knew immediately that the article could only possibly spell some kind of bad news. It was, after all, written by Rita Skeeter. "That woman writes absolute trash," Iliad said. He was clearly disgusted by the article, and from the headline, Harry had a bit of an idea as to why the Greengrass Lord was irritated. "What's this?" Hermione asked, wiping her forehead of sweat after her training session with Iliad. Daily Prophet article. Harry provided as much as he knew about the article, which had been angrily thrust upon the marble slab of the coffee table in the living quarters of Iliad at Hogwarts. "What does it say?" Hermione asked, always full of questions. "Nothing good, I'm sure," Daphne said darkly. Scooching across the floor from where she had been sitting cross-legged to be next to her two friends, and to crane her head to head the article along with them. "Oh my," she gasped. Harry could not believe what he was reading. "This is complete and utter balderdash," Hermione bit out angrily. She had become a lot wiser than her naive self from first year, when she had believed in the sainthood of the printed word, but she was still outraged by those who abused the medium of print in the way that Rita Skeeter did. "Don't we have some dirt on Skeeter which we can use?" Harry asked thoughtfully, thinking of their previous interactions with the vile woman, where they had come out on top, about her animagus form, or something like that. Iliad shook his head. "That only holds weight if the Ministry would take any action against her on our word. As it is, she is far too valuable an asset to Voldemort for them to lose her to something as insignificant, to them, as the law." Harry sighed, and finished reading the article, along with the other 3 people who were with him. "This is not good," Iliad summarized, grimly. "Traitor Bones flees Ministry. Election 2nd place Thickness takes office. Rita Skeeter. October 31, 1994. In the early evening yesterday, Sunday, October the 30th, traitor to the Ministry, former Minister Amelia Bones, fled the Ministry, upon an attack by revolutionaries, who seized control of the Ministry on behalf of the people. Traitor Bones grabbed the top office with 2 greedy hands upon the tragic passing of previous Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who will always be remembered as one of our greatest leaders. Incidentally, Fudge was assassinated while under the protection of an Auror detail entirely loyal to Bones, who was the head of the Department for Magical Law Enforcement at the time, for those who do not know. It is not hard to speculate upon Bones' possible involvement in the assassination, as she certainly had the power to effect such. Celebrated Auror, Ogie Selwyn, claims that Bones was a much-hated head of the DMLE, and says that he was passed over for promotion several times due to her strong bias against those pure of blood, remaining a junior Auror, despite his greatness. Following the assassination of Minister Fudge, Bones took office in an emergency rushed procedure, which left much to be desired. She rose to power on the back of a smear campaign upon Lord Voldemort, as opposed to any merits of her own. More on the incorrect portrayal of the Lord Voldemort on page 3. The rightful minister, Pius Thickness, was denied the top role due to this smear campaign, but still lost by only a simple margin of 100 votes. At the time, he ceded the position graciously to Bones, hoping that she would be able to do a better job as minister than she did as the head of law enforcement, and trusting in the power of the people. After Bones took power, however, Pius saw her vengeful campaign against Lord Voldemort, who she targeted and provoked into retaliation with little basis in anything that concerned the governance of the wizarding world. Pius was bewildered by her aggression, but this reporter has found out what was up with Bones. Amelia Bones' brother, Edgar, was a member of the terrorist group known as the Order of the Phoenix. Because of his actions as part of the Order, he was involved in a confrontation with the Lord Voldemort, and passed away as a result. Bones clearly blames the Lord for the death of her brother, which has caused her to lambaste him. More to the point, seeing the suffering of the British people under the administration of Bones, Pius organized a revolution, which stormed the Ministry for Magic, and deposed of Bones, who fled the scene with her tail between her legs. Following the despot's deposition, Pius humbly accepted the post of minister from those that supported him. As he came second in the vote which was held, the ministry decided, unanimously, that it was not necessary to hold another vote, and the existing vote would hold sufficient weightage. To justify his taking of office, Amelia Bones has been declared a public enemy, which makes her election ineligible, which makes Pius' taking of office completely legal. We can only hope that Pius leads our country to better times, but this reporter, for one, is confident that he will live up to the legacy of Minister Fudge, and lead our country into the next great age of Wizarding Britain. The smear campaign against Amelia, and the entirety of the light side, was met with fierce competition. It was not an immediate success as the Dark Lord had assumed it would be, and it did not crush the light side as had been initially thought. The mistake which Voldemort had made, in his haste, was to target Amelia first. He had thought that Amelia would be a softer target than Albus Dumbledore. It would have definitely been a harder fight to besmirch the name of the most famed and popular wizard in all of Britain. He had planned to crush the light side in the opinion of the public, and then cast Dumbledore under the same umbrella. What he did not anticipate was that Albus would not take this blow to his cause lying down, and wait for his own turn on the slaughtering block. Nor did he anticipate the nigh unlimited finances of the House Black to fund a fight back in the press. The Times of the Phoenix hit the market within 4 days of the beginning of the smear campaign. With hundreds of thousands of galleons behind it, and magic speeding up the production of the printing press, Albus Dumbledore is chief editor, and the combined minds and might of Iliad Greengrass, Arcturus Black, and Nicholas Flamel from behind the scenes. Of course, the very first copy was distributed to every single witch and wizard in magical Britain. The very first page of the paper claimed it to be a true and honest source of information for all British citizens. In its own words, to ensure that the truth reaches all the people of magical Britain, the paper was to be distributed to every magical citizen free of cost, for 1 entire year. In the span of 24 hours, the Prophet and the Phoenix were embroiled in a press war. People's beliefs were conflicted between the woman who they believed to be the best reporter in the world, and the man they believed to be the greatest wizard in the entire world. The end result was that those who believed in Dumbledore, and the light side, continued to do so, rebelling against the new ministry's administration, while those who were on the side of the dark, continued to oppose Dumbledore and his reforms. Despite his best efforts to the contrary, it was made public knowledge that Lord Voldemort was the true power behind Pius Thickness and his government. Amelia Bones provided her memory of her last few moments before her escape from the ministry, which showed Scrimgeour sacrificing his own life to save hers, and clearly showed the assault was instigated by Voldemort himself. The memory was developed into a wizarding photo which covered the front page of the Times of the Phoenix. Scrimgeour became a sort of martyr for the light side, and the image of his death, taken from the Times of the Phoenix, was plastered across posters and banners at anti-Thickness and anti-Voldemort protests. On the back of the same memory, Amelia became a figurehead of the rebellion, gaining an importance in the public eye which she had never held before. She was the most hotly contested figure, with very polarized views on her between magical citizens. As much of a victory as it was for the light side, in the end all they managed to do was equal the efforts of the dark, and while that was of extreme importance, and not doing so could have meant the crushing of any hope of victory, it did not change that they were in a position of weakness. While riots and protests against the administration started out strong, with his cover of innocence blown, Thickness brought his full force of Aurors against the protesters. Those who protested were ruthlessly assaulted by Aurors, some who were directly controlled by Voldemort, and others who were under the Imperious Curse to ensure their cooperation. Only those Aurors loyal to Dumbledore were able to escape the Imperious, as they were saved by emergency alarm charms which the headmaster had placed upon their person. Upon the usage of the Imperious, Dumbledore knew to go to them and dispel the curse, and he was keyed into the wards of all of their homes. He could not, however, free all of the other Aurors. Under this assault, the number of protests began to wane, and those unsatisfied with the administration had to express their displeasure in secret, and not in any public forums. The ICW personnel who had not been slaughtered in the invasion by Voldemort remained with Babajide, who was their leader, who was sided with Albus. They were sometimes deployed to save people at certain protests which Baba and Albus were aware of, but their numbers were few, and their knowledge of protests incomplete, so they could not be relied upon. Voldemort himself had not been seen. Some treated this as a cause for relief, but Albus, Baba, and the others found themselves worried by this. This could only mean that the Dark Lord was busy planning another scheme, and frankly they did not have the time to deal with anything more than they were already. Black Manor had been transformed into a home for refugees escaping the government, but there were only so many people who could be held, even with the enchanted tents made to have a dozen bedrooms inside of them. As Black Manor became the hub for refugees, the organization of the Resistance, as Dumbledore and his ilk had come to be known as, moved over to Hogwarts. The Resistance held its meetings in the Room of Requirement, and sometimes members of the Resistance who were in need of a place to stay stayed in the Room of Requirement as well. Much as Dumbledore loathed the fact that it could possibly endanger his students, Hogwarts had become the bastion of the Resistance. They were at a stalemate, and it was clear that something would soon happen to break it. December 1994, Hogwarts. Or not. December passed dismally, but without event. Not a single student was sent home for Christmas at Hogwarts. The school refused to send the express home. Parents were allowed to pick up their children for the holidays, but no parents took the opportunity. It was not surprising for those on the light side, who clearly wanted their children to be at the safest possible place, but it was surprising that all of the families who clearly supported Lord Voldemort were keeping their children at the school as well. Perhaps to have eyes and ears inside the headquarters of the light. Harry theorized, inside of his own head. He, Hermione, and Daphne spent the mornings and afternoons, the time which they would spend in classes during regular term, training vigorously with Iliad, who was going all out all the time against the 3 Hogwarts students. He had even lost a few duels, and the distance between the students and their teacher was getting smaller. Only their smaller magical core held them back from being able to take him on individually. January 1995, Riddle Manor. Blood gushed from the eye sockets of the self-styled Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord had long since clawed out his own eyes at the pain splitting his head apart, at the anger which the darkness was inflicting upon him. Potter. It hissed inside of his head, Potter, Potter, Potter. I have a plan. Voldemort rasped out, I have another plan. Pain racked his body with renewed force. You had a plan last time. This one will work, I promise. The Dark Lord rasped, I will take Dumbledore out of the picture, without him Potter will be mine. Mine. Yours. Voldemort cried out at the pain he was feeling, yours, yours, yours. All yours. That's right. Voldemort shivered, as the pain faded. The darkness granted him vision, without his eyes, his empty eye sockets glowing a malevolent red. This plan, when will it take place? The Dark Lord took a deep breath, like a child about to confess to a parent. JJ. Spit it out. June. The pain was familiar. February 1995, Hogwarts. Classes were back on. Training was moved back to the evenings, as classes started once again, and it was only a few hours, to allow the children a little bit of time to just exist, and relax. Not that they could do much relaxing, not with the war still ongoing. It was still a productive time though, and Iliad was confident that his 3 students were more than a match to take on Aurors on their own. March 1995, the war effort. Albus was busy, at most times, manning the press and coordinating the movements of those loyal to him, against Voldemort. Arcturus was a general, leading raids against known Death Eaters, burning as much of their estates as possible before the opposition became too large to face with his meager numbers. Nicholas had disappeared, and he hadn't been heard from for a little while. Amelia was giving speeches at rallies, to raise the morale of those on the light side. This was at a significant danger to herself, as Thickness's Aurors would take apart such rallies more often than not. Every time such an event took place at a rally she was attending, Amelia fought the Death Eaters to the best of her ability, to make sure that no one thought of her as a coward. Despite being a Hufflepuff at heart, the claims made against her in the Daily Prophet did not sit well with the woman at all. With great reluctance, Babajide had left Britain to negotiate with the ICW on behalf of Amelia's resistance. April 1995, International Confederation of Wizards Emergency Conference. Maybe, Nicolau Moutinho, the delegate of Magical Brazil, started, we should attempt to try and cooperate with this pious Thickness fellow. Certainly his methods of obtaining power were unconventional, but he is the man in the top office in Britain. If the rumors of his loyalty to the Dark Lord are true, we can negotiate with him through thickness. Babajide resisted the urge to massage his temples at the headache which was the International Confederation of Wizards. Albus was not present at the meeting. He had been replaced as the English delegate by none other than Lucius Malfoy, who was known by Babajide to be one of the stooges of Voldemort. Babajide had been unanimously made Supreme Mugwump, as there was now no one left on the council with even a fourth of the political clout that he did. Immediately upon receiving the prestigious position, Babajide asked upon Emmanuel Delacour to take his place, as he had his own part to speak. Unfortunately for Baba, between Lucius Malfoy and Motinho, as well as his Makusa too, but mostly South American faction, Babajide's words were not heeded as much as they should have been, nor did he get enough of an opportunity to speak. The meeting had no result, as the ICW voted mostly to stay out of Britain for the time being. Bloody spineless fools, Babajide muttered, just after the meeting ended. My, someone's angry. Baba heard the silky voice of Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, Baba nodded his head. Mr. Akingbad, Malfoy said as if he were delighted at meeting the large Nigerian man, I'm sure you must be happy now that the ICW does not require your services in Britain. You can finally return to your home in Nairobi. Abuja, the Nigerian wizard corrected tightly, and as you well know, Mr. Malfoy, I have requested an Auror transfer to your country. I had quite an enjoyable time there. Oh, yes, about that, Malfoy said, our Auror offices are full. I hate to do so, but I must turn you down on your application. Honestly, Baba had expected that annoyance. May 1995, Hogwarts. Things were tense. The war was at a standstill, but there was an ominous feeling around. The students who supported the light were tense, while Draco Malfoy and his group of hooligans were getting more cocky by the day. Next month is June, Harry murmured under his breath, Voldemort will do something next month. Hermione whacked him over the head with a book, just because it's happened every year so far doesn't mean it will this year as well. June 1995, Hogwarts. The entire castle shook on its foundations. People who were on the grounds, or indeed those who looked out of their windows, could see a translucent blue dome surrounding the school, which was being pushed upon by thick tendrils of pure blackness, which could only possibly be one thing. The darkness. I knew it, Harry muttered. What is it, Harry? Hermione asked. It's June. Oh, for God's sake. June 1994, Hogwarts. The Dark Lord Voldemort stood at the gates of Hogwarts. Despite his long opposition to Dumbledore, he had not stepped into the castle since all those years ago when he had come for a job interview. Despite all of the decades it had been, the Dark Lord still habitually expected the gates of the old castle to soundlessly swing open in front of him, as they had so many times while he had been a student. Instead, his presence garnered the exact opposite reaction. Intricate bolts began to swing, reinforcing the gate. The gaps between bars were covered by sliding plates. The gates were now flush with the wall, merely a slab of metal, sandwiched between the walls made out of stone. Voldemort took a few last relaxed breaths. He knew that the full power of the darkness would be required to penetrate the castle. He spread his arms wide, and darkness seeped out of his sleeves, out of his collar, out of the hem of his robes. It continued coming and coming and coming, until he, and the army of Death Eaters behind him, were covered in darkness. Voldemort moved his arms like he was the conductor of an orchestra, and the darkness shaped itself into tendrils which shot at the school, meeting a blue dome, which came into visibility as it was attacked. The tendrils moved to try and grasp the bubble, as if they were the fingers of God, a very evil and shit-your-pants scary God. Upon getting a grip of the bubble, Voldemort squeezed his fist, and the darkness, and its tendrils, followed suit. They squeezed the blue bubble tightly, and thin S began to appear all over the bubble, even as the stress began to take its toll on the Dark Lord, who fell to one knee. The darkness which supported and animated his body leaving it to try and put further pressure onto the bubble. With a roar, Voldemort renewed his effort. The entire castle shook on its foundations. Even as Harry Potter reaffirmed his June theory to Hermione Granger, Albus Dumbledore was formulating his plan of action up in his own office. He was feeding the blue dome with his own magic now, which was the only thing preventing the imminent shattering of the protections upon the castle. Suddenly, he felt the pressure of feeding the wards on his magical core reduce a little bit, and he knew that Iliad was taking his role as the head of security of the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry seriously. Nicholas Flamel had supplied Iliad with several objects to store magical energy, some of them already filled from Flamel's own resources, while others were empty, and Iliad spent his own magic every day to fill more and more of the magic stores. Now, he was putting them to good use, as he connected them to the wards of Hogwarts, which was draining them at an extremely high rate. There were still 17 peacekeepers who had yet to be reassigned from Britain, as Babajide had slowed down the bureaucracy in the process of reassigning some of the troops, leaving them to work with the resistance in Britain. All of them got the alert from Iliad's security system, and apparated right behind the forces of Voldemort, taking on the far larger numbers of the Death Eaters which the Dark Lord had brought along with him. The element of surprise was very useful, as over a dozen Death Eaters were taken out before they were even able to respond to the assault upon their faction, and managed to retaliate. Unfortunately, once they did retaliate, their superior numbers got the clear advantage over the Peacekeepers. The good news for the Peacekeepers was that the Dark Lord was still far too occupied in his efforts with the wards of Hogwarts to be able to help his forces at all, otherwise, it would already have been a massacre. The bad news was that there was a high chance it would turn out to be somewhat of a massacre anyway, as their numbers were reduced to just 7 within 10 minutes of combat. The Death Eaters were not afraid to cut them down ruthlessly. The dome edged further, but like shatter-proof windows on Muggle cars, it did not shatter. At this point, it was practically just fragments of ward energy pressed so tightly together that it held up shape. With another roar, Voldemort squeezed tighter, if that was even possible. The wards of Hogwarts began to wail as if they were alive. The blue dome disappeared. Voldemort smiled triumphantly, before he finally noticed the scuffle taking place between his men and the Peacekeepers. Seeing the Dark Lord was finally free to participate in the battle, the 7 remaining Peacekeepers cut their losses and apparated out of the location, back to Black Manor in order to regroup along with the rest of the resistance. The blue dome finally out of the way, Voldemort simply walked up to the front gate of Hogwarts, still in the form of a slab of metal, and thereby still refusing Voldemort entry to the castle. Voldemort touched a finger to the cold metal, only to be blown back several meters, coming to a stop as he was caught by several tendrils of darkness, which came out of his own sleeve to protect him. He grunted. It seemed like there were still defenses on the old castle, something that he had not anticipated, especially after the strength of the initial wards, which he had just about managed to take down. The gate-turned slab morphed once again. Only, it didn't change form, remaining a slab. The only difference was that there were now words, written in massive font, upon the gate. Voldemort peered to read the words written upon the gate. Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titulandus. The Hogwarts motto which he knew only all too well. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. With a cold dread building in his stomach, Voldemort looked up to see one of the most terrifying sights he had ever laid his eyes upon. A massive dragon, the likes, or size, of which he had never seen before hovered over the castle protectively, made entirely out of the translucent blue energy, which the dome had been made out of. With an ear-shattering roar, the dragon of Hogwarts made itself known. At the same time, Black Manor. Seeing the Dark Lord was finally free to participate in the battle, the 7 remaining Peacekeepers cut their losses and apparated out of the location, back to Black Manor in order to regroup along with the rest of the resistance. At Black Manor, the resistance was being coordinated by none other than Sirius Black. In the years since his release from Azkaban, the heir to the Black family had filled out a lot, and had lost the pale and gaunt look which the years at the most dreaded prison in the wizarding world had given him. He had not quite managed to get back to the handsomeness which he had had before his while in prison, as his eyes could never lose to ever so slightly haunted look, but all in all, he was in very good shape, for a man out of Azkaban. However, he was still nervous giving orders to the resistance. He was in charge because Arcturus was heading the defense against several other attacks by Death Eaters around the country, and had left Sirius in charge, as he was busy. Only now, Sirius realized that the other attacks were probably ruses to prevent Arcturus from being involved in this fight. Even though he felt out of his league, Sirius continued to bark orders at the various members of the resistance. Emmanuel, Sirius said to the head of the Delacour family, over a mirror which allowed him to communicate with the French delegate to the ICW, go to the home of Nicholas Flamel, and tell him that he is needed here. Hogwarts is under attack by Voldemort himself, and we need as many of our heavy hitters as we can get together." The French wizard nodded his understanding and disconnected the call. Sirius liked that about the Frenchman. He did not waste any time. Sirius counted 7 peacekeepers. 10 casualties, his brain calculated for him. "Peacekeepers," he instructed the scared lot, "you all are with me, okay? We're all going to return to Hogwarts, to defend the castle, at all costs." They nodded. Despite having lost the majority of their number, the remaining peacekeepers did not back out, and continued to believe in what was right. Sirius could feel his respect for the wizards in white grow. "Kingsley," he instructed the man who should have been the rightful head of the DMLE, "you bring your men with me too, okay?" Shacklebolt nodded. His men were the few loyal Aurors, who Dumbledore had been able to save from the Ministry and Voldemort's liberal use of the Imperious Curse. Hogwarts. Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titulandus. The Hogwarts motto which he knew only all too well. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. With a cold dread building in his stomach, Voldemort looked up to see one of the most terrifying sights he had ever laid his eyes upon. A massive dragon, the likes, or size, of which he had never seen before hovered over the castle protectively, made entirely out of the translucent blue energy which the dome had been made out of. With an ear-shattering roar, the dragon of Hogwarts made itself known. Voldemort rose to the level of the hovering dragon on a sea of darkness which held him up. Despite the huge platform upon which he was standing, the Dark Lord looked insignificantly tiny in comparison to the massive animal constructed out of magic. The dragon flapped its wings, and the gust of wind blew the Dark Lord away. The Dark Lord raised his hand once more, and tendrils shot at the great magical beast, tearing right through its wing with a massive ripping sound. The Dark Lord and the dragon sent at each other with extreme ferocity. Tendrils of darkness which were several times larger than the trunks of trees toughly smashed the dragon, which replied with massive waves of air, as well as breath of fire. The Dark Lord laughed. The full might of Lord Voldemort, combined with the darkness, was held at bay by the magic of a school of all things. It wasn't the Ministry, or any ancient pureblood family manor. It was the God's damned school. Bam! He was whacked off his wave of darkness once more, his neck being snapped, then repaired by darkness, which caught him and sent him rocketing at the dragon again. The fight continued, and the Death Eaters on the ground scattered to avoid being hit by all of the debris from the walls of the school, which were falling apart at the attacks by the Dark Lord, and even by some slightly careless gusts of wind and fire which were produced in defense of the castle by the dragon. Seeing an opportunity, as the walls began to fall apart and leave gaps through which the Death Eaters could enter, Lucius Malfoy, leading the Death Eaters in his master's stead, ordered the Dark Lord's men to storm the castle while its dragon was busy being dealt with by Voldemort. They entered the castle, but were surprised when they were met not with helpless students and a handful of competent teachers, but with several dozen fighters. A motley group, made up of some Aurors, some peacekeepers, as well as assorted followers of Dumbledore who were determined to help out, and fight, stood in the way of the Death Eaters. Leading the charge from the front were 2 men. Sirius Black, and Albus Dumbledore. Both were dressed in full battle regalia, and both had their wands drawn. Before the Death Eaters could do anything, hundreds of spells were being cast at them. Before they could even respond to the barrage of magic, a huge phoenix constructed out of fire appeared and rushed them as well, burning dozens of the Death Eaters, before they managed to put out the elemental magic using an excessive amount of augmentes. "Two can play at that game, Dumbledore," Lucius Malfoy snapped, sending walls of air to knock over members of the Resistance, but it was clear that his elemental magic could not compare to the sheer scale of the kind of magic which was being used by the headmaster of Hogwarts. "Strong you may be, Lucius," Dumbledore said calmly, but with steel in his voice, "but you are no match for me." And with that, he blew Lucius into one of the remaining portions of the walls of Hogwarts, with a gust of wind so powerful that the Lord Malfoy was helpless to stop it. He hit the wall at a bad angle, and fell. He did not get up. The morale of the light side, however, fell almost as quickly as it had risen. With a massive ear-splitting wail, the dragon of Hogwarts was finally entirely torn apart by the Dark Lord. Panting, and looking like all hell, Voldemort lowered himself on the tendrils of darkness which held him inside of the boundaries of the castle. "Tom," Dumbledore said, coldly, "I see you have lowered yourself to attacking my school." Voldemort replied by throwing himself at the headmaster of Hogwarts, without a word. Dumbledore raised his wand, easily falling into a battle stance. The two wizards clashed. "Present. Tom," Dumbledore said, coldly, "I see you have lowered yourself to attacking my school." Voldemort replied by throwing himself at the headmaster of Hogwarts, without a word. Dumbledore raised his wand, easily falling into a battle stance. The two wizards clashed. And what a clash it was. No wizard on either side could believe how intense the duel between two of the greatest wizards of all time was. All of the forces of both sides combined could not hope to match either one of the two combatants locked in battle. Lord Voldemort had used the full extent of the darkness under his control, about 24%, he reckoned, only a few times, and only to break wards far beyond his own capabilities, so far. Albus was the first wizard to have the, admittedly dubious, honor to be faced with nearly a quarter of the entire might of the darkness, not to mention the already legendary skills of Lord Voldemort himself. Voldemort used himself as a sort of a weapon. His entire body was covered in darkness, using it as a sort of armor. He flew at Dumbledore at breakneck speeds, his arms turning to blades to try and slash at the headmaster. He was fought off as the headmaster raised his wand, which collided with the arm-turned blade, and managed to hold it at bay. To the disbelief of the Dark Lord, the 15-inch-long piece of wood did not break or, indeed, even at all. Dumbledore whispered a spell under his breath, and Voldemort was repelled, only flying backwards a single meter, before he was caught by tendrils of darkness, which held him up, from where he sent bolts of darkness flying at Albus. They were countered almost as soon as they were sent at him, by short bursts of fire. Upon contact with the fire, the bolts of darkness withered and burned away. Voldemort raised an arm, and a mass of black coalesced over his head. He swung his arm downwards, and the darkness followed his commands, coming down upon the headmaster. With a sweeping gesture, Dumbledore surrounded himself in a globe of fire, which burned away the darkness. As soon as the darkness was burnt, Albus expelled the fire directly at Voldemort. A wall of water rose and doused out the fire as if it had been nothing. A steady stream of fire continued to be fired at Voldemort, evaporating his water completely, forcing the Dark Lord to apparate away, only to reappear behind Dumbledore. The headmaster expected the move completely, whipping around, a whip made out of fire at the tip of his wand, to defend himself with. Unfortunately, he was not quite fast enough to prevent the ram of darkness from, well, ramming into him at its full speed and intensity. He grunted as he was thrown away, slowing himself to a halt with an arresto momentum. Voldemort did not let up from his opportunity, sending dozens of dark spells flying at Dumbledore. The jets of light were avoided by the old man, who was still extremely agile, despite his age. None of the vital parts of his body had been crushed in the attack due to his battle robes, but Albus' nose was definitely broken, blood streaming out of it. Albus apparated right in front of Voldemort, a spell at the tip of his wand, but the Dark Lord apparated away once more. The two wizards began to fully utilize the space which they had to combat in, disappearing and reappearing casually, as easily as they walked and sidestepped stray spells. With a sound of exertion, Albus began to channel out pure energy, but with far more control than Babajide had in his own fight with the Dark Lord. The energy was tinted blue, as opposed to the pure white of the Nigerian wizard, and it surrounded Dumbledore, as he guided it with his wand. The old man's eyes glowed an extremely bright blue, like an overkill version of his usual twinkle. His long white hair glowed too, and seemed to be floating. Defying gravity. The energy surrounded him, and Dumbledore channeled it with his wand, sending thin, concentrated blasts of it at the Dark Lord. Voldemort simply raised a wall of darkness, which took the energy head-on. Much to the Dark Lord's surprise, portions of the darkness withered away, not only burnt, but utterly and completely destroyed. While the blast had been stopped, he had lost the portion of darkness he used to protect himself. So this was the game Dumbledore was playing. The headmaster of Hogwarts continued sending beams of pure energy at the Dark Lord, except this time, Voldemort simply apparated out of the way of the strikes, as quickly as he possibly could, using walls of darkness only when absolutely necessary to protect his own life. Dumbledore sent a particularly large beam of pure energy at him. Voldemort apparated once more. With a grunt, and some waving of his wand, the energy suddenly changed direction, as if it were a river being redirected, and went on to strike Voldemort, who did not anticipate this. The Dark Lord shifted at the last moment, throwing himself ungracefully to the ground, but not before his shoulder was struck, the darkness protecting it, as well as his skin, withering away completely. Blood poured out of his wound thickly. Voldemort stared at Albus with disbelief. "You can't do that," he accused Albus. "Once you've released energy in its purest form, it cannot be manipulated like that." The Dark Lord looked upset that some mystery of magic which yet eluded him seemed to be clear to the headmaster. "And yet I just did, Tom," Dumbledore said calmly, before apparating right in front of Voldemort, pure energy on the tip of his wand. In the split second before Dumbledore sent out the burst of pure energy, time seemed to slow down for the Dark Lord. Dumbledore's wand was right in front of his eyes. Despite the urgency of the situation at hand, despite the fact that his entire life's work and accumulation of power might be about to go down the drain, all that Voldemort could think of in that split second was how ornately carved Dumbledore's wand really was. It bore carvings that resembled clusters of some kind of berry running down its length. Elderberries. Present. The uppercut caught Albus off guard. The old man stumbled slightly, before regaining his balance. In the split-second opening, Voldemort had landed another darkness-enforced blow to Dumbledore's stomach. Albus spat out a wad of blood. "Fighting like a muggle now, Tom?" he asked, with a little bit of a mocking smile on his face. "The Elder Wand," his opponent barked out, "you have it." Any trace of a smile faded from Dumbledore's face, replaced with a look of pure horror, before he plastered his regular cool expression onto his face. "And listening to fairy tales too," Albus said coolly. "You really have regressed," he spoke, even as he continued bombarding Voldemort with small blasts of pure energy. "You cannot fool me, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," the darkness rasped out loud, using the mouth of Voldemort. "I think you are fooling yourself, Tom." "I am not Tom." The reply was screamed out, and suddenly Dumbledore's entire world was filled with pain. His vision glitched. Like a muggle video game, Albus thought weakly, as his vision came back to him slowly. The headmaster of Hogwarts lay on the floor. He did not know how he had gotten there, but the simple, frail, body of Lord Voldemort stood in front of him. The Dark Lord looked surprisingly feeble when he was this close up, and without armor of darkness to protect himself. He had no eyes, Dumbledore noticed, and there were tracks of dried blood down his face, like tears. He looked to be severely underweight, likely the result of subsisting on the magic of the darkness, instead of eating particularly well. His arms were emaciated and thin, and his skin could not possibly have been any whiter. It was as if he had lost all of his melanin. His mouth was twisted into a grin, which it did not look like his body had the energy to form. Dumbledore realized that the Dark Lord was not a Lord of the Dark. He was its servant, its tool. "You control him," Dumbledore rasped out, as he tried to scramble to his feet. Albus, knees ed underneath him, and he fell once again. "Finally caught up, little boy," darkness replied. Albus raised his arm, but it withered. The water was got out of it. His wand. He needed his wand. He saw it lying there, at the feet of the possessed Lord Voldemort. He crawled feebly, moving on broken legs towards the darkness, dragging himself with his good arm. The body of Voldemort threw back its head, hard enough for there to be an audible unpleasant, and cackled at the sight of his oldest enemy crawling towards him, his head bowed. Too late he realized what Albus was going for. Albus, fingers closed around the familiar wooden bumps of his wand, and it filled him with its power. The only power which could possibly deny the darkness. Whispering healing spells, Albus' legs creaked back into position, the fractures repairing themselves in an instant. Albus apparated a few meters away before he could be speared by the darkness. Pain racked Albus' body, but a whispered, finite incantatum managed to stop it. The Elder Wand was truly remarkable. Clambering to his feet clumsily, Albus held onto his wand with both hands, as if it was going to be pulled out of his grasp. The darkness cocked its head to one side. "You are not Harry Potter," it observed, "but you wield the power of death." "So he is the master of death," Albus said, evenly, trying to regain his composure. The darkness laughed once more. "You humans," it mocked, so conceited. Albus smiled sadly. "So it has come to this. What are you doing, boy?" Albus did not reply. He was busy muttering, waving the Elder Wand around, magic at its tip. Pure energy led around him again, and even the darkness, own shards could not reach him, fizzling out at the energy circling Dumbledore. If you do not stop behaving like a coward, the darkness rasped, I will target your allies. In the while that Albus had been fighting Voldemort, Sirius, Iliad, and the Resistance had managed to wipe out the small force of Death Eaters who had accompanied the Dark Lord, but not without their own casualties. Albus did not respond, his eyes were glowing magically, and he was chanting. Inside Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione, and Daphne were rushing to their respective common rooms, when Harry stopped moving abruptly. I have to go outside, he said suddenly. He knew he had to. His ring was telling him he had to. This is no time to be playing hero, Potter. Daphne snapped at him. I'm not playing hero, he shot back. I just need to go outside. Cover me, he said suddenly, before he disappeared. The invisibility cloak, Hermione breathed. Where's Potter? One of their housemates behind them, a boy named Ron, Hermione thought, asked, worried about his classmate who had been right in front of him. He's gone on ahead, Hermione covered. Daphne stared at her, you're really covering for that imbecile. What else is there to do now? Hermione said, waspishly. Harry. His cloak was connected to him, Harry realized. In the same way in which the stone was connected to him. It was the first time he had worn it since he had received the stone, and he could feel the strong bond. The cloak of death, his mind made the connection in his head. Nicholas was right, after all. He was collecting the Deathly Hallows, and if his gut was right, the stone was leading him to the third Deathly Hallow. The Elder Wand. Following the feeling in his gut led the young Potter directly to where the battle was thickest. He landed up just in time to see Sirius Black roundhouse kick Voldemort right in the head. Harry swelled up with pride, internally, at his godfather's defiance of the Dark Lord. Then he felt despair as he saw his godfather's wand be burnt by Voldemort. He had to do something. The Dark Lord was playing with his godfather, and Dumbledore was doing nothing. He whipped off his invisibility cloak. At once, the attention of Voldemort was turned towards him. Harry Potter, he heard a voice call out from the body of Voldemort. A voice which was most definitely not that of Voldemort. He instinctively knew what he was talking to. The darkness. The darkness sounded pleased. You are not yet the champion of death, it said, pleased. Harry. Sirius yelled out hoarsely in terror, what are you doing here? Get back inside the castle. Iliad snarled, don't waste your life, Potter. Don't be a bloody Gryffindor, for once. I thought you would be here, Dumbledore's voice rang out calmly. Dumbledore was now surrounded in a thick white bubble of energy, with a slight blue tint. A tendril of darkness leapt to kill Harry, but a beam of energy broke off to destroy the tendril. Dumbledore twirled his wand in his hand, one last time. Come here, Harry, he said softly. And Harry did. Dumbledore handed Harry his wand. This is yours, he said, and Harry felt power flood into him. Dumbledore walked up to the darkness and spoke flatly, but definitively. Kill me. And his neck was snapped. And the headmaster of Hogwarts, one of the greatest wizards of all time, the war general, and Harry's first, and closest, mentor, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore died. The white bubble expanded suddenly, and it pushed the darkness away. It expanded to cover the entire school, as if replacing the wards which Voldemort had removed. The darkness moved to enter the bubble, only to be burnt where its foot had crossed over. It screamed. It could not enter. Hogwarts was safe. Later, Harry looked at the old Swiss chalet-style architecture of the house facing him. He had never before been to the home of his headmaster before, and it felt wrong that he was here now, but his headmaster was not. It was in the mountains. It was no mountain range Harry recognized, so probably not one in the UK. It was magically isolated, and there was a warp gate which was the only way to get there. Harry could not deny the peace and beauty of the mountains, or the chalet with peeling white paint, but he could not help but be surprised that the busiest, and perhaps most important wizard in magical Britain, lived so isolated. In peace. In some ways it made complete sense, for an old and tired man, wanting to enjoy the little pleasures and peace of life, but it was hard to reconcile with the man who died leading a battle against the darkness, the man who held several of the highest positions in magical society, the man who had taught an entire country of wizards and witches. He had been accompanied by Arcturus. Harry had promised that he would bring Hermione and Daphne here too, at some point, but he wanted to visit first. He had been as surprised as anybody the previous week, when in the reading of Albus, his personal house, as well as all of his belongings in it, had been left to Harry. The ancestral home of the Dumbledores had been left to Aberforth along with a significant amount of Albus wealth, the rest of it being donated to various organizations and NGOs, the largest beneficiary being the Phoenix Trust, the bank account for the Resistance. All of his belongings at Hogwarts were left to the school, for the use of the next headmaster, or headmistress, Harry thought, considering that McGonagall would almost definitely be promoted to the top spot at Hogwarts. Harry entered the study of his old headmaster. None of Albus' things were moved. They were all where the headmaster had last left them. The headmaster was a neat man, but it was clear that he had not packed up, or cleared all his things, as he might have if he were expecting his death. Harry found a spare set of spectacles on Albus' table, along with several papers. Some of them were embossed with the Hogwarts crest, while others were unlabeled. There was a small pensieve in the corner of the table. It was smaller than the Hogwarts heirloom that rested in Dumbledore's office, so it was probably his personal one. A yellow Muggle sticky note broke the image of perfect timeless serenity of Dumbledore's study. To Harry. In the cupboard to your left, you will find memories of the worst of me. My youth. I made countless mistakes, which, in life, I have been too ashamed to show you. I do not think I could handle seeing your reactions to my mistakes in person, but I leave these memories for you to peruse, so you can learn from my mistakes, at least in my death. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the words, the loopy scrawl of the headmaster translating into the wizened drawl of his voice in Harry's head. Harry looked over at the cupboard which contained the memories. Harry couldn't deny his curiosity. What terrible mistakes could the headmaster have possibly made? Harry opened the cupboard, only to close it again. No, he would view the contents of the cupboard at a later date, but not this day. The vision of Dumbledore's last stand was still burned into Harry's mind, and he didn't think he could bear with seeing any more of the headmaster being vulnerable. Instead, Harry pulled out the newspaper clipping from that morning's Prophet, which the young Potter had hastily stuffed into his back pocket at breakfast that morning, and looked at the article celebrating the life of Albus Dumbledore. A majestic moving photo of a young Dumbledore fighting against the Dark Lord Grindelwald was plastered onto the front of the article. Looking at the man who Harry had come to think of as family brought reassurance to the troubled boy. Harry took a deep breath, and walked out of the study, onto the deck of the house. He sat down on the deck chair which was laid out, and gazed into the mountains which he could see out of the window, breathing in the sweet fresh air of the countryside. He finally came to terms with the fact that Albus Dumbledore was dead. Harry closed his eyes. Finally, Albus Dumbledore's voice said, and Harry jumped. The young Potter twisted around, his eyes open, and his wand already in his hands, and a spell on his lips, which died immediately as he came face to face with his old mentor. "Hello, Harry," the words came out of the old and wrinkled lips of a man who could only be Albus Dumbledore. Dressed not in his majestic robes of war, but a far more normal quirky purple with a pattern of stars, with an unbroken pair of half-moon spectacles, and his beard as long and white as usual, Albus looked better than Harry had seen him since the war started. No cuts, bruises, or scrapes marred his skin, like they had in the last few months of constant fighting, and there were no bags under the eyes of the wizened headmaster. But how? Harry stammered out. Dumbledore merely sat down in the deck chair opposite Harry, gesturing for the young Potter to retake the seat which he had vacated upon hearing the voice of his old mentor. "Sit down, my champion, we have a lot to discuss." And suddenly Harry knew who he was facing, and it was not his headmaster. Present. "Hello, Harry," the words came out of the old and wrinkled lips of a man who could only be Albus Dumbledore. Dressed not in his majestic robes of war, but a far more normal quirky purple with a pattern of stars, with an unbroken pair of half-moon spectacles, and his beard as long and white as usual, Albus looked better than Harry had seen him since the war started. No cuts, bruises, or scrapes marred his skin, like they had in the last few months of constant fighting, and there were no bags under the eyes of the wizened headmaster. But how? Harry stammered out. Dumbledore merely sat down in the deck chair opposite Harry, gesturing for the young Potter to retake the seat which he had vacated upon hearing the voice of his old mentor. "Sit down, my champion, we have a lot to discuss." And suddenly Harry knew who he was facing, and it was not his headmaster. Harry sat down opposite Death. Harry could now see the little differences in mannerisms between the man he had known and the man who stood in front of him. The way he held himself was different. There was a certain carelessness that came with being an all-powerful being, and it showed in the ever so slightly callous expression on his face, and his relaxed posture, even more so than the headmaster had. As well as this, the headmaster had a twinkle of power in his piercing blue eyes. In place of that twinkle, there was a roaring all-encompassing fire somehow in the very same blue eyes. They were harder, colder, and more powerful than the headmaster had ever been. Master. Harry tried, quite unsure of the exact nature of his relationship with Death. Death shook his head, smiling wryly. No, I am not your master, Harry Potter. You can think of me as your, he thought for a moment, as your patron, he said finally. My patron? Harry said curiously. Yes, and in turn, you are my champion, to do my bidding on Earth, where I cannot meddle directly. Realization suddenly dawned on Harry. You need me to defeat Voldemort. That is the most pertinent issue that I need you to deal with. Death nodded, but your job is deeper than that. You are my hand. You are my will on Earth. I may only guide the dead once they have entered my realm, but with my powers, and your ability to exist on Earth, the balance of death will be kept. Harry wanted to question the whole balance of death concept, but he had a different question in mind first. So you can't be on Earth? He asked. No, Death smiled again, with the face of Albus Dumbledore. So this house, Harry gestured around at the chalet and the mountains. It appeared as if black mist rolled off the chalet and the scenery right in front of him, revealing just black. In an instant, Harry and Death were sitting in a black void, and Harry realized he wasn't sitting on anything. Thump. Harry got off the floor, rubbing his butt. He looked to see Death standing. He still wore the face of Albus Dumbledore, but much younger. His beard was gleaming black and trimmed down to just around his face. Instead of robes, he was wearing a tailored Italian suit. Pure black. I have no face, Death explained to the unasked question, but I can take the face of anyone in my dominion, and I thought it might put you at ease to wear the face of your dead friend. Harry stared. Do you realize how creepy that sounds? Death tilted his head. His head. Her head. Its head. Harry decided not to bother with Death's gender, and refer to it as male just to simplify his own life. I have no gender, Death said, matter-of-factly, and I have no say. As I have no say. Will organs, for I have no need for reproduction, but you can refer to me as a male if it makes you feel more comfortable, champion. Harry blinked. He was beginning to think that Death was not the most knowledgeable about humans. I'm not, the being said. You weird little things are oddly resourceful, but you make no sense. Wait a minute, Harry thought, can he hear what I'm thinking? In this place, said Death, thinking is the same as saying. Oh, Harry thought, privacy breach much. Death tilted his head again. Somehow, Harry found himself likening Death to a puppy. Or Simba from The Lion King. Then he remembered that Death was an all-powerful being which could kill him just by wishing it. What is privacy? Death asked, legitimately curious. Harry looked at him incredulously but obliged. Being apart from company or observation, it is a human right, he defined shortly. But I know everything about everyone in this realm. Death said, before shrugging and muttering something along the lines of, weird humans. Harry tried to clear his head and get back on track. So, he said, I assume you have called me here for a reason. It is highly likely that you have some information to impart to me about what exactly I have to do as the champion of Death, beyond the vague idea of being your enforcer. Smart champion, Death said, as if he were talking to a dog, which Harry found a little condescending but also a teensy bit hilarious, considering he had been making the same comparison only a few minutes prior. So, Harry prompted. Again. The Deathly Hallows, Death started on what seemed to be yet another completely random tangent, were all challenges. To have the Elder Wand but not succumb to the urge to boast. To know when to lay low and use my cloak of invisibility. To have the power to bring back the dead, but not to use it. Humility, intelligence and subtlety, and above all the belief that the dead belong to me, and me alone. Those are the qualities for which I have selected you. Harry nodded. He had worked out that much himself. Give me the Hallows, Death said suddenly. Harry obliged. Death took the stone, and the wand, but returned the cloak. Okay then, Harry commented. Emmanuel Delacour prided himself on his patience. He was a man who could play the waiting game very well, and he knew it to be one of his greatest strengths. When it became clear that Nicholas Flamel had no intention to emerge from his residence in time to aid the Battle of Hogwarts, Emmanuel simply called Sirius and informed him that the legendary wizard would not be joining them for the war effort. Hell, he would consider it more of a testament to his patience that he was able to withstand the several minutes of foul cursing that he was subjected to by Sirius Black than the fact that he was able to wait patiently for Flamel to emerge. After he finally got off of the cursed call, Emmanuel waited. Emmanuel waited. Emmanuel waited and waited and waited, but despite constant knocking and triggering of the wards, Nicholas did not emerge. A suspicion was beginning to form that Nicholas was not even in his own house. Which would be strange, but not unheard of. Indeed, in recent times, Flamel had left his house more often than he had in several hundred years, in which he had preferred to stay at home as a recluse, with just his wife for company, completely immersed in his research, and his research alone. It was after several hours of waiting for Flamel's return, that Emmanuel finally asked for a team of ward breakers to apparate to his location to try and batter down Flamel's wards so that he could enter. Now, to some this may seem like a little bit of an extreme response, but Emmanuel knew Flamel. Flamel had been a close family friend for several generations of Delacours. A perennial ally. And one thing which Emmanuel had learned about his very old friend was that he was extremely connected to his wards. Even if he was 1,000 miles away, he would know when his wards were triggered, and only an emergency of epic proportions could possibly cause him to be missing in action for several hours, especially when it was Emmanuel who was patiently awaiting his arrival. Something truly catastrophic must have happened, and Emmanuel needed to know what. Thus, he called upon a team of ward breakers, who apparated into the location within 10 minutes. Delegate Delacour, the head of the team of ward breakers, bowed slightly, and shook the hand of the experienced delegate. Emmanuel recognized the man as Hector Laurent, a ward breaker who he knew from his time as the head of magical law enforcement in France, a position in which he had been very well respected, and which was, indeed, the main reason that a team of ward breakers of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement would respond to his call so quickly. Hector. Emmanuel greeted, and shook the man's hand with a warm smile on his face. "You remember me, monsieur?" Hector asked. He was a fairly intimidating man, but still a hopeful smile broke across his face. "That I do, Hector." Emmanuel patted the taller man on the back. "I would love to just catch up with you, but I'm afraid I do have a job for you." "Ah yes, a ward-breaking job I presume. You have the papers, delegate." Hector Laurent returned to the formal title. Emmanuel hesitated. "Please." Hector looked away shiftily, before sighing, "Fine, but I'd better have the papers on my desk tomorrow morning." Emmanuel hugged the man. "Men, circle the building." Hector waved his men into formation, and they got started on their job. Taking down the wards around the house of Nicholas Flamel should have taken hours. They were powered by the Philosopher's Stone, and the very life source of the ancient alchemist. Emmanuel settled down for another long wait, a wait which he reckoned might last another several hours. With a single wail, the wards dissolved into nothing at the first touch of the ward breakers. Emmanuel stared. Something was really wrong. "Well, that was easy," Hector commented. "Why did you even need to call my guys in the first place? This should have been a cakewalk for a man of your skills, monsieur." Emmanuel nodded to the other man but quickly, and quite tactlessly, told him to bugger off, because there were more important things which needed dealing with. A little crestfallen at the reception of his help, Hector and his men left the scene. Emmanuel made an internal note to make sure to invite the head ward breaker over for dinner with his family sometime soon to make up for the perceived slight. At that moment, however, he had to push that thought to the back of his mind. Emmanuel entered the lavish Delacour home sprinting. A sharp pain in his foot was the first thing he registered upon entering the room. The second thing was the darkness. "Lumos," Emmanuel hissed out in pain. Emmanuel gasped. He could not have imagined the wreck that greeted him inside the manor, even in his wildest dreams. All the furniture and decorations had been obliterated. Pieces of antique wood and broken glass lay scattered all over the floor. Perenelle Flamel lay in the middle of the entrance hall, bloodied everywhere with a hole in her chest, where Emmanuel could only assume a tendril of the darkness had pierced her. For only the darkness could hope to take the Flamels on in their own home and murder both, without raising the slightest of alarms. Emmanuel had seen many gruesome sights in his days as an Auror, and as the head of the French DMLE, but this seriously took the cake. He felt bile rising in his throat, and fought not to throw up. The pain in his foot came back to him, as he breathed slowly to try and prevent himself from going into shock. He raised his foot to see a ruby-red shard sticking out of it. The color was so distinctive that he would have recognized it anywhere. There was no mistaking what it was. The Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort must have come for it. Emmanuel looked down at the tiny shard sticking out of his foot. The stone would not break by accident under any circumstances. He knew that. It was stronger than any metal. Which meant that Nicholas Flamel destroyed it, his life's work. Himself, to protect it from falling it into the clutches of Voldemort. Bile rose in his throat again, at the idea of his old friend's long and illustrious life ending in such a disgraceful and saddening manner. The Deathly Hallows, death started on what seemed to be yet another completely random tangent, were all challenges. To have the Elder Wand but not succumb to the urge to boast. To know when to lay low and use my cloak of invisibility. To have the power to bring back the dead, but not to use it. Humility, intelligence and subtlety, and above all the belief that the dead belong to me, and me alone. Those are the qualities for which I have selected you. Harry nodded. He had worked out that much himself. Give me the Hallows, Death said suddenly. Harry obliged. Death took the stone, and the wand, but returned the cloak. Okay then, Harry commented. I am removing the curse from these, Death said tonelessly. You have proven yourself worthy to be my champion, there is little point in using the Hallows to further test you. The two objects were handed back to Harry. The wand will provide you with the ability to stand up against the darkness, Death explained. It is not an advantage so much as an equalizer. Funneled through a regular wand, the darkness would be able to simply disable your wand. Harry nodded. He got the message. He would still have to best the Dark Lord on skill. Your mission is twofold, Death said. There are two beings on Earth which should not be. Tom Marvolo Riddle, who has cheated me by creating soul jars, Horcruxes in your language, and the darkness, a primordial being like me, with no business on the planet of Earth. Harry nodded that he understood what was being said by the self-proclaimed primordial being. Death touched Harry's ring again, even though it was back on Harry's finger, and a single spark flew from the stone. Harry drew his hand back, startled. The stone can sense souls, it has always been able to. Death spoke. I have made it so that it will grow warm when you are near a misplaced soul. So it should grow warm if I get near one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry translated. Essentially yes, but it will also tell you if there is another soul which is out of its proper place, not just the soul of Voldemort. As far as I know, Riddle is the only human who has tried to cheat me in this way, so for the moment, this should serve as a sort of detector for his soul jars. In the future, if another pesky rat decides to defy me, then the stone may be of use for you in that as well. Harry nodded. I think I get it. And remember, Death gave one final piece of advice. My cloak is the one thing which can truly hide you from the vision of the darkness. Use it wisely, and use it carefully. Harry nodded once again, to show that he understood what he was being told. Then Death hesitated, as if he were thinking about doing something which he should probably not do. My champion, he started, death is always fair to those it takes. People only come to me when they are supposed to come to me, and not a day earlier. Harry nodded. But maybe, Death hesitated again, even though it may be someone's time to go, it may not quite be someone else's time to let go. Harry blinked. What? Death sighed. You will understand, he said simply, before Harry's everything was consumed with a flash of white. Harry lay face down, listening to the silence. He was perfectly alone. Nobody was watching. Nobody else was there. He was not perfectly sure that he was there himself. Hello, Harry. He spun around. Albus Dumbledore was walking toward him, sprightly and upright, wearing sweeping robes of midnight blue. Professor, Harry said, is it really you? Yes, Harry, he said. And then he was engulfed in a tight hug by the young Potter. Albus chuckled. Harry separated from his mentor, but, how? I do not know why Death has granted this chance, Albus said, but I suspect it has something to do with a soft spot for a certain champion of his. He smiled gently at Harry. Where are we? Harry said. You tell me, Albus twinkled back at his protégé. Well, I was going to ask you that, said Dumbledore, looking around. Where would you say that we are? Until Dumbledore had asked, Harry had not known. Now, however, he found that he had an answer ready to give. It looks, he said slowly, like King's Cross Station. Except a lot cleaner and empty, and there are no trains as far as I can see. King's Cross Station. Dumbledore was chuckling immoderately. Good gracious, really? Well, where do you think we are? Asked Harry, a little defensively. My dear boy, I have no idea. This is, as they say, your party. Harry grumbled something about mysterious old codgers and the both of them laughed. Harry started suddenly, you were like a father to me. Harry couldn't tell if the twinkle in his eye was just a twinkle, or whether he could detect a hint of a tear there. And you are like a son to me, Harry, the headmaster admitted, softly. Do you think I can do it? Harry asked. In my many years, Harry, some would say that my greatest fault was that I tried to do everything alone. I was not selfish but self-centered. I have always been confident that I knew what was best, that I would do the best for the world, that I would defeat the Dark Lord. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Because I trust you, Harry. Never before have I put so much of the weight of the world onto anyone else, and that is because I trust you completely, Harry. I know you can do it. The old and wise wizard put his hand on Harry's shoulder, though I cannot say that I do not sometimes feel slightly guilty for putting all of this on your shoulders to bear alone. I'm not alone, Harry said. I know I have you behind me, and I have Iliad, and Nicholas, and Arcturus, and Sirius, and I know I can count on Daphne and Hermione too. That is a weight off an old man's back, Dumbledore smiled, though I suppose I can hardly complain about joint pains which I do not feel anymore. Dumbledore laughed. Harry laughed. Then they both started crying ever so slightly. I will miss you. And I will miss you too, Harry, the headmaster said before enveloping Harry in another hug. Harry hugged back, closing his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in Albus Chalet. The place was exactly like before, but something was different. Harry. He was stronger, more sure of himself, and he knew he had the support of Dumbledore, and all his mentors, and all his friends. He knew he could do it. The office which had once belonged to Albus Dumbledore had been turned into a sort of a war council. The organization which has been named, the Order of the Phoenix, the Fighters of Dumbledore, now simply went by the light side. Over the 2 months since the passing of Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, a few individuals had come together to try and fill the big boots of Dumbledore's position. He may have been a powerful and influential wizard, but what mattered more than that was his symbolism. Albus Dumbledore symbolized the light side, and everything it stood for. His very existence could make people feel hope in the more dire of circumstances, and without him, the entire magical world was even more terrified than it had been before his demise. These individuals came together to try and fill his role, and dubbed themselves the leaders of the light. Minerva McGonagall, she really was a necessity, considering that her office was being used as a base. Babajide Ackingbad, Amelia Bones, Arcturus Black, Sirius Black, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Anu Eyre, and quite reluctantly, due to wanting to maintain his family's grey standing, Iliad Greengrass. In this particular meeting, along with the leaders of the light, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Daphne Greengrass were also assembled. Harry, because he was the most involved in the search for the Horcruxes of Voldemort, and Hermione and Daphne because there was no way in hell that Harry could be invited to something as cool as a bloody war council, and leave his 2 closest friends behind. Harry, and the rest of the leaders of the light had been going through all of the notes of Dumbledore quite thoroughly. Dumbledore had found that there were 7 Horcruxes which had been made. Harry counted that they had only destroyed 2 so far. The diary from his second year had been the first Horcrux to be destroyed. The locket which Dumbledore had found in one of the Black Homes was the second one which had been destroyed. The resurrection stone which was in the ring which Harry had on his finger at that very moment was the third Horcrux which had been destroyed. That left 4 other Horcruxes which had to be destroyed. Dumbledore had several leads which he had written about in his papers. He postulated that there was definitely a Horcrux hidden somewhere within the walls of Hogwarts. When Harry first read this, he had planned to use his ring to walk around the school to detect where the Horcrux had been hidden. It wasn't exactly the most efficient strategy, but Harry figured that he would be able to find the next Horcrux eventually. The problem with this was that the resurrection stone had not been as helpful as Harry had hoped. It was malfunctioning. It was always warm, and Harry could not for the life of him figure out why. He suspected that Death's enchantment had gone a little bit haywire. In any case, Harry had not been able to speak to the primordial being since the time that Death himself has approached him, directly after Dumbledore's death. Because of this, there was no way that he could ask Death to fix the ring, so at the moment, he was stuck without the super useful Horcrux detector which he had been promised. Oh well, he'd have to make do with only the overpowered wand and the cloak of invisibility. Please note the sarcasm. So, Amelia Bones brought Harry out of his thoughts and reminiscence on how the past few months had gone. The first order of business, of course, is relating to the Horcruxes of the Dark Lord, Voldemort. Has anyone found any new clues in their research? Babajide Akingbad, the Nigerian wizard, cleared his throat before beginning to speak in his gravelly baritone. I have been researching the history of this ancient castle, and I believe that I may have found where this Horcrux of Voldemort might be stored. Whispers broke out across the room. This was the first time that any of them had had any idea of where any of the Horcruxes could be, beyond what Dumbledore had told them. There is this room, Baba continued to speak, that I heard about while I was interviewing the House Elves. You interviewed the House Elves? Hermione asked incredulously at how thorough the Nigerian wizard had been in his investigation, even with a war effort for him to balance in the meanwhile. Baba nodded. Yes I did, and I found out about this room known as the Come and Go room. You mean the room of requirement? Harry inquired. You know about this room already. Baba said, and you haven't even bothered to check it. Harry scratched his head sheepishly. Well, it's a room which becomes whatever you want it to, and I guess we have never thought about checking if it could show us a Horcrux. Well, Baba said, it seems like that is the next priority of yours, isn't it? Harry nodded. I will head there after the meeting. Not so fast, little one, Baba said. You may be the champion of death, but you are still a teenager. We need to send an adult with you. Harry nodded, not happy at the implication that he was any less than any of the other wizards and witches in the room, but agreeing on the principle that two heads were always better than one. Unfortunately, I have to leave immediately after this meeting is over, otherwise I would have accompanied you myself. I am quite excited to see the results of my research, Babajide said. I can go with him, Sirius said from the cushy beanbag he was sitting on with his feet up on the polished wooden desk of the headmistress. Sirius had not let the war get into the way of his sense of humor. Sometimes it was just plain annoying, but other times, it was the little bit of life and hope which they all needed to keep going, which was why nobody ever stopped Sirius from being and doing as he liked. He kept them feeling alive. That would work, Babajide inclined his head towards the younger Black in the room in thanks. Sirius raised his hand to his godson for a high five. It can be our little godson Dogfather adventure. Harry chuckled. Babajide began to contemplate whether it was a good idea to send Sirius Black of all people with Harry. Immediately after the meeting of the leaders of the light ended, Harry led Sirius up to the room of requirement. You know, Sirius said, I thought we had found each and every room in this entire castle when we made the Marauders map, but it seems like we missed one. Ah, Harry remarked. That is a bit of a blow to the old Marauder pride, Sirius said. I'm sure your ego can handle it, Harry replied dryly. Sirius clutched his chest dramatically, as if he had been greatly offended by his godson's words. Harry wrapped him around the back of his head, like Sirius was the child in the situation. Behave, Dogfather, he said with mock seriousness. Then they both laughed. Are we there yet? Sirius whined. Possibly for the first time in all of history, the answer to that particular question was, yes. Sirius pumped his fist into the air in celebration. Don't celebrate yet, Harry warned, as he walked in front of the wall 3 times. We do not yet know whether there is actually a Horcrux in the room of requirement. Just as he said that, a door materialized in the wall. Harry stopped. Can I celebrate now? Yes. Despite the dry reply, Sirius could tell that his godson was also extremely excited by this development. Harry grasped the hilt of the sword of Potter a little bit tighter. He hadn't practiced as much with his sword as he should have, and the hilt felt a little bit unfamiliar in his wand, as he was used to wielding his wand in both hands, but not dual-wielding both a sword and a wand. However, the sword of Potter was a necessity, as it was imbued with basilisk venom, and as such, it was one of the very few weapons which could destroy a Horcrux. The previous time when Harry had been Horcrux hunting with Albus, the older wizard had brought along the honest-to-God sword of Gryffindor with him, which Harry had not noticed. The sword of Potter would serve just as well, which was why Harry had it at that moment. Harry had first thought that it would be pretty straightforward to locate the Horcrux, but that illusion was quickly cast out of mind as he entered the room which had been created by the Room of Requirement. It was absolutely massive. There were extremely tall shelves panning out in all directions and it was a veritable maze. Harry doubted he could find the Horcrux, even if he had years to explore the entire space. Then he felt his ring become distinctly warmer. It had been warm on his finger already, but now it was positively hot. His ring was working. The stone, Harry said, excited, it's heating up. Sirius perked up in excitement. Let's see where it goes then, shall we? Harry and his godfather walked around, as Harry figured out which direction made the stone grow warmer. The two males wandered around as the stone grew warmer and warmer. Finally, Harry and Sirius stopped in front of one shelf. It's this one, I am sure of it. Sirius nodded. I believe you, pup, just gotta check if there are any wards, now. Harry nodded, and Sirius waved his wand a few times. You a ward breaker? Harry asked curiously. I was an Auror, we all have rudimentary ward-breaking capabilities, Sirius said. Of course, if it were something particularly complex or intricate, we'd have to call in backup from the Order. Harry awed. Though it seems like there will be no need for that, Sirius stowed his wand away and dusted off his hands. There are no wards on this shelf, or anything on the shelf. So how do we know which one is the Horcrux? Harry asked. His godfather shrugged. Guess you've just gotta touch them. Seriously. Unless you can think of something better, Sirius shot back. Harry sighed and got to waving his hand near each of the items on the shelf, one by one, to try and figure out which item on the shelf was the Horcrux. Finally, it was found. Ow! Harry yelped and yanked his hand away. Found it, pup, Sirius said. Yeah, and it's hot enough to make my finger burn. Harry exclaimed, before looking closer at what the Horcrux was. Even before Harry himself could recognize it, Sirius breathed out, the diadem of Ravenclaw. Seriously? Harry asked incredulously, or all of Voldemort's Horcruxes insanely valuable magical items? Seems like it, Sirius said. Harry hesitated. It would be a real shame to destroy something of such value, he said, his inner Ravenclaw shining through. Sirius shrugged. Well, what else can we do? Voldemort was probably counting on the fact that nobody in their right mind would even willingly destroy the diadem of Ravenclaw. Harry raised the sword, and closed his eyes, wishing that he didn't have to do it. Wishing that the soul of Voldemort could be ripped out of the diadem some other way. Then he heard a loud shriek, and his eyes shot wide open. A spirit, not unlike the one he'd seen at the Gaunt cottage, was clawing its way back into the diadem. As soon as Harry saw it, his concentration broke, and the spirit shot back into its home. What did you do? Sirius asked. I think this may be one of my powers as the champion of death, Harry said, excitedly. He took a deep breath and concentrated as hard as he possibly could on pulling Voldemort's soul out of the diadem. It was a long process and it took nearly 15 minutes, but the soul was eventually pulled out by Harry's pure will, and it evaporated into nothing as soon as it was out of the diadem of Ravenclaw. Harry let out a deep breath, and picked up the priceless artifact. 4 down. 3 to go. 3 months later. Dear Mrs. Bones, we at Gringotts sincerely hope that you are doing well. Gringotts Bank has received your letter regarding the possibility of there being a Horcrux located within the premises of our bank. If such an allegation was to be true, then that would be a significant violation of the terms of service of Gringotts Bank. We are willing to conduct a search of each and every one of the vaults here at Gringotts, however this is not an inexpensive procedure. If your allegations prove to be false, Gringotts will require the amount of 1,000 galleons as compensation for the expenses of the search. If your allegation proves to be true, then Gringotts will personally see to it that the Horcrux is cleansed of its darkness, and the contents of the criminal vault are yours for the taking, as a reward for informing the bank of this. The bank will naturally take its searching fee from this account. We hope you are amenable to our terms. Please get back to our bank regarding whether you would like to take us up on our terms or not. These terms are non-negotiable. Respectfully yours, Gobblenav, Gringotts Bank. Amelia Bones read out the letter which the goblins had sent to the leaders of the Light. Gringotts Bank was their biggest lead, as Dumbledore had postulated that Voldemort would have wanted to put a Horcrux in the 2 safest places in Britain, Hogwarts and the famous Goblin Bank. The leaders of the Light had followed up on this and contacted the goblins. Despite being legal criminals against the puppet administration of the Dark Lord, the goblins did not care who they did business with. They were lethally neutral in wars between humans, and could be counted on for reliable service as much in wartime as they could be in peacetime, which was not a lot to be honest. They were a species mostly involved only in their own prospering. There was a moment of silence after Amelia had read out the letter from the goblins as all of the leaders contemplated the offer. It was a high-risk high-reward situation. Funds were scarce for the Order of the Phoenix, and the organization was mostly run out of the private vaults of its wealthier members, such as the Blacks and the Greengrasses, loath as Iliad was to part with his precious hard-earned gold. Each of the members of the Order looked at each other. "I am not taking that liability, our vaults are not endless," Iliad opined immediately. "Why can't we take this money from the Potter vaults?" Harry asked. "You are still a minor, Harry, we could hardly ask that kind of expense from you. That kind of money is what a regular Auror could hope to earn in an entire year, it is no small amount of money." Amelia sighed. "I will risk it," she said simply, "there is enough left in the Bones vaults." There was another silence, before Sirius asked, "Are you sure, Amelia? You have been out of a job for the better part of a year, and you have your niece, Susan, to take care of." "I will handle it," Amelia said with a tone of finality. "Besides, we are hoping that the Horcrux is in Gringotts, in which case I will not be charged a single canute." The rest of the members of the Leaders of the Light finally nodded in understanding, and Amelia spoke again. "So shall I begin to draft a letter of acceptance?" Her proposition was met with nods all around the room, and the Bones matriarch began to write out the letter to the goblins. "Minister Bones," Harry called out, for he still referred to her as such despite the Bones matriarch having been ousted several months ago, "are you aware of the goblins' letter-writing customs? Goblins have customs. Gringotts Bank. Dear Teller Gobblenav, may your enemy's blood taste the ground. We, the Leaders of the Light, have read through and discussed your proposition. We agree to all of your terms. Please conduct a search of all of your vaults. If you find nothing, you may have the amount of 1,000 galleons only from the Bones vault. May the gold of your enemies fill your vaults. Amelia Bones." Gobblenav was surprised, to say the least. Amelia Bones seemed to have learnt some goblin customs, truly unusual for a pureblood witch. He found himself slightly impressed by her niceness. Still a fool, he thought, that is an easy 1,000 galleons for me to make. There is no way that a Horcrux could possibly be within the vaults of Gringotts. Each and every object in our vaults is checked for all dark curses by a goblin. Despite the chances of there actually being a Horcrux, untrustworthy goblins may be, but they were always truthful. He sent the order down to the main office of Gringotts, which functioned behind the scenes to scan all of the vaults for a Horcrux. Goblins were very efficient, it would hardly cost them a few sickles to conduct the search, let alone 1,000 galleons. Gobblenav was about to turn quite a healthy profit off of the foolishness of Amelia Bones. A witch walked up to his desk. This was not an uncommon occurrence, he was a teller after all, but this was special. It was Bellatrix Lestrange, one of the generals of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Goblins did not take sides in wars between humans, but that did not stop them from seriously looking down on despicable people, and if there was one thing that Bellatrix was, it was despicable. Unfortunately, if there was a second thing which she was, it was dangerous. Bellatrix Lestrange was extremely powerful on her own, let alone the fact that her death would bring down the wrath of the Dark Lord, which was a big no-no for the Goblin Bank, being the only reason the insane by.ch of a witch was still served at the bank. "I wish to withdraw something from my vault, Goblin, a golden cup." Lestrange spat his species out as if Gobblenav was some kind of rodent. "Of course, Madame Lestrange," Gobblenav said with a rehearsed politeness, while imagining all the ways in which he could pierce her inside of his head, "right this way." An animated flying paper airplane, the usual mode of communication inside of the bank, came and smacked Gobblenav on the head when he didn't catch it immediately. This brought the bloodthirsty goblin out of his fantasies of murdering Bellatrix. "What are you waiting for?" the aforementioned witch snapped at him. "Horcrux found. Golden cup in vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. I wish to withdraw something from my vault, Goblin, a golden cup." Lestrange spat his species out as if Gobblenav was some kind of rodent. "Of course, Madame Lestrange," Gobblenav said with a rehearsed politeness, while imagining all the ways in which he could pierce her inside of his head, "right this way." An animated flying paper airplane, the usual mode of communication inside of the bank, came and smacked Gobblenav on the head when he didn't catch it immediately. This brought the bloodthirsty goblin out of his fantasies of murdering Bellatrix. "What are you waiting for?" the aforementioned witch snapped at him. "Horcrux found. Golden cup in vault of Bellatrix Lestrange." Gobblenav read from the paper, after unfolding the airplane. Holy F. King. Shit. This was not going to be pleasant at all. This was going to be amazing. "Just a minute, madam, I have got to send off a few notes myself. A major client has gone bankrupt." Gobblenav made a story up on the spot. After all, Bellatrix was a criminal in the eyes of the Goblin Nation now, and they did not extend their usual honesty to criminals. And who might that be? Goblin. Amelia Bones. Gobblenav threw out the first name he thought of, which happened to be that of the witch who was second on the top of his brain at the moment, after Bellatrix herself. Bellatrix smiled her maniacal crazy smile. She had it coming, Voldemort's right-hand woman said with a satisfied expression. Gobblenav made a noncommittal sound as he continued scribbling furiously onto pieces of paper, and sending them zipping in various directions. "We may proceed, madam," he said, with a little more viciousness in his voice than he should have let across. The witch kicked him lightly. "Don't be impolite, you goblin bastard." Only the knowledge of what was about to happen could stop Gobblenav from lashing out in response to Bellatrix. He led her to the cart which they usually took to go down to Bellatrix's vault. They were a good way onto the tracks, before Gobblenav suddenly took a turn in the opposite direction from her vault. He hoped they were moving fast enough that she did not notice that he had surreptitiously changed their direction. Unfortunately, Bellatrix was very paranoid and very perceptive. "Why aren't we on the right course, you filthy creature?" Gobblenav couldn't hold back the nasty smirk any longer. "You have stored a Horcrux at Gringotts Bank. This is against Goblin law, and according to the treaty that your ministry signed with us, we can do whatever we like with you." Bellatrix did not wait before sending curses flying at Gobblenav. The grinning goblin weaved past all the curses, only for Bellatrix to grab him by the lapels of his suit and shove him over the side of the cart, into the eternal abyss below. Before Bellatrix could so much as think, the cart came to a very jerky stop, so fast that it threw her flying off the cart, and into the wall, head first. Now bearing a concussion, Bellatrix clumsily made her way to her feet, trying to hold her wand up in a defensive position and failing at the task completely. She heard a sinister laugh behind her, and knew who the voice belonged to, immediately. "Gobblenav," she rasped out. "You really thought you could kill a goblin by throwing him into an abyss in a goblin bank?" Bellatrix tried to run at Gobblenav but quickly found two swords of goblin make at her throat. Gobblenav raised his hand. "For the crime of bringing a Horcrux into the vaults of Gringotts Bank, I sentence you, Bellatrix Lestrange, to death." The mad witch screamed at the top of her lungs, even as her head was lopped off by the stoic goblin guards. Riddle Manor. While it was true that Voldemort himself could not feel the death of any of his Horcruxes, the same was not true for the darkness. Each of the Horcruxes was sealed with the powers of the darkness, and as such, every time a Horcrux was destroyed, a little bit of the darkness was forced to return to the void, and the primordial entity felt it hard every time a piece of it was destroyed. "Another piece of your soul has been destroyed," the darkness told Voldemort. "Okay," Voldemort said plainly. Weakly. Pathetically. There was no fight left in the Dark Lord. He was now little more than a body worn by the darkness. A body which was very quickly going to be unnecessary, as there was enough darkness in the world to support an individual body for the darkness. The only reason that the darkness still used Voldemort as an anchor was that he had forces he could command. Other than that, the so-called Dark Lord was of no use to the darkness anymore. Lord Voldemort was just a puppet now. "My lord," Lucius Malfoy himself burst into the room, "pardon my intrusion, but Bellatrix Lestrange has been executed by the Goblin Nation." For the first time in several months, the darkness felt a flicker of feeling, a flicker of anger, from the being of Voldemort. Interesting. It seemed like Voldemort did care for at least his closest Death Eater. "We will avenge her," Voldemort grinded out. "No," the darkness said to him, simply, "we will not." The next meeting of the leaders of the light plus Harry, Hermione, and Daphne. "Bellatrix Lestrange has been executed by the Goblin Nation," Amelia Bones announced. Harry felt a little bit like laughing. The biggest blow dealt to the darkness and Voldemort yet, and it wasn't even at their hands. It was the goblins. The honest-to-God 100% neutral goblins. They found the Hufflepuff's cup in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange, and confirmed that it was a Horcrux, and more importantly, they confirmed that they destroyed it. Amelia continued. At this, there was a cheer from all of the leaders of the light. Harry let himself smile. 5 down. 2 to go. 2 months later, Riddle Manor. Today is the day I will finally be myself, the darkness announced inside of Voldemort's head, as if it were coming out of the closet, and not acquiring a physical manifestation of itself. Yes sir. For the hell of it, the darkness sent a wave of pain at Voldemort. It was a testament to how used to it Voldemort had gotten that he didn't even wince or whimper. Or maybe it was just a testament to how much the Dark Lord's vocal cords had suffered in his time playing host to the spirit of the darkness. Fetch Severus Snape, the darkness commanded. Oh, he knew that the potion's master was an informant for Dumbledore, he had seen it in Snape's memories. Fortunately for the darkness, Dumbledore was very tight-lipped about his sources, and he took the secret of Snape's true allegiance to the grave. When Snape disappeared shortly after the attack on Hogwarts, it was generally assumed that the man was dead. That was untrue. He had been called to the Dark Lord's side, only to be subjugated by the darkness, and forced to brew the various dark potions which were required for the ritual he was about to perform. It was an elaborate plan, yes, but Severus Snape was one of the very few wizards or witches who could brew the complex potions required. His skills were invaluable, the only reason that Voldemort had kept him around despite the uncertainty of his allegiance. The sallow-skinned man entered the room, looking painfully thin. After all, he had not been fed in weeks. Voldemort regretted the torture he had been forced to inflict upon Snape. Yes, even the former Dark Lord had limits to his sadism, but it was either Snape suffering or himself, and the darkness already tortured Voldemort enough without extra incentive in the form of disobedience. The potion is ready, Master, Snape said robotically to the Dark Lord, bending over painfully into a bow, despite the lashes that Voldemort knew had been delivered by the magical whip he himself had animated. Voldemort rose on shaky feet, and headed towards the ritual room. Once they were inside, Snape handed a vial to the Dark Lord. Voldemort drank it. Then his world was pain. Later, his world was still pain. Later, his world was still pain. Later, pain. Later, his world was still pain, but relatively less pain. Everything burned, but at least he could see and move, and the first thing that he saw was the darkness. He could not describe what exactly it had become. It was hot like fire, and as cold as ice. The darkness had taken a vaguely humanoid shape, but it was shifting and moving, even as he looked at it. It seemed to be a body made up of shadows, like the kind of armor Voldemort had made for himself from the darkness in the past. Where its face was supposed to be, there was just an abyss of blackness, with 2 small dots of fire for eyes. It was large, extremely large, larger than any human being that Voldemort had ever seen or heard of, at about 10 feet of height, he reckoned. Not only tall, but quite broad. Power didn't just radiate off the being, power was the being. Voldemort's knees went soft and he collapsed. He realized he was still looking at the darkness, the magnificence of the primordial being had brought him into a sort of trance. Looking at the darkness made his vision go spotty, so he looked away. The pain was beginning to subside, and Voldemort realized that he was feeling better than before. All of the darkness which had crept into his body over the years, which had given him strength, was gone. And he felt better for it. I need to rest, the darkness spoke, out loud, with its own mouth, and not Voldemort's. It plodded off to his chambers, to rest in his bed. Voldemort finally accepted something that had been in the back of his mind since the Battle of Hogwarts. He was no longer the Dark Lord, he had not had control of the darkness for a long, long time now. He had been a dark servant of sorts, but now, he was free. The darkness had left him. A plan for escape started to form in his head. He tried the door of the now empty ritual room, Severus Snape having hastily exited after the darkness. It was locked. The darkness had locked him in. Voldemort felt inside himself, hoping against hope that he still had magic. His power welled up against him, and he felt good again. Strong. Not in the way that he had been with the darkness, but strong as he had felt in his days at Hogwarts. He suspected that the darkness thought he was beaten, powerless once stripped of the unlimited magic granted by the primordial being. But Voldemort was not beaten. He was a man feared all around Britain for a reason. Voldemort drew his wand forth, and the familiar warm thrum of power greeted him, so unlike the piercing cold of using the darkness. It was his power. He wanted to speak the words of the first real spell he had used in over 2 years, but his throat was completely done for, so he settled for a non-verbal, Alohomora. He walked out of the room. He had a few hours before the darkness had recovered in its new body and found some new use for him. Voldemort stumbled as he hobbled out of his manor, no, the darkness, manor. There was only one place he could go now. One place which was still beyond the reach of the darkness. They would probably kill him, but after what he had been through, Voldemort embraced death. He wanted it, and there were good chances that he would find it at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Present. Voldemort was not beaten. He was a man feared all around Britain for a reason. Voldemort drew his wand forth, and the familiar warm thrum of power greeted him, so unlike the piercing cold of using the darkness. It was his power. He wanted to speak the words of the first real spell he had used in over 2 years, but his throat was completely done for, so he settled for a non-verbal, Alohomora. He walked out of the room. He had a few hours before the darkness had recovered in its new body and found some new use for him. Voldemort stumbled as he hobbled out of his manor, no, the darkness, manor. There was only one place he could go now. One place which was still beyond the reach of the darkness. They would probably kill him, but after what he had been through, Voldemort embraced death. He wanted it, and there were good chances that he would find it at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Riddle Manor was hardly close to Hogwarts, and Voldemort had yet to gain enough strength to apparate all the way to Scotland, so he found himself using his old Muggle knowledge from decades ago, his childhood in a Muggle orphanage, to navigate his way to a train station, and found himself on a Muggle train to Scotland. He remembered how much he used to hate Muggles, but it was truly astounding how much perspective a year of torture inside one's own body could give a man. He still thought Muggles were powerless rats, but he had now realized that he was a rat as well. All insignificant in the face of the power of beings like darkness and death. Later, the voice of the conductor of the train woke Voldemort up. A few Muggles were looking at him with disgust and fear. He suspected it had something to do with his lack of a nose. Voldemort flicked his wand, putting a confundus on the stupid Muggles. His magic kept on and on returning to him, as he recovered from the effects of the ritual which the darkness had performed to bring itself its own body. He was ready to apparate. A nearly silent brought him to Hogsmeade, to a back alley which he knew for a fact was almost never visited by anyone. Almost never. It seemed Voldemort was having a patch of bad luck, because he heard a bottle shatter against the ground. He looked to see that there was a very drunk wizard puking in a corner of the alleyway, clearly having exited the Hog's Head, which was just one road away. Despite his inebriated state, he was able to recognize Voldemort. The Dark Lord, he stammered out before dropping to a knee, or well, trying to. Being drunk, he tripped and fell to the ground right in front of Voldemort. Then he puked on his shoes. He hiccuped, "Forgive me, my lord." Clearly this was one of his Death Eaters. They were all over the place now. "Leave." Voldemort forced out one word, ignoring how his vocal cords pained. "Thank you, my lord," the Death Eater cried out, before scrambling to his feet and trying to get away as quick as his drunk feet would carry him. He couldn't let that man tell anybody else. Voldemort raised his wand, Ava, then stopped. Killing a man just before he entered Hogwarts might cause him more pain in the long run. Voldemort did not want pain. "Obliviate," he said instead, and then followed it up with a nonverbal stupefy. Anybody who came looking for the drunk would chalk up both his lack of consciousness and his lack of memory to the copious amount of alcohol that he had no doubt consumed earlier in the evening. Voldemort walked to Hogwarts. It was not a short walk. As a student, he had always traveled it in a carriage, and the Thestrals ran extremely quickly, traveling the entire distance in about 20 minutes. On foot, however, it was a long hour and a half of trudging across the wet Scottish countryside. At least winter is over, Voldemort thought. It would have been truly terrible to have to trudge through snow. As it were, mud and damp grass was all he had to bear, not that it was pleasant at all, but not the worst-case scenario. Finally, Voldemort made it. He was there, in front of the school which he hadn't seen since he tried to take it over, nearly a year ago. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Voldemort took a deep breath. Upon his death, Dumbledore had placed the entire castle underneath an intent-based blood ward, the kind which had been placed upon Harry Potter upon the death of his mother. He was counting on the intent-based part of the ward. At this point, he meant no harm to any resident of the school. He would have believed that his torture had caused him to become a pacifist, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted the darkness to suffer a slow and painful death. He would truly relish that. Voldemort let out his deep breath. He was not entering the school as Voldemort the Conqueror, the Dark Lord who was trying to take over the ancient castle. He was entering as Tom Marvolo Riddle, one of the castle's own students. Tom pushed on the gate, and it swung open slowly. With much apprehension, he put one foot inside the castle, and waited. Nothing happened. He was okay. He was safe. Hogwarts had recognized him as one of its own. Tom put his other foot inside. He was home. He heard a sharp intake of breath, and looked around to see who it was. Harry Potter. The boy who lived himself was standing there, wide-eyed, looking at Voldemort. He was not accompanied by any other students. He seemed to be on a stroll around the lake, contemplating life, or something like that, Tom assumed. Tom could hear the pure hate in his voice. He opened his mouth to say something, anything, to stop the confrontation which the two of them were barreling towards, but he was cut off as a humongous snake of fire tried to swallow him whole. Harry was walking. He was very rarely free these days. He was always involved with the war. He was still a school-going child. It was certainly something that the leaders of the Light forgot from time to time, considering how involved with the war effort Harry was. Between training with Iliad, who he could now defeat in one-on-one combat, and researching the Horcruxes, of which only 2 remained now, Harry had scarcely any time to think about or concentrate on his schooling. Harry himself forgot sometimes that he was still a child. He was still in school. His OWL exams came and went, and he was sure he had aced them all. He was just beyond the level that he could learn anything from the school now. He had been forced to learn and progress so fast, that he could hardly pay any attention to just living his life. He was so wrapped up in his own thoughts that he hadn't even thought about where he was walking to, so he came to a standstill as he tried to pick a direction to go. He could head up to the room of requirement, and get some more drills in. He could head up to the headmistress' office to ask McGonagall whether there was anything that needed doing for the war effort that he could help with. He could find Iliad and duel the man once again. Harry may have bested the Lord Greengrass, but that did not make it an easy battle for the young Potter, even with the additional power of the Elder Wand. Finally he decided on none of the above, and headed down to the lake. It was one of the few places where he could just concentrate. Just 2 years ago, he would have found dozens of couples snogging each other senseless underneath the trees by the side of the lake, but these days there were very few students of Hogwarts who went outside the castle, unless they had to for classes. After the great battle for Hogwarts which had occurred on the grounds, there was a fear of getting caught in the middle of such a conflict, were the Dark Lord to attack the school once more. While, obviously, Harry wasn't a fan of the fact that the entire school lived in the kind of fear which children should not have to face, he was quite glad for the solitude which the lake afforded him. He could walk around it over and over again, with just himself for company, and it was the most relaxing thing which he did these days. He just thought. He tried to come to terms with the 1,000,001 things which were going on in his life at any given point in time. He had continued on the Quidditch team, mostly because Quidditch drills were good for his flying capability, if it ever came in handy, not to mention that it was one portion of the overall training which kept the young man in tip-top shape. He attended all his classes, but barely paid attention. He didn't have to, and his teachers did not pick on him, even when they noticed him clearly working on something which was not a part of their classwork. All of them knew the burden he had to carry as the champion of death, a fact which had been told to them all by the headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Not to mention the fact that Harry was already exceeding expectations at all their subjects. Not even in potions did Harry face any troubles, for Snape had run away when Dumbledore died, presumably to join the darkness forces, and he had been replaced at the school by a man of the name Horace Slughorn, who was a serviceable replacement. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts when, out of the blue, he heard the gates of the old castle swing open slowly, and he was immediately on guard. There was not supposed to be any visitors to the castle this day, he knew that. Still, He thought, the castle would not let in anybody who meant anyone inside any harm at all, so it should all be okay. He padded up to the gates. It should have been all okay. It was not all okay. Rather, it was quite the opposite, it was Lord Voldemort himself. For the first time since that night in the graveyard, he was not completely covered by the darkness, but there was no mistaking the snake-like features and the red eyes. Voldemort was just standing there, taking in the view as if he hadn't seen the castle in decades, even though he had stood on these very grounds, and killed the headmaster of this very school, not even 1 year ago. Then their eyes met, and Harry could not make out what Voldemort was thinking at all. He was not the deranged psychopath or the determined mass murderer that Harry was familiar with. His eyes were unfathomable, dull, dead. "You," Harry uttered with utter hatred. If Harry had looked down at Voldemort's mouth, he would have noticed that the man was trying to speak. Alas, he did not. Instead, he drew out the Elder Wand, and funneled all of his considerable magic through the magic magnifying wand and conjured the largest piece of elemental magic that he could muster. A truly fearsome snake of fire rocketed towards Voldemort. Present. It was not at all okay. Rather, it was quite the opposite, it was Lord Voldemort himself. For the first time since that night in the graveyard, he was not completely covered by the darkness, but there was no mistaking the snake-like features and the red eyes. Voldemort was just standing there, taking in the view as if he hadn't seen the castle in decades, even though he had stood on these very grounds, and killed the headmaster of this very school, not even 1 year ago. Then their eyes met, and Harry could not make out what Voldemort was thinking at all. He was not the deranged psychopath or the determined mass murderer that Harry was familiar with. His eyes were unfathomable, dull, dead. "You," Harry uttered with utter hatred. If Harry had looked down at Voldemort's mouth, he would have noticed that the man was trying to speak. Alas, he did not. Instead, he drew out the Elder Wand, and funneled all of his considerable magic through the magic magnifying wand and conjured the largest piece of elemental magic that he could muster. A truly fearsome snake of fire rocketed towards Voldemort. Harry's enemy managed to counter the elemental magic fairly well, deflecting it away with a wall of air, but somehow he seemed a lot weaker than Harry had ever seen him before. The two wizards battled, one more willingly than the other. Tom had very little fight left in him, and he could barely keep up with the extremely high rate of casting which the younger combatant was maintaining. In the heat of the battle, as he was trying to land something, anything, on the man he still thought was a Dark Lord, Harry did not notice that there were absolutely no spells being sent back at him, as Tom was only deflecting Harry's spells, and countering his elemental magic with magic of his own. Harry did notice, however, that Voldemort was not using the powers of the darkness. "Am I so little to you," he said with anger, "that you refuse to even use your real power?" "No," Tom scratched out, but before he could explain himself, he was flying backwards, as Harry landed a vicious expulsion spell on him in triumph. Tom stopped himself in midair and pulled himself out of the way of Harry's next attack, and sent a stunning spell at his opponent with stunning speed and accuracy. Having left himself open in his haste to hit Voldemort, Harry had left himself open too. Attack, and the very first spell which Tom sent his way hit its mark. And nothing happened. Harry blinked. Tom blinked. Then they both got back into the fight, and Tom realized that none of his spells would harm the young Potter. It must be the powers of Dumbledore's wards, he realized. They let me in, but they won't let me harm any of the other inhabitants. But if the wards haven't accepted me as a Hogwarts student, then why would they possibly let me in? The words of Albus Dumbledore floated to his mind unwillingly. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Tom sighed, continuing to fight almost on autopilot, as Harry tired out and the gap between the skills of the two wizards became more obvious. Even in death, Dumbledore was always extending an olive branch to every person. There was a lull in the battle, as Harry gasped for air, and Tom just stood there, waiting for the young Potter, who was glaring at him with hate in his eyes. "Harry," Tom started, unsure of how to address the boy he had wanted to kill for well over a decade. "Don't you dare speak the name my parents gave me, you monster," Harry hissed and started fighting again. He ran at Tom, who let the boy get near, and then Harry pulled out the sword of Potter and swung straight at the man he thought to be his mortal enemy. He knew that the darkness was the real threat, but defeating it was just part of the huge duty put on his shoulders. This was the man that he really hated. Defeating Voldemort was personal. Spells flew in every which direction. Tom was sure that they had been spotted already, and that there would be reinforcements for the child he was fighting very soon. With a roar, Tom summoned a gust of wind so large it threw Harry at a wall. The young Potter was saved by Hogwarts just before he hit the wall, as Tom had been anticipating. He put his hand to the floor and transmuted the stone of the castle to shackle Harry's wrists. The young Potter was finally subdued. His hands were tied, and Tom regretfully plucked the wand from his hand. "Do your worst," Harry said, glaring at Tom. "I did not come here to fight you, Harry," Tom scratched out. "Don't say my name," Harry roared at him. "Fine," Tom sighed, "Mr. Potter, I did not come all this way to fight you. Came here to die, Voldemort." Harry spat back. "That is not ideal," Tom admitted, "but it would be a fair bit better than the alternative." Harry blinked. He was still angry, furious, but this conversation was not going at all as he had imagined. "Step away from Harry," a cold voice said from behind Tom's head. "I hope I can prove to you that I am not here to fight," Tom said, and then raised his hands above his head and stepped away from Harry. And then, Arcturus was next to Harry, and with a single movement, he removed the bindings from Harry, sacrificing all of the transmuted stone to remove the restraints, leaving a small portion of the wall gouged out. Tom on the other hand was shackled by Iliad, in the blink of an eye. A knee to the stomach brought him to his knees. Tom hacked up blood. "I'm not here to fight," Tom gasped out. "Give me one reason I shouldn't kill you where you stand," Iliad said before backhanding Tom across the face. "Oh, I'm sorry, give me one reason I shouldn't kill you where you cower." A little later, the former Dark Lord was shackled to the middle of the interrogation chamber. Or well, the interrogation chamber which had been created by the Room of Requirement. The interrogation had yet to start, but plenty of Order members had roughed Tom up a bit. They couldn't stand the sight of him, for obvious reasons. Still, no matter how many times they punched him or kicked him, the pain was nothing relative to what the darkness had already inflicted on him, so he just took the attacks quietly. There was nothing else he could do really. Amelia Bones walked into the room. It seemed like the former DMLE head had been chosen as interrogator. There was a window of tinted glass behind which, he assumed, the rest of the leaders of the light were hidden. "Amelia Bones," Tom greeted quietly. "Murderer," she returned. Tom nodded, accepting the title. He saw no point denying it. He was a murderer after all. Just because he didn't really have it in him to hurt anybody anymore didn't mean he had completely repented of his many murders. "Why haven't you freed yourself?" Amelia asked first. Tom supposed that was the most important question. They couldn't kill him, because of the 2 remaining Horcruxes, but at the same time, there had to be a reason that he practically walked into the den of his enemy with no backup and let himself be captured. And he had let himself be captured. It was possible that Arcturus could have taken him in this weakened state, but not without a very long fight, even with the help of the Black Lord's allies. "Because this is the only place I am safe." Even Amelia couldn't stop herself from snorting. "Safe? You think you are safe here? You will die as soon as we can figure out how." Tom raised his eyebrows. "You would make Harry a killer while he was still in school." He could see the conflicting emotions on Amelia's face. "No," she said simply, "I would kill you myself. The prophecy may well be fulfilled by Harry directly causing your death by hunting down all of your Horcruxes." "Well," Tom said, "right now, dying is the safe option for me." Amelia went quiet for a little bit. If she was completely honest with herself, she was extremely unsettled by this version of Lord Voldemort. The maniacal crazy who had killed her brother was a man she could easily get behind murdering. This man was quiet and subdued, and she couldn't help but want to know what had happened to the fearsome Dark Lord. "So what's the other option?" Amelia said roughly. "What could be worse than this?" And her roundhouse kick caught him across the face, making the chair he was tied to fall over. Tom crashed to the ground but didn't flinch. "The darkness did worse," he said, "much, much worse." Now Amelia was really confused. "The darkness? Weren't you using it?" Tom looked Amelia dead in the eyes, with his dead eyes. "I will not lie to you for your sympathy, Amelia Bones. I was, maybe still am, somewhere deep inside, a psychopathic man thirsty for power, willing to do anything to get it, but for the last 2 years, I have been little more than a South Avenue. A South Avenue of the darkness. It tortured me day and night. My own body was a hell that I could not escape from. After that, everything seems insignificant. I just can't go back to the pain. So kill me, I beg of you, gather my Horcruxes, destroy them, and kill me. Amelia began to see an opportunity forming, assuming that Voldemort was telling the truth. If you're really so ready to die, surely you would not mind a questioning under Veritaserum. Tom shrugged, I have nothing more to lose. Amelia disappeared, maybe she had gone to discuss with the rest of the leaders of the light, and returned a few minutes later with a vial of Veritaserum. She dropped 3 drops onto the tongue of Voldemort, who opened his mouth willingly, and swallowed obediently. What is your name? Tom Marvolo Riddle. Amelia nodded. So it seemed that she was familiar with his real name, Tom noted. Are you or are you not the self-styled mass murderer and terrorist leader Lord Voldemort? Tom knew what she was asking, but the serum forced him to answer honestly as per what he thought. No, he said. Now, Amelia was surprised. She thought over her question and realized where she had misspoken. Are you or have you ever been the self-styled mass murderer and terrorist leader Lord Voldemort? Yes. It was unrelated to the purpose of the questioning, but Amelia felt compelled to ask, how many people have you killed? I have personally murdered 384 men and women, but I do not know the total number of people killed by my actions, or my Death Eaters. Do you repent your actions? No. Then why in hell are you here, Tom Marvolo Riddle? He looked her straight in the eye and said, because I want the darkness to suffer and die. I no longer care about my life, or my immortality. I just want the darkness to end. Amelia was silent. She was not sure how to proceed with that revelation. How about we cut a deal? A new voice entered the room. Arcturus Black pulled up a chair, which had been conjured by the Room of Requirement. I thought you might say that. Tom smiled a little bit, for the first time since he had gotten there. What are you doing? Amelia hissed at Arcturus. The Lord Black ignored her and incanted, Crucio. Tom twitched slightly but didn't cry out. Wipe that smile off your face, Riddle. This may be an unforgivable curse, but I have done plenty of unforgivable things in my life, and I am willing to do one more to keep you in line. Now, here are the terms of our deal, and they are all my terms, because you do not get any terms, do you understand, Riddle? Present. How about we cut a deal? A new voice entered the room. Arcturus Black pulled up a chair, which had been conjured by the Room of Requirement. I thought you might say that. Tom smiled a little bit, for the first time since he had gotten there. What are you doing? Amelia hissed at Arcturus. The Lord Black ignored her and incanted, Crucio. Tom twitched slightly but didn't cry out. Wipe that smile off your face, Riddle. This may be an unforgivable curse, but I have done plenty of unforgivable things in my life, and I am willing to do one more to keep you in line. Now, here are the terms of our deal, and they are all my terms, because you do not get any terms, do you understand, Riddle? In the midst of irregular breathing, Tom nodded jerkily. Good boy, Arcturus said, satisfied. Now, I don't want to lift this curse, you understand, but I also do not want you to go crazy, so I will let you off the curse for now, got that, Riddle? Another nod. The curse was lifted. So here are my terms, you listening, Riddle? Arcturus punctuated with a punch situated near Tom's belly. Yeah, Tom gasped, as all the air was knocked out of him. You will tell me everything you know about the darkness. What its powers are, what it likes, dislikes, how it can be beaten, what it eats for breakfast in the morning. Then you will tell me where your 2 remaining Horcruxes are, and you will get them for me. Sounds good. Tom opened his mouth to say that he was amenable with the terms, but he was kicked again. Trick question, doesn't matter what you think, Arcturus said. Amelia pulled the Lord Black back. I think you are enjoying this a little bit too much, Arcturus, she said forcefully. This is why we decided that I was going to be the interrogator and not you. At least I can hold back the vindictive side of me which demands that he feel pain. Arcturus glared at her but backed down. Fine, whatever, but get an unbreakable vow first. Amelia glanced at Tom, who shrugged. He had nothing to lose. Amelia waved her wand, and the chain holding Tom's right hand came undone. He held it out and it was grasped by the witch. Arcturus began the proceedings of an unbreakable vow, and the wizard and witch involved stood there, looking at each other in the eyes, as the strands connected their arms. Do you, Tom Marvolo Riddle, swear not to do any intentional harm to any member of the Order of the Phoenix or the leaders of the Light? I do. Do you, Tom Marvolo Riddle, swear to do whatever it takes to bring down the darkness? I do. And the bond was sealed. Good luck, Arcturus wished Amelia, and then left. Amelia nodded. Will do, she nodded to Arcturus before turning back to Tom. Now you, Riddle, spill the beans. Tom nodded. Okay, so the darkness. The darkness is a primordial being of the universe. It makes things exist. It mostly works through the power of its shadows, which it can use as basically anything. It can create things out of its shadows, or destroy things, or fly. Its powers are nigh endless. Anything it does cannot be reversed with a normal spell from a normal wand. It is strongest in the nighttime, and impossible for a regular wizard to defeat, no matter how powerful they may be. It fears the champion of death very much, that is Harry Potter. The Elder Wand possesses the essence of death itself, another primordial being, so normal magic channeled through it can affect the darkness. That is probably its only weakness, or at least the only one that I know of. The darkness does not require any nutrition at all, but while it was occupying my body, it enjoyed eating Muggle Fruit Loops and Cheerios for breakfast, purely out of enjoyment. Amelia blinked. What? The darkness is a primordial being of the universe. It makes things exist. It mostly. No, don't repeat yourself, Amelia interrupted. Just, why was that last part useful? Tom shrugged. It may have been a joke, but I have to respond to the entire question that the Lord Black asked me because I am under the influence of Veritaserum. Amelia groaned. God damn it, Arcturus, why does that man have to be dramatic about everything? It's a bloody waste of time. I do not know, because I am not Arcturus, but I believe that he was trying really hard to be intimidating, Tom said, compelled to answer to the rhetorical question. Oh, shut up, Amelia snapped at Tom. After a bit of an awkward silence, Amelia remembered this was an interrogation. So, Horcruxes. A Horcrux is an object in which a dark wizard or witch has hidden a fragment of his or her soul for the purpose of attaining immortality. Oh, for God's sake, answer my question properly. Where are your last two Horcruxes located? Nagini is my next Horcrux, Tom said grimly. She is still back at the darkness, base in Riddle Manor. The darkness is based out of Riddle Manor. Yes, Tom confirmed, it is heavily warded. Well, I suppose we have to get her back. It's a suicide mission, Tom hissed. You need to wait till Potter can take down the darkness. No, Amelia shook her head. You will lead an operation to acquire your bloody snake from your bloody manor. Tom looked so truly scared that Amelia almost went back on her words. No, please don't make me face it again. You made an unbreakable vow, Amelia said, and since you can't die yet, I wouldn't want to imagine what torture your soul would be put through by denying. Tom looked like he was about to cry but nodded nonetheless. And the last Horcrux? Amelia asked. Tom's look softened. I am actually sorry about this, he said. I did not mean it to happen, even back when it did. Spit it out. My last Horcrux is Harry Potter. Present, Riddle Manor. Bran Buckley bowed before the darkness. He was still confused with everything that was happening. His Dark Lord had gone from the fearsome master to the Death Eater's enemy number one within the span of a single day. A somewhat useless pureblood himself, he accepted his new master as he had accepted his old master. And the new master had certainly made an example of the few Death Eaters who had rebelled against him. Bran was happy enough to keep his life intact. Any news on Voldemort? The darkness asked Buckley. No sir, our spies are all out looking for the dark VV. It's just a name, the darkness growled, the name of a weak coward, not a dark lord. All our spies are out looking for him, Buckley chose his words carefully. Despite the departure of Voldemort, decades of habit meant that he could not make himself say the name of the man he had once called his lord. And, we have had no luck, Buckley admitted. He isn't at any of his safe houses, or anywhere in the underworld of magical Britain, that is for sure. The agents we hired in the Muggle world have not had any luck finding him there either. He seems to have just disappeared off the face of the earth. If he had left the country via any magical or Muggle means, our ministry would have registered the act. The darkness med, deep in thought. Then I know where that rat has gone, he said with contempt. And where is that, sir? Buckley asked. Our little rat has fled, the darkness said, to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Buckley gasped. That is most terrible news, sir, he said, trying to figure out how to phrase what he wanted to say without disrespecting his master. We have had difficulties trying to raid Hogwarts in the past. On the contrary, Bran, the darkness said with a smirk, this is excellent news. Bran blinked once, then twice. What? He asked. Put Nagini under lock and key in the dungeons, the darkness commanded his subordinate, and prepare for an assault. The leaders of the light will be coming here. Hogwarts. Why can't you just deal with my Horcrux after you've dealt with the darkness? Tom grumbled. Are you being serious, Riddle? Babajide asked incredulously. The darkness is a major problem certainly, but you are the man that has terrorized this country for decades now. The two men were currently getting ready to lead the mission on Riddle Manor. Arcturus had initially wanted Tom alone to go to the manor and retrieve his snake, but the former Dark Lord made a good point about the darkness seeing that coming from a mile away, and the necessity of having backup became quite obvious. Arcturus and Babajide would both accompany Tom on the mission. It was an extremely risky play, endangering the two strongest fighters that the light side had for this mission, not to mention two of the leaders of the light, but it was a necessary risk, Babajide opined, because they needed to have Tom mortal and killable, so that he didn't just slink away once his goal was fulfilled and the darkness was dead. He had to pay. The three men were making the assault alone, they were short enough on men already, and this was a little bit more of a stealth mission, so there was no point bringing along large numbers of men to the battle. Though it would be hard to muster a decent force at this point anyway. There was no international help for them apart from that of Anu and Babajide, who had both taken time off from their jobs to help out in Britain. Locally, there were a few old Aurors who had stayed loyal to Amelia, as well as a few members of the Order of the Phoenix, but their total numbers were still fewer than 50. We're ready to go, Tom said grimly, pulling his two companions out of their thoughts. Headmistress, office. Harry was subdued. Minerva could hardly blame the young boy. After all, she had no idea how she would feel if it were suddenly sprung on her that she would have to die for the Dark Lord to be defeated. Not to mention the boy was still a teenager, he should rightfully have had at least a century of life to go, a century of very good life, Minerva privately hoped, to make up for the hardships he was being forced to face as just a child. Good morning, Professor McGonagall, the boy said to her, bringing the headmistress back to reality, where she had called the young Potter into her office. How are you feeling, Harry? She asked him, concerned. He stared at her, and she could tell that he did not know how to answer. It was times like this when Minerva sorely missed the presence of the man whose portrait hung behind her. The version of Albus in the portrait was a dull recreation of the man she had known in life. It could recreate his personality, but it could not give the kind of advice which he was known for. The kind of advice it now fell to her to give her your charge. What would Albus say? She murmured, which brought a smile to Harry's face. I've been thinking that a lot as well, he admitted, wondering what the headmaster would say to me. How he would make me feel better, if he would make me feel better. Of course he would, Minerva said, still racking her brain on what Albus would say. We will find another way, she said finally. It was not what Albus would say. He would try and get Harry to be at peace with the current reality, but that was not what Minerva would do. She would find another way for her young pupil. Present. Operation Nagini. That's what they were calling it. Tom preferred Operation Suicide, personally, but he guessed that that was a little too much of a downer for the rest of his team to palate. The darkness will have moved Nagini to the dungeons, to be held in captivity, Tom said. She would have been moved immediately once it was realized that I had escaped. The other two men accompanying Tom nodded that they understood what he was saying. The wards still accept me as their master, Tom continued, so sneaking in should be no issue. I'll enter and then give the two of you permission to enter. Then we just sneak into the dungeons with as little confrontation as possible and escape with Nagini. The trio made their way through the thick forest which surrounded the manor on all sides. The forest made sneaking up on the manor a very easy task, something with Babajide, Arcturus, and Tom were all very glad for. This is the ward line, Tom said, once they had reached the ward line. I will enter first, he instructed before walking across. That was when everything went wrong. A loud klaxon-type sound went off. It was deafening. Tom's eyes widened, the darkness must have changed the wards. He realized, Akingbad, Black, come, we need to get to a different part of the grounds, the darkness will be here within a minute. The trio sprinted as Tom led them through the less used pathways of the manor, to try and find an empty spot where the three of them could hide. Finally, they found the shed of the gardener, which was completely deserted, and right next to a very overgrown garden. All three members of the team were breathing extremely heavily. Arcturus cursed, "It was AF, King Trap. They heard a Death Eater approaching the cottage. He must have seen us through the window," Tom hissed, before opening the door ever so slightly and shooting the Death Eater with a spell. He disappeared. "What did you do to him?" Arcturus whispered to Tom as they all ducked out of the view of the window. "You'll see," Tom said, and then the Death Eater popped into existence right in front of them. Arcturus stared. "What the hell kind of spell was that?" "One I made up myself," Tom said, wordlessly stunning the man in front of them who he had magically remotely apparated. "Damn," Baba whistled. Tom let himself smile. "They'll start sweeping the rest of the grounds once they're done checking the perimeter. This is our chance to sneak in." Arcturus and Babajide nodded. They made their way out, under disillusionment charms, and Tom led them on a roundabout route back to the manor, and snuck them in. The manor was deserted. It looked like all of the darkness men had gone out to search the perimeter and find the trespassers. Babajide, the youngest and least experienced of the three, relaxed ever so slightly as they reached the dungeons. "There will be guards here for sure," Tom whispered. The three hid around the sides of the gate, and then as one unit, they slammed the door open and whipped up their wands, shooting our stunners before they even registered where they were. The three heard hissing from the cell at the furthest end of the dungeon and quickly scurried across to where they heard the hissing. Tom blasted open the gate to the cell. The darkness sat on a chair, playing with Nagini. It paused from its play to look up at the shocked wizards who were frozen at the door. "Finally decided to return to me, Tom," the darkness casually said, "and you've brought two of our enemies as a sacrifice, good choice." "I'm here to take my snake back," Tom said quietly, his voice trembling as he was in the presence of the being that had tortured him for close to a year. The darkness tightened his grip around Nagini's neck, and choked the snake to death, the black mist of the Horcrux screeching as it was forcefully sent to the afterlife. "Oh no," it said in mock horror, "I think I killed it." Arcturus and Babajide looked at each other and blinked. Mission accomplished. Both of them turned tail and sprinted away, blasting open the doors of the dungeon in an attempt to get out, now that their goal had been accomplished, hearing Tom scream behind them. Then they both tripped, looking down to their ankles to see that they had been grabbed by none other than the darkness itself. "You thought you could get away that easily?" The darkness spoke. Both wizards grunted and shot off spells at the darkness, but were unable to hurt it at all. Then the darkness fell over, blood spewing from its mouth. Tom appeared from behind it, looking a little bit worse for wear, his wand held out. "Let's go," he roared, and they ran, even as the darkness healed itself behind them. "How did you hurt it?" Baba asked, as they ran, blasting Death Eaters out of their way. "Alchemy," Tom replied, "it cannot resist alchemically created weaponry." Tom pulled a knife out of his robes, presumably an alchemically created one, and directed it to fly at their assailant. The darkness dodged, but Tom directed it to stab it from behind. The primordial being held its hand out to prevent being pierced itself but gaining a cut on the hand. The trio reached the perimeter of the manor, but could not exit, as there were wards set up to prevent their exit at the perimeter, which the darkness must have set up as a part of the trap it had set for them. "Break the wards," Tom said grimly, pulling out more knives. "I'll hold him." Nicholas Flamel stuck his head under the tap of the public washroom, running his hands through his overgrown hair to try and wash up. The man had not had a bath in several long weeks. He would use his wand, but it had been crushed by the darkness. His thoughts wandered to his wife for a brief second before he clamped down hard on that train of thought. Neither Nicholas nor his wife had been very afraid of death, but being separated from each other was an entirely different torment which Nicholas had not been prepared for in the slightest. Really, he supposed, he should have just let himself die at the hands of the darkness. It would have been terribly embarrassing, but life was a lot harder than being taken by the ever-fair hands of death. He had pulled himself through the assault on his home, and escaped the darkness not before a short but fierce duel between the two, because he knew that he was needed by the leaders of the light. "Much help I am now," he thought bitterly, his hand coming up to scratch his unshaved chin. At the rate he was going, he would not even be able to make his way to England, let alone help out with the war effort. Not to mention that he was ever aware of the clock ticking on his lifespan, as his advanced age rapidly caught up with him, as the effects of the philosopher's stone wore out over time, after he had destroyed his life's greatest creation, to prevent it from falling into the hands of the darkness. He pulled himself out of his reminiscing to notice an eerie silence. That was odd. He was sure that there had been the voices of plenty of muggles all around the public toilet, as usual. Now it was quiet. It was unnaturally quiet. A silencing charm. Just great. They were back. Nicholas scrambled up, his wild hair still dripping wet from the washing he had been giving it. Just in time to escape his death, it seemed, as the sink was shattered violently into itty-bitty pieces of marble which went flying in every direction. Nicholas ducked into a toilet stall in the public toilet to avoid being pierced by shattered marble. The alchemist quickly set up an equivalent exchange, sacrificing the wall of the toilet to create a small dagger. With the wall out of place, Nicholas sprinted out of the toilet and into the crowded streets of Paris. He had been trying to make his way out of the city for weeks, but being pursued by the most deadly group of assassins in the world kind of put a dent in that plan. Parisians looked at Nicholas, confused, wondering why the old man dressed in rags with overgrown hair was running haphazardly through the streets. Monsieur, Nicholas heard a French policier say, "Qu'est-ce que vous faites?" He didn't have time to reply and kept running down the street. The policeman followed him, much to his dismay, presumably thinking he was some kind of homeless man in some kind of trouble. Nicholas dove into a tiny alleyway, ducking past the board of a small restaurant set up there, and scaling the small wall at the end of the pathway. The policeman followed him. "Je suis là pour vous aider," he said earnestly. "I am here to help you," he repeated in English. Great. An earnest police officer thinking he would be able to help Nicholas against the best assassins in the world. He would have laughed at the hilarity of the situation under any other circumstances, but unfortunately, his life was on the line. He had to deal with the policeman before he got himself killed, or worse, before he got Nicholas found by his assassins. Nicholas stopped running, getting down on his haunches like he was tired from all of the running, and was panting to catch his breath. "Monsieur," the police officer reached him, and got down on his haunches as well. "What is wrong, sir?" he said, in French. "Bad men," Nicholas gasped out with a faked shortness of breath. "Bad man chase me," he repeated. "Come with me to the police station, and I will help you," the officer said. "My name is Emmanuel." The now named officer smiled down at him. Nicholas couldn't help being reminded of his old friend who he had not seen in so long now. He let the officer help him up, before subtly getting behind him. He pulled his dagger out discreetly, turning it around so that he could knock Emmanuel out with the butt of the weapon. Just as he drew his hand back to strike, he was blown away from the officer. S formed in the ground underneath them, and a huge jagged shard of rock pierced out of the ground. Nicholas noticed it just in time to dive out of its way. The policeman whipped around, a baton out in his hand, his eyes bulging as he saw the destruction of the ground behind him. Shit. Nicholas was out of time. A young man, muscular, walked into the alleyway. He was young but his hair had been dyed pure white, including the stubble on his face and his mustache. "Oi oi oi," he said, "you are not dead yet. Get behind me," the police officer said to Nicholas, trying to take charge of the situation, while simultaneously asking the white-haired man, "Who are you?" "I am the son of Whitebeard." The man smirked, before noticing that Emmanuel was reaching for his radio receiver to call for backup. "Oh ho, someone's trying to play the hero. Delightful. Unfortunately, I can't have you involving any more mortals than absolutely necessary." The white-haired man twitched his hand and the ground underneath Emmanuel the policeman ruptured, and then Emmanuel the policeman was ruptured, and then Emmanuel the policeman was stone-cold dead. Nicholas ran, but he knew that the son of Whitebeard was not working alone. He was proven right, as an absolutely gigantic eagle lunged out of the sky, with snow-white feathers and razor-sharp talons aimed right at him. Nicholas put his hand to the ground, sacrificing most of the cement and tarmac of the road to hastily create a metal medieval-style shield, and raised it. The talons of the eagle embedded themselves in his shield, piercing straight through the shield, but stopping just before his chest. Nicholas pulled the shield back before throwing it right at the face of the eagle. "White Eagle, report status," Nicholas heard a voice say. "Subject is still alive, Freywin," a human voice came out of the eagle. "Then kill it." "That's what I'm trying to do." The eagle snapped before flapping its wings, creating large gusts of air which blew Nicholas into the wall. Nicholas scrambled to his feet, only to find himself in a corner with assassins surrounding him from every angle. The white eagle, with a flap of his wings, flew behind him, to stand above the wall which he had been backed against, just in case he tried his trick of transmuting the wall into something a lot smaller, which he had employed in the public bathroom, once again. The two assassins who had assaulted him already were joined by 4 more assassins, who simply seemed to appear out of the shadows. Nicholas got into a fighting position, holding his knife offensively. The 5 assassins surrounded him. Nicholas Flamel, they all said together. Practiced synchronization, have you? Nicholas said. The assassins all glared, except one older lady, who responded by saying, yes, actually. Geeky Mom, the white eagle who was still keeping himself floating by flapping his powerful wings, hissed, don't tell. Taking advantage of their distraction, Nicholas ran at the weakest-looking member of the squad, the so-called Geeky Mom, and with lightning-quick motion, he stabbed at her. With even faster reflexes, the assassin caught his wrist with 2 fingers, ing the bones in the area and plucking the knife out of his hand faster than he could even blink. The knife found itself embedded in Nicholas' thigh. The oldest man in the world gritted his teeth to avoid screaming out loud at the pain that he was feeling. A powerful kick pushed Nicholas back into the corner he had been backed into earlier. He coughed up a wad of blood, and fell over. He's done, the son of Whitebeard said, he isn't going anywhere. Ooh, does that mean we can have an evil monologue? Geeky Mom said, delighted, I've wanted to do one of those ever since I became an assassin, but all our victims just die too quickly to hold a conversation with. The son of Whitebeard pinched the bridge of his nose, but nodded, accepting the request. Fine, he said to Geeky Mom, but make it quick. Geeky Mom walked up to Nicholas, do you know who we are, dead man? The alchemist looked up at her incredulously, but didn't answer. A vicious kick to his stomach soon changed that. Yes, he gasped out, you are members of the Followers, the greatest group of assassins in the world. You know, you're a lot alike, you and I. Geeky Mom said dramatically. The rest of the assassins groaned at the cliché. There was an awkward silence. Do you want to know how? Geeky Mom prompted. Silence. Geeky Mom raised a fist and Nicholas answered quickly, yes, of course I do. We're all alchemists here, she said, spreading her arms to gesture to the rest of her group. In fact, our power, the power of our entire organization, is based on research that you conducted, Mr. Flamel, so you have to imagine how surreal it is to kill you. To kill the man that made us. Nicholas' eyes widened, this was news to him. Another member of the posse of assassins grinned, you never finished your research into the transmutation of magic itself, did you? You seemed it a danger to society, and shelved it, didn't you? Nicholas nodded slowly, a cold dread building in his stomach. J-Care, don't steal my monologue, Geeky Mom said crossly. You don't own the monologue. The now identified J-Care protested, you're spouting clichés that are pretty much public domain, I can participate too. Tell her I can participate, son, he said, referring to the son of Whitebeard, and not a biological son of his own. The son of Whitebeard simply stared at J-Care. Okay fine, be like that, J-Care grumbled, before turning to another member of the group, tell her, Alex. Alex shrugged, and J-Care huffed. Geeky Mom looked back at Nicholas, sorry about that, she said, now, where were we? Oh yes, I was telling you about how your research was taken by our master, and made the basis for the creation of our powers. You have a master? Nicholas asked, unable to resist his curiosity, despite knowing that he was going to take this information to the grave with him. We're called the Followers, of course we have a master, Alex said, reasonably. Anyway, your research created us. If you sacrifice your magic, this is what you can do, Geeky Mom grinned, before all her veins started glowing red, and she picked up the shield Nicholas had been using and crushed it between her hands. That's one of the possibilities, Alex explained, essentially, with all of the magic that you donate, you can transmute that supernatural energy into most any kind of power you wish. Fascinating, Nicholas murmured. Geeky Mom frowned, where's the look of horror? I wanted to see your look of horror at what you have created. Rather than give a look of horror, Nicholas grinned. Thanks for that, he said. Kill him, the son of Whitebeard said immediately, he's planning something, just. He flew into the wall, and collapsed to the ground. Unconscious but not dead. Nicholas sprinted, grinning at the rest of the assassins, despite the pain in his side. His hand was glowing with power. Au revoir, assholes. Break the wards, Tom said grimly, pulling out more knives, I'll hold him. And hold him he did. Using his alchemically created knives, Tom managed to put up a decent fight, impressing both his enemies turned comrades with how skilled he was with hand-to-hand combat. A blast sent Tom flying, but the former Lord Voldemort kept on and on fighting against the darkness, quite viciously, sending magic flying, as well as an abundance of daggers which he kept creating. A tendril of darkness shot at him, but he dove beneath it, a knife in his hand, with which he swung quickly at the darkness, even as his other hand went for a punch, with alchemically created knucklebusters on his hands. Neither landed, as he was pushed away by the darkness, once more, as the primordial entity held him off. Neither of Tom's two allies were able to spend very much time looking upon how good of a job Tom was doing, as they were both quite busy working on the wards. A few Death Eaters tried to fight them at some point, but Babbajiday proved within half a minute why the two of them were wizards so powerful that only the darkness itself could actually hope to stand against them. Arcturus also noted that only a few of the Death Eaters were truly devoted to attacking them. The rest of them were supremely confused because the master that they had spent years serving was now their enemy, and they weren't sure who they owed their allegiance to, the darkness or their Lord Voldemort. It was likely, Arcturus postulated, that they would follow whichever of the two won the fight. The Death Eaters followed the powerful, after all. Tom's versatility was truly amazing, even being handicapped without the darkness, which had been his main source of power in his rise and peak of power. Enough. The darkness roared out, and Tom froze in midair, his arms having been grabbed by thick tendrils of darkness. The man tried to wriggle out of it, but was unable to. "I am going to kill you slowly," the darkness rasped, before noticing that Tom's attention wasn't on it at all. Controlling his magic completely wandlessly, Tom willed over a dozen knives, which he had guided to float behind the darkness during the course of their fight, to fly straight into the physical body of his enemy. The primordial entity screeched in pain. Tom kept driving the knives into the creature, which fell to its knees. It looked at Tom with immense hate, and snapped his body in half, killing him in an instant. The exact instant that the two wizards who had been with Tom were able to break the wards and flee the scene. The younger of the two, Babbajiday, looked back at their former comrade with compassion in his eyes. "I know he deserved that, and more," Babbajiday said with a quiet voice, "but it is still hard to see a comrade killed." Arcturus grabbed Babbajiday's hand, and the two apparated out mere seconds before their imminent capture. They emerged in one of the large fields of Black Manor, where Arcturus let go of the hand of his teammate, and both men lay down flat on the ground, breathing heavily. "It's what he wanted," Arcturus said, "a painless death." "Painless?" Babbajiday said incredulously, "The poor bugger was broken in half." "Painless relative to the pain of being tortured for the better part of a year," Arcturus said darkly, "and I don't think Riddle was joking when he called it Operation Suicide. He got to die taking out what he hated most in the world, that's all the penance he deserved." Babbajiday hesitated but nodded. "Now we only need to take care of the Horcrux inside of Harry," Arcturus said, as both men strolled towards the Black Manor, from where they would be able to flow to Hogwarts to report their mission's success and the death of Tom Riddle. The two walked in relative silence, making their way to the large and imposing ancestral home of the Blacks. Arcturus busied himself with organizing the flow powder, which was stored somewhere away from the fireplace. Baba did not know why, and Baba sat down on the couch in the living room. The Lord Black found his flow powder and they set off to Hogwarts in a puff of green smoke. All of the leaders of the light were clustered around in McGonagall's tiny little office space. If it weren't for such a serious issue, Baba would have found the sight quite funny. As it was, the grim atmosphere was too tense for him to smile. Even Sirius Black was sitting stone-faced, waiting for the news, good or bad. When Tom did not follow the other two men out of the fireplace, a look of horror covered the faces of everyone in the room. "The mission was successful," Arcturus said heavily. A month later, Gringotts Bank. It had taken much coercing, but the goblins had finally agreed to do it. Agreed to do what, you might ask? Well, the goblins had perhaps the best curse breakers on the planet, which was why even immensely dark cursed objects such as Horcruxes were well within the abilities of the wily green creatures to destroy. It had taken a combination of a lot of gold, plus the favor owed to the leaders of the light for pointing out the Horcrux which had been stored in Bellatrix's vault, but they had finally, if somewhat reluctantly, agreed to extract the Horcrux from Harry's head. And so, Harry and Sirius found themselves waiting nervously at the desk of a goblin teller in the Bank of Gringotts. "Come with me, Mr. Potter," the teller said gruffly. More than a little bit nervous, Harry complied. Sirius made to follow him, but a different teller stepped up and blocked Sirius' route. "No one else is allowed," Harry's dogfather was told firmly. Harry could hear Sirius protesting even as he and the first goblin teller moved out of earshot. "Why can't Sirius come with me?" Harry asked, a little bit lamely. "You are going deep within Gringotts to places very few humans have been," the teller said. "Gringotts owes your so-called leaders of the light a great debt for pointing to a Horcrux in our own system. A debt worth more galleons than either of us could hope to see in our lives. That is why you are here. No human has set foot in here in the 500 years since the wizards waged their last war of oppression upon us." Harry nodded, he had expected as much. He got into the cart with the teller, and it rocketed off at breakneck speeds. Harry was used to it at this point, so he just closed his eyes and tried not to throw up. The ride kept going longer than it ever had before to get to his trust vault. Harry opened his eyes briefly, trying to ignore the stinging from the wind whipping into his eyes, and looked around. They were in a massive cavern. Below them, far below them, thousands of goblins were mining away, and around them was a huge labyrinth of enchanted rail tracks, floating in midair. Some of them led down to where the miners were, while others led into different caverns and all over the bank. Gringotts was a lot bigger than Harry could have ever imagined. He closed his eyes again, to stop the nausea from overwhelming him. The last thing he caught a glimpse of was the teller looking absolutely unmoved, as if he were taking a stroll in the park and not traveling at batshit insane speeds hundreds of feet above where the ground was. Harry lost track of the time, but they reached their destination eventually. The cart slowed down over about 500 meters, before coming to a halt, to prevent the people inside it from being thrown out violently due to the speed of the thing. "No human has ever stepped foot here," the teller said casually. "Follow me." Harry followed him. They walked for about a minute through small caverns with glowing rocks embedded in the floor and in the walls, which allowed them to see their way, and gave the entire place a little bit of an ethereal aesthetic. They entered a room. An older goblin was there, waiting for them. "Welcome, Mr. Potter," he rumbled. "My name is Rumbleroar. Let us get started." It seemed like Rumbleroar was a man of few words. Removing a Horcrux from a living being is not a pleasant process. Rumbleroar pulled an ornate wooden box out of a shelf, and took out of it a wand. Harry stared. "I thought goblins weren't allowed to have wands." "They aren't." Harry's question was given no further regard. The goblin pointed the wand at Harry's head, and seemed to be trying to take an exact aim. "I should probably warn you," the goblin said, "for this process to work, you will have to be dead for a short period of time." "Sorry about that." Wah! He saw the goblin's mouth move and a flash of green light, and everything was gone. Death. The next thing Harry saw was the mighty annoyed face of Albus Dumbledore looking at him crossly. If it weren't a clear sign that he had passed on, Harry would have found the expression on his old headmaster's face extremely funny. Dumbledore just looked so grumpy. It was hilarious. Then he spoke. "You fool," Death hissed at Harry, "you may be my champion, but you can't go around killing yourself whenever you want. You have responsibilities, and I must send you back. Do you know how much paperwork is involved in sending you back once you visit this realm?" "There is a Horcrux in my head," Harry said, "one of Voldemort's. It's his last one. After this, he will have truly passed on. His physical body is already dead." Death groaned. "When a person has a Horcrux, and they die, what happens to them? What happened to Voldemort when you killed his physical body as a baby?" He said, as if he was speaking to a little child. "They, become a wraith. And yet, when the darkness killed Tom Riddle, he did not become a wraith. He simply ceased to exist. Which would imply, there was no Horcrux in me." Harry realized, that means Voldemort was trying to get the leaders of the light to kill me, his final revenge from beyond the grave. "Not quite so dramatic, I'm afraid," Death said dryly. "By the end, Riddle couldn't give less of a shit if you died or not. There was indeed a Horcrux in your head, that is until you became my champion. I could hardly have a tainted human as my champion. Death is fair and untainted. I removed it as soon as you became my representative." "Oh," Harry said. "Oh indeed," Death said. "Now, I shall send you home, champion, and I better not see you here again, at least until the darkness is dealt with. Have I made myself understood?" Harry hesitated, then nodded. Good, Death said, now, go to sleep. The primordial entity waved his hand, and suddenly his eyes felt heavy. Until next time, my champion. And then, Harry was asleep. Harry. The young Potter woke up groggily to the sound of panicked screaming. He blinked his eyes open to see the face of his godfather a little bit close to his own face. Fat tears fell from Sirius' eyes onto Harry's face. Jareth, Harry mumbled. Sirius blinked. Harry. He said, you're alive. I know that, Harry said looking around. He was no longer inside the chamber he had been led into, which had been in the heart of the Bank of Gringotts. He was lying on a bed in a mostly empty white-walled room, with one door and no windows. He was enveloped in the tightest hug of his entire life by his dogfather. The goblins said you were dead, Sirius blubbered, they said it hadn't worked. Harry gave a small smile. You can get off me now, he said, and Sirius reluctantly did so, rubbing his red eyes. Harry was about to launch into the convoluted explanation of his current status as alive, but Sirius held up a hand. You should probably wait until Amelia and Arcturus are here. I'm sure they'll want to know as well. Harry cocked his head to one side, but hadn't we decided it was too risky to bring so many high-profile members of the Leaders of the Light? Why are they coming here? Sirius looked a bit sheepish. I may or may not have panicked and contacted Amelia when we thought you were dead. Seemed like a good idea at the time, you know, when we thought you were dead. Harry didn't seem satisfied, but decided to let it go. After all, he was dead. What's going on here? Harry heard the goblin who had been his guide earlier say. This can't be, the gravelly voice of Rumbleroar spoke in disbelief. Harry waved awkwardly at the two gaping goblins who had entered the chamber, but only for a second, as Amelia Bones marched into the room, following the goblins, with a face carved out of marble, and shoulders tense as could be. Your visitor is here, Harry's teller said weakly, and belatedly. Said visitor stopped in her tracks, causing the man behind her to bump into her. Most likely already on a short fuse due to Harry's supposed death, Arcturus Black's voice was very tight as he said, "Move in, Amelia." When she didn't, her marble expression melting in the blink of an eye to be replaced by the same surprise reflected by the goblins, Arcturus moved her aside with his own hands, shoving the younger woman. It was almost comical how every one of the people in the room assumed the exact same expression of disbelief. Harry laughed nervously. I guess I have a little bit of explaining to do. Hogwarts. There was a war going on. It had been for almost 2 years now, and it was still going strong. The Leaders of the Light were all but confined to Hogwarts as their base of operations, and they were functioning with far smaller teams than their opponents. With the disappearance and probable death of Nicholas Flamel, the definite death of Albus Dumbledore, Babbageday and Arcturus had taken over the job of commandeering the forces of the light mostly upon themselves. Strike hard, get out quick, was the crux of their strategy. Avoiding the darkness was key. Amelia was their political leader, taking care of the Times of the Phoenix, which had been banned by the Thickness administration, but was being illicitly distributed amongst citizens of magical Britain. Hogwarts continued to function. Its existence was tied in with the ancient magical laws of Britain, and Thickness had proved unable to outlaw the school altogether, meaning that the young of magical Britain were still kept safe at the school, preventing them from being targeted and used by the darkness. Amongst all the other things going on in life, you couldn't really blame Harry for forgetting that he had his owls to take at the end of 5th year. Well, unless you were named Hermione Granger. We have exams tomorrow. Harry blinked. I've been telling you that you should start revising for the last 2 weeks, Hermione said. It's fine, I'll be fine, Harry said dismissively. Don't get cocky, oh chosen one. Daphne Greengrass whacked Harry over the head with the book she was reading, seated on his other side. It's not being cocky if it's true. Hermione looked scandalized. It's not like you needed to study for most of these either, our training is well beyond our levels. With an intense focus on combat, Hermione reminded him, you can transfigure rubble to projectiles, but how's your table to horse coming along, Harry deflated. Fair point, he grumbled. Which exam is first? Defense against the dark arts. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that'll be easy. Start studying for the potions exam the day after tomorrow then, smarty pants. Harry deflated. Again. After exams. All things considered, Harry's owls certainly could have been worse. In fact, He was quite certain that he had passed quite admirably, considering he had nearly died in Gringotts Bank the other day, and had a war to think about which consumed the majority of his free time, when he was not training or spending time with his two friends. Hermione was, of course, extremely disappointed that exams were over, while being ecstatic with herself and her performance at the same time. Daphne was apathetic at best, detached from the entire idea of there being any importance to the exams at all. The darkness was frustrated. And bored. Bored and frustrated. The 50 men around it were less bored, and more scared shitless. I invite the holder of the seat of Malfoy to speak. The darkness, puppet, Pious Thickness piped up, from his spot on the podium of the chief warlock, which he had assumed in the absence of a real candidate for the position due to his own position as minister. The darkness stood. It could see the wary glances of all the men and women around him, fellow members of the Wizengamot. For those of you who don't know me, I am Maximilian Abraxas Malfoy. Due to the untimely and unfortunate passing of my cousin, Lucius, I have been instated as the representative of our family to this great body, the darkness lied. Of course, the families associated with the darkness were well aware of who, or rather what, it was, but due to fear, none of them would dare contradict him. The families of the light, the few of them that remained in their spots on the Wizengamot, had obviously never heard of such a Malfoy, but the general acceptance from the dark families led to them accepting its fake identity as a Malfoy as well. It was covered from head to toe in a cloak with a hood, and a glamour which imitated Lucius' luscious own hair which cascaded out of said hood. Its face itself was not directly visible by any member of the Wizengamot, and for good reason. Anyone who looked directly upon it would be immediately struck by the potency of its power and the danger he radiated. It would be most impractical. It paused, waiting for the murmuring in the room to calm down. It sent a mental command to Thickness, instructing him to bang his gavel and restore order. His stooge did as commanded. The gavel came down. Silence. His squeaky voice commanded, "Order, order in the court." Thickness's request was heard, and the darkness continued speaking. "I have reason to believe that rebel operations are going on at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In fact, it was an attempted inspection of the premises of the school, conducted independently by my cousin Lucius, which resulted in his passing away. Obviously, this is unacceptable, and it demonstrates the complete incompetence of the Hogwarts staff, and their compliance with rebels against the Ministry of Magic." It paused. After an awkward beat of silence, the darkness realized that Thickness was just staring at him dumbly. "Idiot." The darkness mentally commanded Thickness, who jerked his neck up and down rather jerkily. "Here, here, Mr. Malfoy," he said, "do you have any solutions for this? While we would ideally like to overthrow the rebels from Hogwarts immediately, this is not possible because it is outside the Ministry's age-old agreement with the school, so we cannot simply assault and evict the undesirable parties." That was a lie. The laws regarding the school with the Ministry did indeed specify against a direct assault on the castle, but the darkness couldn't care any less about that law. It did however care about the powerful wards placed upon the castle by Albus Dumbledore, which it could not overcome in a direct assault. "Then what is our way forward, Mr. Malfoy?" Thickness said. "The laws do however give the Ministry the right to inspect the premises of Hogwarts, if they believe that the school is not meeting minimum standards of education. I am personally of the opinion that allowing exposure to rebels is destroying any standards of education whatsoever. I'm also certain that this means that other standards of education have also been violated. How do you propose we put this law into action?" Thickness spoke, tonelessly, providing a wall for the darkness to bounce its speech off of, to avoid seeming dictatorial. "This year, we'll be instating a new position to the school." The darkness started speaking, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. "A position engineered to give the Ministry a foothold at the school, and they can't deny it. The very magic which forms the sentience of the school would bend to the will of an official position." This was it. The initiation of its master plan. He had scoured the laws of the Ministry, and this was the one way in which the darkness could exert its control over the school without having to fight its way through the wards of the school, which it still could not penetrate. In the moments of silence after his speaking, gossiping had broken out across the entire hall of the Wizengamot. Horror was easily seen on the faces of the Light families, whose kids were at Hogwarts, safe from all of the fighting and strife which had engulfed the rest of magical Britain. The minority of the Light families who were actively involved in the resistance effort were even more distraught, as it seemed like their last stronghold of power was going to finally be penetrated. The dark families could not be read. Their Lord Voldemort, the strongest and most magically intimidating man any of them had met in their lives up to that point, was easily destroyed and killed in a battle of magic by the darkness. The motion was put to a vote. They were too scared to do anything but vote in the favor of the being, for the darkness certainly wasn't human in any way, shape, or form, which had declared itself their new master. Each and every light family voted against the motion. There were no gray families left to vote against the motion, having all been removed from the Wizengamot like the Greengrasses, or been forced to convert to the dark side. This motion passes with a majority. Thickness banged his gavel. It was normal for about one half of the room of the Wizengamot to look grim, due to the polarized dark and light nature of their politics, but for once, nobody in the room looked like they were happy about the passed motion. Thickness spoke, "So who are we electing for this position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor? Any suggestions?" The darkness, under the guise of being Maximilian Malfoy, raised its hand. "If I may, Minister, I think I know just the right person for this endeavor." "What do you mean you're leaving Hogwarts?" "Remain calm, Harry," Iliad said. "Minerva will remain here, in case you need her help. The groundskeeper is also a member of the Light, and while he may not be the brightest bulb of all time, his combat skill is quite formidable, being a half-giant. If there's even the slightest chance that things are going to get ugly, we'll get the three of you out of Hogwarts in the blink of an eye. But how are we going to continue our training?" Harry crossed his arms from his position between Hermione and Daphne. "If you're leaving the school, what's the point of us staying on here?" Sitting opposite him, Iliad smiled mischievously. "Actually, we have a little bit of a surprise regarding that." A pause. Iliad's smile faded a bit. "Flamel, you can reveal yourself now." With a poof, Nicholas Flamel came into visibility. "Sorry about that, I zoned out a little bit." "Well, you ruined my dramatic reveal," Iliad grumbled. Nicholas, Harry, Hermione, and Daphne exclaimed at the same time. The oldest wizard in the world gave them a little grin. "But you've been missing for over a year. We all thought that the darkness got you." The alchemist's grin faded. "Yes, it did. Are you okay? How did you get away? Why did it take you so long to make contact with us? Does the darkness know you're still alive? Where's Perenelle?" "Perenelle distracted the darkness and destroyed the Philosopher's Stone. It tried to kill me, but I managed to leave an illusion of me behind with my wand, and escape the house. The darkness does know I'm alive. An elite group of its sorcerers were dispatched to deal with me, and I've spent the better part of the last year on the run, without magic to contact any of you. And you're still alive." Harry looked at Nicholas with a new appreciation for the man's tenacity. Nicholas barked out a laugh. "I've been alive over 600 years, what's one more?" "At any rate," Iliad said, "Nicholas will stay at Hogwarts, under disguise as the potions professor. He will continue your training, and remain here to protect the students. We can't leave the school completely undefended. As long as the darkness itself doesn't enter the school, which it still can't, Nicholas will likely be stronger than any stooge the Ministry could possibly choose to send." Harry nodded, mollified with the idea of having the ancient sorcerer at Hogwarts in Iliad's place. The next day, Quidditch pitch. "Welcome to the summer Quidditch tournament," McGonagall announced from her place in the commentary box of the Quidditch Stadium of Hogwarts. The school year and exams were over, but at this point Hogwarts had become nothing less than a home for all of its students. A few of the most important dark families came to pick up their children from the gates of the school, but the rest of the students stayed on at the school. The lower-ranking dark families' children served as the eyes and ears of the darkness and its men at the school, or at least they would until the Hogwarts High Inquisitor was in place. All of the light families still felt safer with their children at Hogwarts. This summer, McGonagall had organized a lot more fun and carefree activities which the students could take part in. This was in part just to offset the depression of the situation of magical Britain and the aura of fear which surrounded everyone, and partly to give all the students a chance to have some fun before the arrival of the Hogwarts High Inquisitor, the arrival of whom they had been forewarned of by the Ministry, but the identity of whom still remained a secret. "As captain of Team Gryffindor, we have Harry Potter," McGonagall announced to loud cheers, as Harry took to the pitch, doing loops on his broom, as he circled the pitch. "And we have Cho Chang as captain of Ravenclaw." Less cheering, but still a respectable support from the Ravenclaws in the audience. Harry hadn't played a game of Quidditch in what felt like forever, but he still found himself at home on the back of his broom. The game went faster than Harry thought it would. He got into the groove of it quickly. He saw the snitch. Just 100 meters away. Just 90 meters away. Just 10 meters away. Just a meter away. Just an inch away. Before he grasped the snitch, his broom stopped in midair, nearly throwing Harry off it. He looked around to find the culprit, but all he saw was more confused Quidditch players who were frozen in place on their brooms. He noted with satisfaction that Cho Chang was well behind him in the chase for the snitch. "All players, please descend to the pitch," McGonagall's magnified voice spoke. She did not sound happy in the slightest. Harry wasn't either. Harry's broom started moving again, resuming at the breakneck pace he'd been going at, nearly throwing him off his broom, again. The snitch had disappeared again, otherwise he may have been tempted to chase it once more. Instead, however, he chose to heed McGonagall's instruction and head to the ground. The headmistress of Hogwarts continued to repeat the instruction as Harry and the other players approached the ground. Harry made a soft landing, next to the captain of the Ravenclaw team, Cho Chang. The two captains nodded to each other and then waited expectantly as McGonagall made her way to the middle of the pitch. The expression on the face of the headmistress was as displeased as her tone had suggested to Harry while she was instructing them to descend all the way to the ground. However, her expression wasn't the most surprising thing about her walk across the field. That title belonged to her companion. Dressed in a green tweed suit, with a pink cardigan on top, a woman with a face like a fat, squat toad was trailing behind McGonagall. She simpered at the gathered Quidditch players. "Hello dears. That was quite a nice little game you were playing out there, but unfortunately it seems like the administration of this school didn't register this match properly with the Hogwarts Board of Directors, so this game will have to be cut short." She paused. "Do not worry, the teacher in charge for this will be penalized." The Quidditch players were supremely confused. Noticing their expression, she spoke. "Oh, I seem to have lost my manners. I'm Dolores Umbridge, the new High Inquisitor of Hogwarts." Hogwarts. Hidden under his invisibility cloak, Harry spied on the angry conversation taking place in the headmistress' office. "Under what authority have you come into my school?" McGonagall growled at the woman who had declared herself the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, whatever that meant. The shorter woman of the two simpered. "On the authority of the minister, of course. Dolores, you and I both know that there is not a minister right now. Only the darkness and his stooges reside within the walls of what used to be the Ministry for Magic." For her troubles, McGonagall got a condescending finger to the chest from Umbridge, who said, "And that is what I'm here to stamp out of this school." This bizarre alternate reality that the staff of Hogwarts seemed to have undertaken in an effort to discredit the ministry. Brainwashing the children. "We're not the ones brainwashing people," McGonagall groaned. "Are you truly this blind, Umbridge?" The toad-like woman peered at McGonagall. "You really do believe all this nonsense, don't you? Dumbledore's hands are all over this. That man had you duped, and the sooner you realize it, the sooner we can get this institution back on track. Otherwise I fear it my only option may be to appoint a new headmaster here at Hogwarts." Umbridge paused and smiled that sickening smile again. From where Harry was crouching under the cloak, he could see the stony expression on the face of the headmistress. The stony expression of a woman who had been outplayed. It sent a chill through him, as he contemplated what exactly was going to become of Hogwarts. "I assure you, a new headmaster is not necessary," McGonagall said. She didn't sound defeated exactly, but there was certainly an element of helplessness in her voice. "I hope I shall agree with you once my inspection of this school is complete," Umbridge sniffed. "Now, please have me shown to my quarters." McGonagall clicked her fingers and instantly there was a house elf standing in front of her. "Please show the professor to the guest suite on the 3rd floor, Roomy," she instructed the house elf. Umbridge walked off with the elf, not uttering a single other word. After a little silence, just as Harry judged it safe for him to sneak off himself, McGonagall turned and looked right at him. "You can come out from under there now, Harry," she said dryly. Harry tried not to let the surprise show on his face as he took off his cloak, but the upturning of McGonagall's lips meant that she was certainly amused at finding him there. "How? This is my school now," she said simply, "and this is my office. I know everything that goes on in it." She didn't seem to elaborate on that at all, so Harry switched topics. "So what now?" he asked. I will not be at Hogwarts for much longer, McGonagall said, as if it was a fact. We thought the Ministry under the Darkness would try to straight up attack us, but it seems like they're willing to choke us out legally. If we subdue Umbridge, there will be sufficient cause under the contracts binding Hogwarts to the Ministry for them to simply attack us with all the forces that they can gather, to get the school back under control. But Dumbledore's sacrifice, Harry said, incredulously, how could the Ministry overcome that? Dumbledore's sacrifice, while great, was very targeted. Like the protection your mother cast over you protected you from Voldemort, Dumbledore's sacrifice protects the entire school from the darkness, and him alone. We rely on the power of Hogwarts to defend us against the rest. Harry grimaced. So what, we're going to do nothing. We could stand our ground and fight, but we'll let God's damned Umbridge lord over us. McGonagall frowned at Harry. I know you've been through a lot recently, but so have the rest of us, kid. Not only do we need you to be ready to take on the darkness, we need to ready actual forces to fight it. Engaging in constant battle makes it a war of attrition, and it's clear that we are far shorter of resources than our enemy. A year of Dolores Umbridge is far preferable to a lifetime under the darkness. Then why am I staying at Hogwarts? Take me with you when you're sacked, train me. Harry demanded of the headmistress. We need you at Hogwarts now more than ever. McGonagall smiled wryly. You've been wanting to actually contribute to the cause for a while now, haven't you? This is your chance. You have to lead the students. You, Harry, are the general of the next generation. Harry finally nodded, his eyes filled with determination. McGonagall knew that would happen. The boy thrived on responsibility and under pressure. Thrived with power. Just like Albus had. Besides, she continued, Nicholas is here as well. The darkness thinks him dead, or at least as good as dead. As long as he does not become a target, we will continue to have a spy within the ranks of Hogwarts. Knowing him, he will do his best to ingratiate himself with Umbridge. Harry nodded. Good luck, Harry Potter, McGonagall smiled, you will need it. Defense against the dark arts. Umbridge, it seemed, had not been sent to Hogwarts for the sole purpose of inciting war and spreading propaganda as the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. She had also been sent for the purpose of spreading propaganda as the Professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry felt like smashing his head against the desk as he listened to Umbridge speak, but the warning hand that Hermione had placed on his arm kept him calm, and cognizant that he shouldn't do anything to get himself into trouble. The instruction in Defense Against the Dark Arts has been incredibly barbaric at Hogwarts over the last few years, and quite fragmented too. You poor dears have been exposed to lies and disgusting dark magic by the adults running this school. There she paused. The portly professor walked slowly over towards Harry's desk, not touching him but keeping her eyes trained on his, by the adults running this school and, of course, a few select student miscreants and liars. I am not a liar, Harry couldn't help muttering under his breath, angrily. What was that, dear? Umbridge simpered. Nothing, Professor, Harry said impassively. Really now? She asked, raising her eyebrows. I think you have just lied to me, Mr. Potter. And I do not appreciate filthy lies in my classroom. Is that clear, Mr. Potter? Crystal. Very good. Then please repeat what you said under your breath to the class. Harry glared at her, but Umbridge did not let up on him. I'm waiting, Potter. I am not a liar, Harry said, out loud this time. You think not? Umbridge asked rhetorically, is there anyone else in this class who believes that Potter is not a liar? Harry looked around. Most of the students were looking exceedingly uncomfortable but there was not a single hand raised. Hermione, especially, looked furious. Her eyes were burning with contempt, but she too kept her hand down, too smart to involve herself and further escalate the situation. You see, Mr. Potter, not one person here thinks you are not a liar. Every single person in this room agrees that you are a liar. She punctuated her words by tapping her wand on his desk for emphasis. With the last tap of her wand, she left engraved into Harry's desk a word. Liar. She turned and returned to the front of the class. Place your wands at the back of the class and open your new textbooks to page 53. We shall be starting to learn the theory behind the stinging spell today. 2 weeks later, Hogwarts. Time passed slower than it ever had for Harry while he was at Hogwarts. It became very clear very quickly that one of Umbridge's main goals was to goad him into snapping. He wasn't very sure whether she expected him to reveal something integral to the Resistance's plans, or whether she intended to apprehend him somehow, but either way, it was extremely irritating being picked on in every Dada class. It has also become apparent that the High Inquisitor had no intention of teaching their class anything at all in terms of actual defense magic. It was quite a change for the class, as they transitioned from very practical learning under Iliad to the most useless possible theory class that could be offered. "It's all an effort to quash opposition," Daphne said darkly as she and her two best friends made their way to another of Umbridge's useless classes, this one a combined lesson between the Slytherins and Gryffindors. "What do you mean? Outside of Hogwarts, the Ministry has gotten rid of the majority of the opposition to the rule of the darkness. Only here are there large numbers of wizards who could possibly stand against it. And if the students here don't know any battle magic, they can be dealt with easily," Daphne said grimly. "That's terrible." Hermione was aghast. "Well, there's nothing we can do right now," Harry said. "McGonagall's role as headmistress is really tenuous, and Nicholas has to do his best to blend in and act as if he's falling in line with Umbridge." "Harry," Hermione admonished him for swearing at the same moment that Daphne spoke, "I think I know how to fix this." "Fix what, Daph?" The B-owned Slytherin may well have answered Harry, if a voice from behind her hadn't interjected, "Yes, Ms. Greengrass, what is it that needs fixing?" The trio spun around to see their defense professor at the door, smiling fakely. "Just my wizarding radio," the girl lied smoothly and without a hitch. "Well, get to your seats, and quick. The classroom is no place to be discussing wizarding radios," she said, pronouncing the last word skeptically, as if she didn't believe Daphne was telling the truth. Hermione inclined her head, "Yes, Professor." Harry simply turned and stalked off to his seat. "Today, children, we will be covering something a little different than usual," Umbridge said. "We shall be taking a look at the potion known as Veritaserum. Now, you may certainly cover it in your potions class in a later year, but today we shall be talking about its uses as an aid for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry perked up, paying attention in her class for the first time in a long time, as it seemed like she actually intended to teach them something of use. By doing so, he fell right into her trap. Veritaserum is a potion which helps the Ministry tell the liars from those who tell the truth. Hermione frowned. She had a feeling she knew where this was going, and it wasn't good. One look at Harry showed that he hadn't caught on. She nudged the boy as subtly as she could. He looked at her. "What is it, Hermione?" "She's going to bait you," Hermione whispered. "What?" Harry said, just a little too loudly, not having heard her speak the first time. "Liars like Mr. Potter are best curtailed by Veritaserum," Umbridge smirked. "I have half a mind to have you down 3 drops of it before attending my class. Maybe that would stop the poisonous lies of that fraud Dumbledore that you seem insistent on parroting." It was obvious from the immediate tightening of Harry's expression that Umbridge had hit a gold mine. "You're a fraud just like your mentor, aren't you, Potter?" Professor Dumbledore was no fraud. Harry burst out, quickly rising to his feet. "I do not tolerate lies in this classroom, Potter. Except that your precious man Dumbledore was a fraudster, and then sit down or you're risking detention, boy." Harry sat down with a thump but did not repeat her words. "Say it. Dumbledore was a fraud." "I would never," Harry gritted out. "Just say it," Hermione hissed from his left. "Yes, Potter, listen to girl. Just say the truth. Albus Dumbledore was," Harry muttered out, a sour look on his face. "What was he?" "Albus Dumbledore was a great man," Harry said, practically roaring the words out with pride. "He was a great man, and the greatest headmaster this school has ever seen." "Detention, Potter," Umbridge said, her face falling into a cold mask. "Detention for this entire month, in fact. I want you outside my office immediately after class. I would rather be in detention than be a liar, Professor." "Well, unfortunately for you, you shall be both." The rest of the class passed in tense silence. At the end of the class, he didn't even get a chance to check in with Daphne and Hermione. Umbridge's office. Harry knocked on his defense professor's door. "Come in," he heard her sickeningly sweet voice. He did as asked, entering the room and shutting the door behind him with considerable force. "Do sit down," Umbridge simpered, when it seemed obvious that Harry was going to stand defiantly until instructed otherwise. Harry took a seat, crossing his arms, and giving the toad a glare. "Do you know why you are here?" "For telling the truth." Wrong, Umbridge said as if Harry didn't know that. You are here for being a filthy liar. You are here so I can fix you. Harry rolled his eyes. I think, Umbridge said, that sometimes old-fashioned methods work best, wouldn't you say so? Harry raised an eyebrow at her but stayed mute. Did the bloody woman want to hang him from the ceiling and whip him like Filch had so many times suggested? I shall have you do lines, she announced happily, much to Harry's confusion. Lines, he repeated slowly, confused. Yes, lines, Umbridge smiled a creepy smile, and I want you to use my special quill for it. Harry shrugged and took the proffered utensil from his professor. He looked at her expectantly. Well, what do I write then? Her smile only widened as she spoke. I must not tell lies. Present. I shall have you do lines, she announced happily, much to Harry's confusion. Lines, he repeated slowly, confused. Yes, lines, Umbridge smiled a creepy smile, and I want you to use my special quill for it. Harry shrugged and took the proffered utensil from his professor. He looked at her expectantly. Well, what do I write then? Her smile only widened as she spoke. I must not tell lies. The line ignited Harry's ire. In your dreams, he wanted to retort, but didn't. He put the quill to paper reluctantly but then realized, you haven't given me any ink, Professor. You won't need any. With that cryptic answer, Harry got to writing. As soon as he started, he realized something was wrong. Using the quill felt less like writing and more like he was cutting into something. Skin. He shortly also realized whose it was, as the skin on the back of his hand started burning in pain. Harry grimaced and glanced at his hand, where Umbridge's words were being grotesquely carved into his hand as he wrote them. He put the quill down at the end of the line and watched as the carved lines faded from his hand, but it continued to sting. He knew what this was. It was a blood quill. A very dark magical torture artifact which had been banned by the Ministry. As he stopped writing, Umbridge looked at the boy with a sadistic look in her eyes. I did not instruct you to stop, Mr. Potter, was I unclear in my instructions? Yes, Professor, you did not clarify how many strokes you wanted me to do. Oh, as many as it takes for the message to sink in. Harry tried his best to suppress his anger at the woman. She intended to force him to torture himself by carving, I must not tell lies onto his very own hand. In as inconspicuous a manner as he could manage, Harry started to tap out a message in Morse code on his communication bracelet. Get MCGUMB Office Blood Quill. The message was sent to both Hermione, who had charmed the bracelets, and Daphne, who also had one of them. Seeing nothing else to do, Harry just continued to write the message with the blood quill, as Umbridge continued to gloat over her victory over Harry. A sharp knock on her door broke Umbridge out of her reverie, and the toad-like woman scowled at the interruption. I'm busy. Please come back later, Umbridge called to the door. I'm afraid I need to see you urgently, Dolores. McGonagall's voice brought some relief to Harry, the back of whose hand was beginning to get extremely red. I said I was busy, Minerva, Umbridge said tightly. And unless you want to lose your position, you need to put aside whatever you're doing and open your doors for the headmistress of the school. You're going to pull that card on me. Umbridge narrowed her eyes, even though the door was still closed and McGonagall couldn't see her. I am. Still scowling, Umbridge waved her wand at the door to her office and it swung open. Behind it, McGonagall stood alone, her wand in her hand. What did you want to discuss, Minerva? Your methods of punishment, Dolores, the older woman announced. As a ministry official, I am surprised you are not familiar with the list of banned dark items, and specifically that the usage of a blood quill would qualify you for 5 years in Azkaban. However, I am willing to accept it as mere forgetfulness, if you burn that infernal thing this instant. Much to Harry's surprise, Umbridge's response was to start laughing. You think you are in any position to threaten me? She said mirthfully, I'm the one in the position of power here, McGonagall. If you were smart, you would let me continue as I am, and hold on to your job. You think I would ever let down a student for something as insignificant as my job? Please, Dolores, don't kid around with me. McGonagall's wand was raised. Now Umbridge seemed slightly worried. It's not just your job, McGonagall, she threatened. If you fight me, I can declare the administration criminal and bring the ministry's orders down on your students. Harry could tell what McGonagall was going to do by the expression on her face. No, Profess. I resign, said the former headmistress of Hogwarts. I'm sorry, what? Umbridge blinked. I resign from my position as Hogwarts headmistress, and I recant all responsibilities and positions I hold at this school." Before Harry could register Umbridge's shocked expression, bright red beams ran from McGonagall's wand, barely being parried by the toad-like woman. "Stop this at once," Umbridge screeched. "I won't leave Harry Potter alone. He'll have to do lines every day." McGonagall paused, and Umbridge had a look of triumph for a second, before McGonagall fired a curse at the table on which the blood quill was kept and it caught on fire. Harry jumped away from the desk, just about managing to get away from the fire. "Get out of here, Potter," McGonagall said. "This school is your responsibility now." Harry could only nod and run as McGonagall kept firing at the headmistress. As soon as he was out of the office, he felt an invisible hand catch a hold of him and he turned around, his wand slipping into his hand, only to poke Daphne right in the nose. "Dumbass," she rubbed her nose, "get under the cloak." Harry slipped under his own invisibility cloak which Hermione seemed to have somehow acquired. "Where are we going?" he hissed to the girl. "The room of requirement. Professor McGonagall told us to hide out there if things got violent. We need to help. Harry, if Professor McGonagall is thrown out of school, we need to remain here. Besides, don't you trust her to hold her own against Umbridge?" Harry had to concede her point, and acquiesced reluctantly to the plan to head to the room of requirement. Umbridge versus McGonagall. Umbridge ducked behind a suit of armor, which soaked up the damage of McGonagall's attacks for her. Quickly rolling out from behind it, she shot back and returned fire of her own. McGonagall swept away her spells like they were nothing, bearing down on her with a fire in her eyes which terrified Umbridge. Scampering away as fast as she could, Umbridge finally reached where she was headed. A central corridor. The students around her parted in confusion as she shoved her way through the throng of people. McGonagall rounded the corner Umbridge had just turned, actual fire burning at the end of her wand, which she managed to stop from spreading just in time. "Ye bloody coward," the former headmistress growled. "Students, move away from here in an orderly fashion, I need to deal with that woman." "Don't listen to her," Umbridge barked. "She is no longer your headmistress, she is simply an intruder on these grounds." The student body was confused, and that worked to Umbridge's advantage. She transfigured the floor into quicksand and ran for it, leaving the students to get stuck and slow down McGonagall. It took the Master of Transfiguration almost no time to turn the ground back solid, but the discord sown amongst the students was far more of a distraction for her. At first, she had been slightly confused where Dolores was headed, but now she knew from the direction that the other woman was headed where she was going. She was running to the headmaster's office. Deciding that making it through the students was practically impossible, McGonagall transfigured herself a route by transfiguring a doorway through the wall, allowing her to enter an adjacent hallway. McGonagall made it out on the hallway and back onto track to get to the headmaster's office, but couldn't catch sight of Umbridge, who must have gained quite a lead on her. She cursed as she found that large patches of the floor had been transfigured by Umbridge, slowing her down as she had to rescue some students and return the floor to its usual state several times before making it to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle refused her entry, which was an extremely bad sign. With a little bit of regret, McGonagall blasted the gargoyle out of her path, and made her way up the stairs. The door to the office was open and behind the desk in the office stood Umbridge, whose back was facing the door. Umbridge's hands were placed on a runestone which Minerva recognized as the one which connected the headmaster of Hogwarts to the ward system. This was bad. McGonagall whipped her wand and summoned the other woman, pulling her away from the runestone and roughly towards Minerva. McGonagall grunted as Umbridge flew straight into her and the two women tumbled onto the floor and slid to hit the wall. "Merlin's beard," McGonagall groaned. Umbridge scrambled to her feet, pointing her wand at Minerva. From the floor, McGonagall could only just about deflect all the spells being sent at her by Umbridge. She was in no position to really go on the offensive, and it was a testament to how much better than Umbridge she was that she even managed to keep the battle even as she too tried to get to her feet and get back on equal ground with her opponent. "Apprehend her," Umbridge shrieked suddenly, which confused Minerva. Who was she talking to? Only at the last second, her instinct screamed at her to move, and she did, glancing back and seeing that the two sets of armor which stood in the headmaster's office had moved to catch her. Shit. Dolores had managed to take control of the wards. In the small space of the office, she was at a major disadvantage with three opponents against just her. It wouldn't get too much easier outside the office either though, as Umbridge could command any number of suits of armor and God forbid the Knights of Stone carved into the entrance hall to fight her. She had missed her chance to apprehend Dolores Umbridge. Knowing the fight was not in her favor, the Transfiguration Mistress resorted to blowing a hole through the wall and scampering through it, jumping her way down the spiral staircase as fast as she could, making her old bones creak in protest. A lot of students had gathered around the obliterated gargoyle which protected the office, causing McGonagall to curse. A spell from behind her nearly caught her in the back, and she only just managed to spin around and parry it into the ground. More suits of armor came to life to fight Minerva, even as Umbridge strolled out, smiling smugly at her. "Are you ready to give yourself up now, McGonagall?" "Not in a million years." If Harry, Hermione, and Daphne hadn't been hiding away in the room of requirement, maybe the school-wide commotion would have spurred them to help McGonagall, but they were, so they didn't. It was in the entrance hall, finally, that McGonagall was apprehended. Having taken down countless suits, many of whom fell apart taking spells meant for Umbridge, she had finally been surrounded. Behind her stood a contingent of 5 stone knights, and to her left, right, and right in front of her, stood many suits of armor. Taking a deep breath, the witch spread a circle of fire around herself, shaping the elemental magic as best as she could. She had already magically exhausted herself a fair amount in the fight, but she would never go down easily. She heard Umbridge shriek like the toad she was, but the Knights of Stone were not fazed. They stepped through the flames and toughly disarmed her, chopping with the blunt side of their heavy cleavers onto her arm, making her drop her wand, and probably breaking her arm from the sickening crunch which she heard. With a cry of pain, Minerva McGonagall fell to her knees, being held by either arm by 2 stone knights. As her wand had fallen from her hand, the fire had stopped and she could see that every suit of armor had been blown apart by the flames, though Umbridge herself seemed to have been only slightly singed. The triumphant Toad scowled at her as she tried to pat down her obnoxious pink cardigan which seemed to have caught fire a little bit. "Take that bloody woman to the dungeons." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.